Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the part of, what if Naruto was the descendants of Amaterasu and Shinju. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Naruto stood next to his daughter and her friends as they chatted with the twins that he knew for certain were Hades' kids after he sent a message to him via Hestia. The god asked for him to look after them and explain the situation with them. He definitely gave him credit for using the Lotus Casino to keep them frozen in time, essentially keeping his oath intact and still having children. The hunters were still behind him glaring daggers at him, but he bared them no mind. Artemis stood next to him. My brother is so lazy in the winter time, I swear, she said with a sigh. Can't you warp everyone to camp? She asked, confused. She had seen him using his warping technique a few times, but she wasn't sure. He shakes his head. Large groups are a no-go. Too many energies to match and warp, and I can't store them in my pocket dimension as I have an angry son of Poseidon in there, and it's not the most friendly area, he said with a chuckle as Artemis nodded in understanding. Is he there all alone? She asks, wondering if he was destroying the place as much as he could. Naruto is there and he is keeping him calm. Though I doubt he could damage it very much, he said as the sun started to peek over the horizon. Avert your eyes until he lands, she calls out as everyone averts their eyes except Naruto, as his eyes weren't affected by it and he was curious as to how it went. He could see a Maserati spider hovering down and landing as the light died down. Seconds later, a man that looked like an older, non-scarred Luke came out wearing khakis and a white button-up. Little sis, what can I do for? He says as Artemis glares at him. Shut up, brother. I am older than you. I helped mother birth you, for goodness sake. She yells, pulling his ear down hard. Fine, just let go. He yells in pain as she lets go and he clenches his ear in pain. What do you need? He says with a sigh as he looks around. Artemis sighs. I need transport to camp for my hunters and Naruto's group, she says as Naruto nods to Apollo but keeps on guard. He didn't want the sun god to flirt with his daughter. Apollo smiles and nods. Sure thing, sis. Just have to change my ride, he says as he clicks his car key remote, changing the sports car to a shuttle bus. Now brother, do not flirt with my hunters. Do not look at them and don't be yourself, Artemis says with a glare as Apollo waves it off and nods before looking at the group. Thalia Grace, you caused a lot of trouble up in Olympus, he says, looking her over, though I'm glad you didn't really become a tree. Such a shame when a pretty girl becomes a tree, he says, making Thalia glare and look away. She knew he voted to turn her to a tree. The only ones who didn't were Demeter, Hermes, Poseidon, and Athena. Annabeth rubbed her friend's back and sent her a smile that she returned and stayed close to her as Apollo stares down Naruto. Naruto shows no sign of being intimidated, considering how he defeated Zeus like it was nothing. Apollo instinctively shuddered when Naruto looked him in the eye with his Shinju eyes. Apollo walked away, deciding not to say anything, making Artemis chuckle. She turned to Zoe. Watch after the hunters and remember, use that knife to summon a great warrior if you are in need. She will help you. I made sure of it, she says, sending a pleading look to Naruto silently. He chuckled and gave her an okay symbol. He didn't mind having to henge to a girl if Zoe summoned him. He sighed as he leaned against the bus waiting for everyone to get on. Also, do not attack Naruto. I know you don't like him, but we have made peace and he is legion stronger than you all or even me, she says, making Zoe nod and grumble. I will be gone for a while as I have to hunt this beast, but it shouldn't be too difficult, she says, getting a nod from them as she heads off into the forest. The hunters glare as they pass him and Zoe glares most of all. He chuckles and smiles as the twins, Grover, Annabeth, and Thalia all get on. Annabeth and Thalia sit together, as do the twins, as Grover tries to sit as close to the hunters as he can. Naruto sighs and sits behind his daughter and leans against the wall. Apollo gets on and smiles while the Apollo Express is about to take off. Any volunteers for driving? He says with a mischievous smirk. Nico raises his hand, making Apollo frown. Too young, he looks to Grover, who was also raising his hand. Too furry as well, he frowns, looking around until he looks to Thalia, daughter of Zeus. Seems fitting, he said, until he felt a massive killing intent coming from her. I am not that bastard's kid. My dad is sitting behind me, she says as her chakra flares until she feels her father's hand on her back. Calm down, Thalia. Not many gods know of your disowning of him. Apollo, I think it is best if you just drive. We need to get back to camp, plus the sooner we get back the sooner Percy can get out of my pocket dimension, he said, making the sun god nod and rush to his seat. Naruto sighs and decides to take a small nap as they chariot flew. Annabeth smiled at Thalia and was confused when she didn't start freaking out. Did you get over of your fear of heights? She asks, making Thalia chuckle. Yeah, Dad and some people I trained under helped me get over it, though mostly my dad, she says, smiling back to her sleeping dad. Annabeth smiles and nods. I'm glad you have him. He has changed you and made you better, she says with a smile as she leans on her crush and they enjoy the ride. Camp. They land in camp and Naruto smiles. Well, time for the idiot to get out of his timeout, he says, extending his hand and activating his eyes. Kamui, he whispers out as a portal appears as Percy and a black blob appear from it. Apollo, who stuck around a little longer, was confused if this as were the hunters. Percy stands up and glares at Naruto. The hell was all that? You fucking put me in that weird place with that scary thing. He yells, pointing to the black blob that stands up and reveals two glowing eyes and a smile of sharp teeth. Naruto glares back. I warned you many times that if you did anything stupid I would lock you up, and guess what you did? You went straight up and fought a manticore. without any backup and endangered Nico and Bianca's life. You are lucky I saw you head out so I could back you up, he yells, glaring. And hey, don't talk shit about my brother, he says as Zetsu nods. Not kind of you, young child, he says as he slithers into Naruto's sleeve. You owe me a lot of meat for that, Naruto, he says as he closes his eyes in the sleeve to hide himself. Naruto nods. I know, I'll do it later. Now Percy, you have no reason to be pissed, but I have every reason, as you were being your usual idiot self, he yells as Chiron trots up. Please Naruto, cut the boy some slack, he says, nervous as Naruto glared at him. No, he's been babied too much. His first quest he nearly crashes a bus full of mortals, then from what I hear he forcefully tagged along and hijacked a quest, releasing pirates and destroying a safe haven for girls. If he doesn't learn he will just get more stupid, he yells, hiding the fact that he was there for the second quest to clean up after him. He groans as he storms off. I'll be in the cabin, he says as he leaves. Thalia sighs, lucky he let you out. He hates people who put others in danger, and that realm isn't that bad. Sure, it's barren, but it's good for training, and Zetsu is nice once you get to know him, she says as she walks after her father. Annabeth frowns at Percy and shakes her head as she follows after as well. Since she had gotten close to Thalia, she was allowed in Hestia cabin and Thalia's room, which she was glad she was able to have. Plus, she was able to have sleepovers as long as it was only once a week. Percy frowned and glared at Naruto's retreating form. Chiron cleared his throat. I suspect the hunters will be staying in Artemis's cabin, he asks as Apollo drives off. Zoe nods. Yes, we will be ready for capture the flag as well. Is that man going to be a part of it? She asks as she was curious of his abilities. From the fight with her mistress some years ago, she knew he had power over black flames and some illusionary technique as well as cloning himself. From the fight with the manticore, she saw he could become a massive flaming cat with 2 tails. And just now she saw he could pull others into a pocket dimension. She wanted to test herself against him even if he could defeat Zeus. Chiron sighed. No, he claims it is worthless as it teaches the heroes that war is a game, but I believe Thalia, his daughter, might be taking part in it, and he has trained her for 4 years or so, he says, making Zoe frown but nod. We will be in our cabin until lunch as some hunters are still tired, she says as she walks over, Grover following not far behind. Chiron smiles at the 2 twins. Well, how about I show you to the big house? You can come too, Percy, he says as he ushers them away. Naruto, he sighed as he sat in his chair with Annabeth and Thalia chatting on the couch. I swear that boy really does have seaweed for a brain. He only does stupid things every time he acts, he says as he drinks some tea that he conjured up. Thalia nods. Yes, and this last act nearly endangered the 2 twins and himself. If I were you, Dad, I would have just left him in Kamui until Zetsu said he calmed down, she says as Annabeth nods. He sighs again. It's still late, so sleep till lunch. You all need it, especially if you both are fighting and capture the flag, and don't worry, you can also sleep here tonight as well, Annabeth, he says as they smile and head off, but not before Thalia kisses him on the cheek. He smiles as they go to the room to sleep as he feels a presence next to him and holds it close to him. He smiled at his fiancée Hestia and kisses her cheek. I have had the worst day, honey, he says as she smiles and strokes his cheek. I know I watched, which is why I am here. I thought I could help, she said as she sat his lap and kissed him lovingly. He always melted at her kisses. They tasted like honey and a mixture of brown sugar that he quickly got addicted to. Hestia was strangely dominant when kissing and always seemed to initiate any deeper kiss. She smiled and pulled away, looking into his eyes. Naruto, I know this isn't the best time to bring it up, but I think I found a way to get out of my deal with Styx so we can be together physically, she says as she blushes dark at the thought of being with her fiancé. He frowned and looked at her before smiling. Whatever it is, I will do it. Especially when it means I can be with the woman I love, he says as he kisses her cheek. Hestia smiles warmly. You just need to fight Pallas, Styx's husband, in honorable combat. We can go anytime, so it is up to you, she says as she kisses him softly before leading him to the bed to rest at. He smiled and held Hestia close in his arms as he slept with the woman he loved. Lunchtime. He awoke to the sound of the horn and sighed as he noticed Hestia was gone, but smiled at her note she left. Thalia and Annabeth come out and smile as he gets up. What are you going to do, Dad? She asks as Zetsu slides out of his sleeve. I am going to train and maybe go to my pocket dimension. Zetsu will stay with you too and see over your training, he says as he straps on his scroll with his scarf around his neck and heads out. Thalia and Annabeth follow after and head to the table as he heads to the forest. He had a special place for meditation and just to get away from the annoying camp. He set up barrier and illusion tags around an empty clearing so no one would disturb him. He walked through the barrier to smile at the massive cherry blossom tree. It was the same one he made when he first fought the Nemean lioness, and found it was a great place to train, drawing nature energy with the scarf, as if he drew too much too quickly the tree would absorb the extra energy. Also, since it was abandoned and hidden from others, he could practice some other techniques, like elements that were quite destructive or his beast transformations. He could use most secondary elements and slowly making progress on tertiary elements like dust or crystal. He was also up to 5 tails on his transformation, and he could draw out each of the Bijuu's powers, like Shukaku's magnet release or Matatabi's blue flames, and even Juki's tentacles for shielding against lightning. He still missed the Bijuu, but he knew that the sage wasn't as good as he was made out to be. He sighed and sat under the tree, looking up at its petals, wondering how everyone was doing back in the elemental nations. Elemental nations. Tsunade sighed as she drank from her sake cup. It had been some years since Naruto left, and from what she heard from Kaguya, he was doing good, adopted a girl, and even found a fiancé. She was glad for him that he was finally happy and had his own little family. She wished she could visit, but her work had gotten annoying as of late. Ever since Naruto left with the chakra as well as numerous scrolls, things in the new elemental treaty village had been hectic. The Damucha and other leaders demanded they get Naruto back in their chakra. They complained to her since Shizune, Gaara, and herself were the only ones close to him left. She told them he left the realm using his new eyes and hasn't been seen back since. But being the arrogant asshole all of them were, they didn't believe her. She paid them no mind as she was more focused on the ninjas uprising from losing chakra. It was mostly those with Kekai Genkai or Kekai Toda. The Hyugas, majority of the Kiri as well as Iwa, since they used Kekai Toda and Genkai the most. Kiri was angry they lost their 7 swords of the mist. Many villages lost special artifacts when Naruto left. Other ninjas like Tenten or Guy were fine, though that girl Tenten was angry at losing the sage's items. She guessed that Naruto took them with him, seeing as he is technically the brother of the sage, so he does have every right to them. For the last year she had to quell uprisings along with the other cages, badly enough. She kept the fact that 3 people still had chakra. Gaara was often questioned why he still walked around with the gourd of sand on his back. He always said it was to remember Shukaku and what his mother gave him. She desperately wanted to beat the annoying cages, but Shizune kept scolding her not to. She sighed and went outside to walk around the village. The village was named the Shinobi Village, and each portion that belonged to the original village were called sectors, such as the Konoha sector or the Iwa sector. There weren't much disputes except between the Kumo sector and the Hyuga clan, or the Iwa section and the Aburame clan. Nothing big, just getting to points where they would avoid the other. She shook the thoughts about the annoying village out of her head and continued on her peaceful stroll through the village. She got near her new compound and glared as the Uchiha was standing in front of it. "What the hell do you want, Uchiha?" she says, pinching the bridge of her nose. Sasuke scoffs. "I need your prowess," he says with air quotes at prowess in the medical field. "You have to know some way of regaining what is mine by birthright." "My eyes," he says, glaring. "And another thing I have realized is how you look. You still have that mark on your forehead, and you still look young instead of a wrinkly old hag," he says as a fist collides with his face, sending him into the wall. "I may not have chakra, but that doesn't mean I'm not strong on my own. Also, when chakra vanished, I'm guessing the Excessian chakra in my seal went through my body to keep my appearance as well as dyeing my skin that color. The only reason Sakura isn't the same is I have had much more time using it than her," she says as she cracks her knuckles. She thankfully held back from using any chakra as that was all her natural strength. Sasuke got up from the wall and glared at her. "You can't act like that with me, hag. I am an Uchiha," he yells, drawing his sword only for her to grab it and snap it like it was a twig. "I told you, I am strong even without chakra, and you are just a spoiled boy who lost his precious eyes. I am still a kage and someone strong enough to back up my title, so I'd leave before I break your skull," she says, glaring and releasing her killing intent on him. He looks unaffected but sweats a small amount as he walks away, discarding the sword. She picks it up to reveal it wasn't broken as she chucked it over the wall of her compound. Genjutsus were a good thing to mess with the brat. She really wished Naruto would have killed the annoying boy, but oh well, he isn't powerful anymore, now he's just an annoying brat. She sighed again as she saw Hinata walking towards her with a nervous smile. Over the years she had talked with the shy Hyuga, and the girl apologized for betraying Naruto as she was afraid of going against her clan and the villagers. She thought about asking Naruto to give her back chakra, but erased that thought as one. The girl had the same amount of courage of a groundhog after seeing its shadow too. She feared what her clan would do if they found out she had it. They might even start making her a breeding stock, which made her shudder. She kept to having her as an ally and a new student. Sakura had lost all her respect when she helped Sasuke and the other cages chain up Naruto. If only she had gotten her before all this. The Byakugan was a great tool for medics. "Hi Lady Tsunade. How has your day been?" she asks, nervous. Tsunade looks over the girl and nods. "Just the usual annoying work and complaining from people for me to bring back someone I can't, as he left the realm, and I don't blame him for leaving," she says as she sighs. "Did you still hear from Naruto? Is he happy?" she asks with a frown. Tsunade nods and walks past her. "He is happy and he forgives you, so don't be so sad. Now come along, we have muscle training to do. Just because you have that huge chest under that jacket doesn't mean you can't be strong," she says with a smirk. Hinata blushes dark red and nods. "Why yes, Lady Tsunade," she says as she follows after her new teacher. Naruto wiped sweat off his forehead. He may be a stamina powerhouse, but learning new things always tired him out as he wasn't used to them. Over the years he theorized all the combinations to make Kekai, Genkai, and Toda. So far the Genkai ones he knew of were Scorch, Explosion, Lava, Boil, Blaze, Swift, Ice, Magnet, Storm, Dark, Wood, and Crystal, while he only really knew of Dust for Toda, as not many people had 3 affinities nor the imagination to test them out. He theorized he could add Wind and Earth to make pure sand. Fire and Yang would make pure heat, which was different from Scorch. Wind and Yin would make sound. Wind and Yang might make typhoon. Lightning and Yang would make light. Earth and Yang would make land. Water and Yin would make brine. And then water and Yang would make wave. He had no idea how to test out any of those, and he didn't really want to, as he had a bad experience with things exploding in his face. He focused on what he had scrolls of and knew what they looked like. Most of them came easy to him as he had used some of them before when he had the Bijuu in him. Magnet, lava and boil came to him easy as they were the elements of Shukaku, Son Goku and Kokuo respectively. Storm, Swift and Wood he already could use with some mastery since he taught 2 of them to Thalia, though he realized that her storm was different than his. His needed lightning and water while hers only needed lightning and wind. He chalked it up to her being a child of Zeus in the whole no water thing, similar to how Percy can't be in the air. He had also seen dust, dark, explosion, ice, scorch and crystal before through his life from enemies he had fought. So far he could use the basics for them all in mastery and the few he knew best. He might not use much of them but it was best to be fully rounded. Dark wasn't useful since only Thalia and Annabeth had chakra. Explosion he could use for an ace. Ice could be interesting. Scorch could be interesting with his Rasengan or truth-seeking orbs. Crystal would be a strong defense if he studied with it more. He noticed it was getting around dinner time. Hopefully nothing bothersome had happened. He exited the clearing after feeding his tree. He entered camp to see Thalia and Annabeth getting ready for capture the flag. Bianca seemed to be sitting out of it as her brother got excited and all geared up with Percy who seemed to still be upset as the boy looked to him and glared. Naruto sighed and walked over to his daughter. Don't be too cocky, Thalia, by using your powerful techniques or showing off, he says, bopping her head. She chuckled. Don't worry, I won't be doing that. Only with Zoe as it is a bit of revenge for the past, but I won't go overboard, she says as she draws out her Kiba blades as Annabeth readies her knives. Also watch out, apparently something happened to Artemis and Zoe tried to leave while we slept, she says looking over to Zoe. He sighs and pats her head. We'll figure out what to do later, so no worries, he says with a smile until he hears the hunters. You aren't joining, boy? Afraid we might beat you, one hunter says, making the others laugh at him. He chuckled and flared his eyes as looks to them. Girls, I don't doubt your skills, but I am someone who has defeated 2 gods and 1 goddess. If I fought I could most likely defeat all of you with 1 technique, and no, I am not being arrogant. I am confident, he says as they silence up and go back to getting ready. Thalia chuckles. Why don't you join us, Dad? It would be insane if you fought, she said, smiling brightly at her dad. He chuckles. Nah, if I did it would get too crazy, and even if this game is stupid it does help get them a bit ready, he says as he waves them off and goes to sit next to Bianca. He smiles to her as the others get ready, not joining. He asks as she nods. I'm not the fighting kind and it seems dangerous. I tried to get my brother to not go either but he was too excited, she says with a sigh. Yeah, my daughter can be the same, but don't worry, no one truly gets too hurt here. It is mostly just a game for them, he says, calming her nerves. Is Thalia really your daughter? You don't look old enough to be one, she asks, curious. He laughs. No, I am not her biological father, I am her adoptive father, as I saved her and looked after her for nearly 4 or so years. She saw me as a father and I accepted it, he said as he smiled at his daughter as she and Annabeth made plans for the game. He had a strong feeling Percy was going to be an idiot during this. Hopefully Thalia could smack some sense into him. He relaxed and waited for it all to go crazy. Thalia, now I think this time we can actually win against them. Annabeth would provide defense with Percy and Claris while myself and Luke can go offensive with some other campers. The rest will provide defense against the hunters when they come for the flag, she says, getting some nods from others. Why do you get to go for the flag? One camper yells. Because I have been trained by my father and have the use of his energy like Annabeth does, and I can cause the most damage to them. Luke is coming along because he is the best swordsman here, she says, getting grumbles of acceptance from them. Ready for this, Luke? She asks with a smirk. Think you can keep up with me? She says, making him chuckle. Luke smirks. Oh yeah, I can, especially with the new sword your dad gave me, he says, drawing the giant from his waist. It had a black sheath and a brown handle. Thalia smirked. Sword of Kusanagi. Suits you. If Dad gave you that it means he trusts you, she says as everyone gets ready. Annabeth frowned as she stood near the flag watching Thalia and Luke talk. She hoped that Thalia felt towards Luke like she did, like a brother. She also sighed as Percy tried to flirt a bit with her in his awkward way. She wondered how he didn't realize she didn't like him like that. Plus he was the son of Poseidon, so it wouldn't work between them, as well as the fact that she liked girls, so that was another reason it wouldn't work. She shook the thoughts out of her head as the game began. Thalia smirked as she ran through the forest with Luke. She charged her blades with lightning chakra and was getting excited. She saw arrows flying towards her as she cut them easily. Her father had trained her to block projectiles of much faster speed and of stronger metal. Luke also was making quick speed of striking down arrows with his sword that seemed cut through them like they were nothing. Naruto told him this sword of Kusanagi would cut through anything. Seemed like he spoke the truth. He and Thalia quickly reached the flag to see Zoe and 2 other hunters. You take the 2 I want, Zoe, she says, charging her blades again and dashing towards her. Luke chuckled and readied himself for the hunters. He had to change his style a bit to get used to it, but it wasn't as bad as he thought. Thalia smirks as she makes Zoe back up. This all is what my dad taught me, she says as she overcharges her blades to make an explosion as she strikes down. In the smoke she quickly summons a lightning clone and shadow clone to go steal the flag and take it back to the other side. She had the lightning one guard the shadow clone. She just hoped nothing happened to it, but whoever hits it will get zapped very badly. When the smoke cleared, Zoe glared at her and attacked in a fury of anger. She could not be beaten by the supposed daughter of that man. It angered her more that the girl was able to block all her hits. She was about to attack again when the horn blew. She looked in shock until she looked behind her and saw the flag was gone. My dad isn't the only one who uses clones, she says, heads back and glares at Percy, who was twitching after he ran into her clones and nearly lost them the game. Luckily Annabeth was there to carry it across. What the hell, Percy? I had it. Why the hell did you try and sneak across? My clones had it, but you nearly cost us the game by attacking them blindly when they burst through the clearing. She yells, pinching her nose. Well, I thought I could help, he says as Luke walks through with his sword sheathed away. You should have faith in your comrades and their strength. Thalia and I had it under control, he says, until Percy snaps. Stop yelling at me. He yells, hitting Thalia with water subconsciously. Thalia glares at him and sparks up with chakra and pokes his chest, sending him blasting back with lightning. Don't get angry, take your scolding us like a man instead, like a bratty kid. She yells as he gets up. It was an accident. He yells, hitting her with more water. It wasn't an accident. You are being a brat and we're tired of being scolded for your idiocy, so stop hitting me with water or I will really get pissed. She yells, sealing her swords away. Percy, feeling cocky, summons more water. Bring it. At least my dad is a god and wants me. He yells, making everyone back away, and glares at him. Thalia releases a great amount of Kai as her body was enshrouded with black lightning. My dad is 1,000,000 times better than any god. He saved me, he trained me, and he loves me, so shut up about him. She yells as she dashes towards him faster than he expected. She hits him strongly in the jaw, sending him crashing through the ground and a tree. Enough, Chiron yells, but no one listens until Naruto appears between them. Both of you stop it, he says in an authoritative voice. Thalia frowns and lowers her black lightning armor and looks guilty. Percy, on the other hand, is having nothing of this. I'm tired of you constantly calling me an idiot. He yells, controlling water around him. Naruto sighs, I will stop doing it when you stop being an idiot. Now stop this stupid shit. He yells, casting Percy in a sleep genjutsu, making the boy pass out and douse himself in water. He sighed as Zoe walked in and looked around in confusion. Everyone else gasped at the sight. The oracle came out from the attic and appeared before Thalia. She looked around confused as it spoke to her. Speak, child of Zeus, for the prophecy to save the goddess, it said, making Zoe glare. Thalia looked to her father, who nodded and smiled at her. Okay, oracle, what is my prophecy to save the goddess? Smoke poured out of the oracle's mouth and she took the form of a blonde woman with a gigantic chest that made her self-conscious. She had a diamond on her forehead and her shirt was very revealing. Thalia knew it was Sune, but she thought her dad was being fictitious about the whole giant chest part. 6 shall go west to the goddess in chains. Close call in the land without rain. The bane of Olympus will be brought in. A helper can show the trail. Campers and hunters combined prevail. Titan's curse must one withstand. And they all can be saved by her parents' hand, she says before falling down. Luckily she landed on Percy, who awoke from his genjutsu and let out a high-pitched scream. Camp Council. After Grover and Percy put the oracle away, the meeting took place. Clearly this talks about Artemis, as she is the only goddess missing according to Miss Nightshade, Chiron says with a frown. Yes, and the hunters will go west to save her. Zoe yells, slamming her hands on the table. No, the oracle gave me the quest. It said hunters and campers combined prevail, so as much as I hate to admit it, we need to work together or everything can go downhill and your precious lady won't be saved, she says, staring the girl down. Zoe was about to speak up when she was interrupted. That is why you are coming along. You probably know most of Artemis's patterns and ways of hunting and tracking, she says, making Zoe nod and sit down. Also, I am bringing along Annabeth, Luke, and Grover. The last spot can go to a hunter of your choice, Nightshade, she says, getting nods from the people she chose. Wait, I think I need to be on this quest, Percy says, making Thalia groan. Shut up, Jackson. Stop trying to be a glory hog. One Ares camper yells at him. You shut up. I know I need to be on this quest, he says, glaring out into the crowd. Grover looks nervous, Annabeth scoffs, Luke just shakes his head, and Thalia laughs. You think I am going to let you in after you insulted my dad and hit me with water numerous times, she says, glaring at him. Well, he isn't a god and mine, as he mumbles, making Thalia glare at him. He may not be a god, but he is as strong as one and a better father than any damn god, so shut up, Jackson, before I break something, she says as she walks out. We leave tomorrow morning, so meet by my old tree, she says as Annabeth follows after. I swear I was this close to killing Jackson, she says as Annabeth nods. He really needs to learn to think before he speaks. Naruto is a great father, she says as they get to the cabin to see her dad smiling near the fireplace. So how did the meeting go? Hopefully no one but Percy was too annoying, he says, taking a sip of his hot chocolate. Thalia groans and retells the meeting and sighs. Why don't you want to come? She asks with a frown. He sets down his cup and sighs. I have something I need to take care of, and I trust in both of yours abilities and skills. Also, if you do need help, I am but a call away with the marker I gave either you, Annabeth, or Luke, he says, ruffling her hair. Plus, who knows, one of you might actually need to call me if the last line means anything, since it said her father and was talking to you, he said as he stood up. Thalia nods. I will make you proud, Dad, she says as she heads to her room. Annabeth bows slightly to them, confusing him as she followed after Thalia. He chuckled as he felt Hester's arms hug around him and as she kisses his neck. I have it set up for tomorrow. You just need to gather your weapons, as you aren't allowed to use any of your jutsus or your eyes in battle. You can still use chakra as long as it doesn't make projectiles or in the form of jutsus. Also no cloaked form, she says as he nods. She made sure of everything before coming here. She had never wanted to get out of her oath this badly, mostly because she never found a man she loved like this. No man had ever even caught her attention. He smiles and strokes her cheek. Don't worry, I can do this. I just want to make sure nothing happens to Thalia, so you set it for night. He asks, getting a nod from her. Yes, they only do this at night as it is when Styx is strongest and can manifest herself, so no worries, she says as she pulls him to the bed. You need your rest, so let's get some sleep, she says, making him lay as she laid in his arms. I love you, Hester, he said, kissing her deeply. She returned the kiss and smiled at him. I love you too, Naruto, she says as they fall asleep. Next morning, Naruto stood next to the quest group and smiled. Apparently a son of Hermes had pranked the hunter Zoe chose, so now only 5 and were considering the hunter. The close call in the land without rain as centaur blood was quite poisonous. They were still going and they offered him the extra place. He still turned down the offer as he needed to be ready for the fight with Pallas. Be safe while you are out and be on guard. I hope everything goes well, he says, getting nods from everyone but Zoe. He pulled Thalia away for a moment. If you need to summon me, do it away from Zoe and tell the same to Luke and Annabeth. Okay. He asks, getting a nod from her. Okay, Dad, I'll be safe. Love you, she says, kissing his cheek. He smiles and kisses the top of her head. Love you too, now go and get this over with, he said with a smirk as they head off. He frowns as he sees Percy head for the Pegasus stable. He went to his clearing and summoned a hawk. The hawk was medium-sized and a coal-black color. He then realized he hadn't summoned a hawk. It was a crow, and the same one that Itachi forced down his mouth. He shuddered and looked down at it. It still had the Sharingan in it, and it seemed to be okay with him as it went up his arm. Okay, wrong summon, but why are you here? Weren't you Itachi's summon? He asks the bird. The crow nods and caws. I think since that Uchiha burned it with Amaterasu's flames, it became loyal to her, and I think she sent it to you. It says it's willing to lose its eye as long as you revive its old one with your mark, Shinju said, translating it for him. Naruto looked at the crow. It went to his forearm so he could look at it. If you really are okay with it, he said, carefully extracting the Mangekyo Sharingan to see it had changed. Let me guess, since Grandma has connections to the Sharingan, she evolved it. He asked, getting a nod from the crow. Yes, that is true. Since she is the leader of the Shinto religion and the eye came from Kaguya's descendants, she can alter it how she wishes, Shinju says, proving his thoughts to be true. He quickly sealed it away and put his sun mark on the crow, returning its eye to him. The crow cawed and flapped its wings. Since you are here, can you do something for me? Follow a boy on a flying horse that I suspect he will be taking, he asks, getting a nod from the bird as it flew away. He sighed and sat down. He quickly got a solution for the eye to stay in already. He screwed the glass jar shut and stared at the Sharingan in it. He guessed his grandmother sent it to him for Thalia, but he wanted to wait a bit longer before giving it to her. He felt giving her a Sharingan would just complicate things and make things more hectic. His daughter was plenty strong, but having a Sharingan would protect her more and ease some worries he has whenever she leaves him. Plus it was evolved by his grandmother, so no blindness threat from it. He sighed and sealed the jar away and frowned as he saw a black horse fly away with the crow shortly behind. He should have stopped the boy before he left, but if he did that, the boy would have denied everything. At least this way he can yell at him for being an idiot. He had a feeling that he'd be called by his daughter soon to get rid of the boy possibly, or even yell at him. He left to go gather his weapons and any gear he needed as he felt he might be pulled into the quest soon. He wanted to leave that to his daughter, but between him or Percy on the quest, he was more wanting him on it than the idiotic son of Poseidon. Thalia. So far the quest was going nicely. Zoe had interrogated a monster to get info about a meeting up of some high-ranking people in Kronos' army at the museum. They had no idea if he was telling the truth. She wished her father was there as he could sense negative emotions whenever he wanted to. Thalia frowned as they arrived at the museum and found someone she was not looking forward to. Percy had literally crashed into her. Hi, he said before getting kneed in the junk and promptly falling to the ground. Damn it, Jackson. You are not forcing yourself on my quest. She yells as she turns to Annabeth. They'll call my dad in the main room with Grover, she says, getting a nod from the two as they rush off. After a couple minutes of wheezing, Percy groans, monsters coming, skeletons in general. Artemis on mountain, he said in a hoarse voice. Zoe glares down at him. He can't be here, boy, she says in a deadly tone. He isn't lying, they hear a voice say behind them. Thalia smiled at her dad. Sorry for calling you so fast, but Percy tagged along, and if Percy is true, this general might be hard, she says with a frown. He ruffles her hair as the crow landed on his shoulder. Relax, it is fine. I just have to leave tonight as I have an appointment, but he'll return in the morning, he says as he activates his eyes. Percy, you are going back to camp. You can't force yourself on every quest, he says as Percy disappears in a swirl. I will send a clone back at camp to work as a route, so he should be fine. I can sense some big energies coming this way. I can hold back the stronger ones as you focus on the others and escape back to the van and head west, he said, getting nods from them all, even Zoe. The others are heading towards the entrance to block you, so some fighting will be expected, he says as he hears a familiar roar. And so the lioness reformed, and I think it remembers my smell, he says with a chuckle. I'd leave as my fights can be destructive, he said in a serious tone as he went into his cloaked form and the crow dispels. Thalia nodded. You heard him. Let's move out, she yells, getting them to head to the entrance. They hurry out as Naruto stretches and readies himself. Seconds later, a massive lion bursts from the doors in front of him. It looked larger than last time and much more pissed off as it glared at him and roared loudly as it pounced on him. He quickly slides under it and fires truth-seeking orbs at it to keep it away. He frowned as he noticed it was keeping its mouth closed. He remembered that Hercules used his strength to kill it. He had Tsunade's super strength technique, but he doubted he could get it to let him beat it without it trying to claw his eyes out. Susanoo was a bit too big for this small enclosure, as he wanted to try and hold off on destroying buildings for something like the lioness, and the only thing devastating enough would be a Bijuu or a Rasen Shuriken, and even then it would cause a lot of damage to the area around him. He would have used his Kamui to draw the lioness into his dimension, but Percy wasn't out of it yet, as he had yet to send a clone back to camp to return him there. He smiled as he started to run his hands through the hand signs. When you need something that can destroy something but not cause too much damage, why not make something that explodes in a contained area? A white see-through cube with a small white orb in the middle materialized in his hands as he threw it to the beast as it expanded and encased it. Thus style, detachment of the primitive world, he said as the orb exploded in a massive burst, killing the beast. He smirked as it left behind a large pelt, its skull and a femur that from what he could feel were incredibly durable. He sealed them away as he heard clapping behind him. He turned around and drew his truth-seeking orbs again and readied them to be fired. The man had dark slicked-back hair and eyes the color of stone. He had light brown skin and was very muscular. He was wearing a fancy business suit, but it occasionally flashed to Greek armor as if waiting for battle. "Who are you, and why shouldn't I blast you like I did the lioness for the second time?" he asked, making his eyes spin, ready to summon a Susanoo. He felt like he would need it. Not destroying the building didn't matter, as the man gave off a powerful aura. The man in front of him felt incredibly dark, and the only reason he was still standing was he felt the man might know where Artemis was. "My name is inconsequential to you, but I think you would do well on my side instead of the puny demigods and the damn gods," he says with a sneer. Naruto's memory finally caught up to him. The stone eyes took a while to notice, as the man wasn't as noticeable when he wasn't under the sky. "Atlas, titan of endurance, astrology, and strength. If you are out from under the sky, I think I might know where Artemis is," he says with a smirk as Atlas glares at him. "So it is true, you can find out about anyone from looking at them. Seems I can let you leave just yet," he says as his suit changes to armor and a sword materializes in his hand as he charges him. Naruto quickly fires his orbs at him to find them not affecting him as he ducks under a slice, only to get his by a strong knee through the wall. He spat out some blood as his grandfather healed him. "Oh, you definitely hit harder than Ares, but so do I," he said as he warped using a throne marker to appear under him and hits him with a Tsunade's strength uppercut. Atlas shrugged it off and sent him crashing back. Naruto smirked and made his eyes spin faster. "Susanoo," he says, creating the massive skeleton construct form around him. It was a complete Susanoo, as it had weapons as well. Atlas grew slightly worried as the sword he broke under the punch of the skeleton thing the Son of Chaos created. He wasn't able to dodge the punch as it sent him crashing through several walls. The second he stood up, he saw the thing draw back a giant arrow to send firing towards him. He barely had any time to dodge and got a nasty cut on his arm from it, and he felt it burn badly. He feared he wasn't strong enough to fight him right now, so he flashed away. Naruto sighed and eased out of his Susanoo. His strength was nothing compared to Atlas, but he was the Titan of strength after all. He felt a new pull of his markers and flashed to it after bashing off his pants. He saw they were on a train with a bunch of high-end cars. "So I'm glad to see you all got out safely," he said with a smile. "What happened to you?" Thalia asked, worried as her father's clothes had some blood stains and a bruise on his face that was disappearing. He nodded. "Yes, I am fine. I just was roughed up a bit by a titan, but I got rid of the lioness," he said as he unsealed the pelt as it transformed into a jacket. It had 2 coattails in the back and sleeves with fur trim. The hood was the same way with fur trim. He handed it to Annabeth. "Keep it, since I don't need it and Thalia has one, you might as well do the same," he said as he sat down. Annabeth smiled and she put it on. Thalia smiled. "Looks good on you, Annabeth," she said as she sat next to her father. Annabeth blushed dark, though no one but Naruto noticed as it was dark inside. "Now I think I know where Artemis is being held at, but it is a dangerous area," he says with a frown. Zoe frowns. "If the general is who I believe it, she is at Mount Othri," she says with a frown. He nods yes, and with Atlas out from under it, "I fear Artemis is holding the sky," he says as he looks out the window of the train car. "It is getting late and I have something I must do. Call for me when you reach the land without rain," he said as he kissed Thalia's head. "Stay safe and I love you," he said as he stood. She smiled and nodded. "Love you too, Dad. Good luck," she said, winking at him as she knew what he was doing. He nodded to the others and smiled. "Keep strong. I know you all can do this," he said as Luke nodded and gave him a look that read that he'd look after them while he left to do what he must. Naruto smiled and flashed away. He arrived at the underworld to see Hades standing there next to Hestia. He nodded to Hades, who smiled and nodded back. He saw a woman with glowing green hair with streaks of blue and murky swirling green eyes. She had a shadowing dress that reminded him of Hades's, but he knew she was Styx. Next to the woman was a man with dark brown hair and red eyes. He had bronze armor on and a Greek greatsword in hand. The man gave off a similar aura to Ares, but more refined and much less enraging. Styx steps forward and smiles. "So you are the male that has a relationship with Hestia and wishes to abolish the oath she made with me to be a virgin. To do so you need to defeat my husband in battle. You cannot use your chakra other than for physical strength. You can use one blade and none of its abilities," she says as Pallas steps forward and smiles at him. It wasn't a condescending smile like how Ares did. This seemed kind. "I can see a seasoned warrior in you. If you were allowed to use all your techniques, I know I would fall very quickly, he said as he stepped into a clearing. Naruto nodded and unsealed Yamato and held the sheath in hand to use it as a shield of sorts. He hoped he could put enough power behind Yamato. Pallas nodded in appreciation of the blade and readied himself. I am not arrogant, but no one has defeated me in honorable battle. Sure, others have in normal combat, but they relied on their special abilities too much, he said with a smile. Naruto nodded. Well, I am winning. I want to be with the woman I love without fear of breaking the oath, he said as he brought the blade in front of him. Ready on your call, he said to Styx. She smiled and nodded. Begin, she says, and instantly Pallas is at him. He blocks with his sword and found that Pallas hit incredibly hard. Luckily, right before he hit, Naruto used the sheath to block. He ducked under another swing and tried to hit Pallas, but was blocked by the hilt of his sword and kicked away. Naruto used Yamato to slow himself down by stabbing it in the ground. He needed to make sure he hit Pallas hard and fast. He infused his chakra in his fist and struck Pallas's sword and quickly swung Yamato at him, making him skid back. Pallas was back on him in an instant with a fury of powerful strikes. Lucky his instincts kept him from getting hit. He swept a kick to Pallas' legs and made him buckle before landing a strong hit to his jaw. Pallas tumbled back but righted himself before charging again. He cursed as Pallas seemed to be unaffected by anything he did. Titans were an entirely different caliber than the gods. Pallas's hits were nearly as hard as Atlas, and his sword skills were much greater. He needed to distract Pallas enough to land a full charge hit on the Titan with his sword, since he could channel it into the blade more than he could his fist. He blocked another strike from Pallas and leaped up, kneeing the Titan in the face. Pallas staggered a bit and smirked. Naruto decided to try something that nearly got his grandfather once. He threw up the sheath, distracting Pallas slightly as he swung the sword horizontally. Pallas easily moved his sword to block, but Naruto dropped the sword, grabbed it with his other hand in a reverse grip, and slashed under Pallas's guard with all the strength he could. Pallas wasn't ready for it as he was sent crashing back into his wife's river. Naruto quickly grabbed the sheath as it fell and stood ready for retaliation until he heard laughter. I have got to say, I have never seen that before, Pallas says as he climbs out of the river with a smirk. I will definitely have to use that next time I fight one of my annoying siblings, he says as he extends a hand to him. Naruto smiled and shook his hand. It's called Hidden Vine, and only someone with reflexes like crazy or someone who has seen it before would be able to block it. The only one who blocked it was my grandfather as he taught me my skills with the sword, he said, getting a nod from Pallas. Pallas turns to Styx. He definitely beat me in honorable combat. Even with that distraction, it was still honorable. He passes, he said, rubbing her shoulder. She smiled and turned to Hestia. I erase your vow and free you from it. Have fun, she says, waving with a wink as she and Pallas disappear. Naruto falls down 2 Titans in a row, and I have got to say Pallas was the trickier one, he said as Hestia sat next to him worried. What happened today? Last I heard you weren't getting involved in the quest, and when did you have to fight a Titan? She asks, confused and worried. He sighs. It was either I go or Percy tags along, and I didn't want that boy's idiocy to endanger my daughter. Oh yeah, I forgot to summon a clone to drop him off. He quickly does that before leaning against her. She nodded in agreement, as did Hades, both worried about how stupid the boy could be. How is the quest? She asks. He sighs. It's going fine. We know where she is and we just have to get there. Is Zeus awake? He asks as she shakes her head. Great, then we can fly, he said as he stood and helped her up. She was still blushing as Hades turned around with a smirk. He kissed her lovingly. I love you, Hestia. We can talk more later, maybe after the quest, he said, making her smile and nod as he flashed away after giving Hades a smile and nod. After he left, Hades smiled to his sister. So am I going to get any nephews or nieces from you? He asked before running away with a smile from the embarrassed, blushing flaming goddess. Naruto got back to the train car via his marker that Thalia set up and chuckled at the sight in front of him. Luke and Grover were sleeping in a big SUV and Zoe was sleeping in a Ferrari. Then there was his daughter. She was sleeping in a Mercedes with Annabeth, who was currently being held in his daughter's arms and smiling happily in her sleep. He knew almost for certain that Annabeth had a crush on his daughter, and he felt his daughter felt the same way. He had no problem with it, especially since incest was a major thing in his home realm as well as something big here with the gods. A little same-sex relationship was nothing compared to the weirdness of it all. He moved the blanket over them more and smiled as her brushed some of her hair out of her face. She smiled and cuddled with Annabeth and pulled her closer unconsciously. He chuckled as he silently closed the car door. He knew Percy was still inside his pocket dimension. He definitely needed to talk to the kid, and he summoned a clone to go bring someone else who could help. He activated his eyes and warped into his pocket dimension. Pocket dimension. Naruto could see Percy slashing at a pillar with an annoyed look on his face. Percy, you won't be able to cause much damage. Get over here. We need to have a serious talk, he says, making Percy turn around and glare at him. Why, you're just gonna call me an idiot again and knock me out, he says with a frown. Naruto runs his hands through his hair and sighs. Yes, I might have been a little rough recently, but you have realized I was very much like you when I was your age. Always rushing into things and not thinking things over, he says as he sits down, and Percy looks at him confused. Since the day I was born I have been an orphan. My dad died protecting me, and well, long story with my mother, he said as Percy sat down but still had somewhat of a glare. At the age of 4 I had to raise myself, so I wasn't that good. But over the years I learned rushing into battle only gets people killed. You really need to think stuff over. Just because your dad is who he is doesn't automatically make you strong. You make yourself strong, he says with a sigh. But you're a son of chaos. Doesn't that make you like instantly strong? He asks. Naruto chuckles. Kid, when I graduated my village training academy I was dead last. I couldn't make a decent clone. I had no techniques like the other kids did, but after a war started I learned to get serious and worry of others. Getting stronger to protect my precious people, he says, making Percy nod. But you must remember one thing, not everyone can be saved. There will always be casualties, and if you think you can stop them then you will only cause more, he says, making Percy frown as he was about to interrupt him. Now I'm not saying to just stand by and let people die, but to try and save those you can and protect those precious to you, like your friends, family, and loved ones, he says as Percy nods, understanding his point. I don't mean to be rash, it's just when I see a friend in trouble I feel the need to help them, he says nervously. Naruto chuckles and nods. That is understandable, but sometimes they can handle themselves better than you can. Though I will still do everything I can to protect my fiancé and daughter. Call it a fatherly instinct, he said with a smile. But the thing is, you don't need to save everyone, just get strong enough so you can back them up if they were to falter and start to fall. Easiest way to protect them without coddling them, he said as Percy nodded. Thanks Naruto, he says with a small smile. Anytime kid, now you can either choose to stay with us but you have to listen to Thalia or go back to camp. Normally I wouldn't be offering this, but I feel you could learn something from this, he said as he ran his hand through his hair with a sigh. Percy shook his head. No, I think I should return to camp and train. I need to think by myself and figure things out. Tell Thalia I'm sorry for being a jerk, he said as Naruto nodded and summoned a clone to take Percy back to camp. He smiled as the kid left his realm as he nodded to him. He nodded back and made his way back to the train car. Next morning, he was woken up by someone shaking him. He chose to sleep up against the car Thalia and Annabeth were sleeping in, feeling it would be better for him to not be in a confided car so he could defend them easier if he needed to. He opened his eye to see Luke looking at him. We need to get off. It's the last stop, Luke says as Naruto nods and stands up. He could see Zoe still glaring at him a bit. Grover was eating his cans as Annabeth and Thalia both had red faces. He smirked as he figured they had woken up in their embarrassing position. He found it cute. He stretched his sore limbs as Thalia opened up the train car. Well, last stop, she says as she jumps out and tumbles to protect herself. Annabeth follows after her as Zoe and the rest also jump out. Grover had a bit of trouble but Luke helped him. Naruto jumped down and landed gracefully and dusted off his pants. Well, we know where Artemis is, but what of this bane of Olympus she was hunting? I think we need to grab that first, he says as Zoe frowns. What of Lady Artemis? She asks, glaring at him. Relax, we know where she is, but I think we should capture this beast she was hunting first so it doesn't get into the hands of the Titans, he says as he walks past her. If I go into sage mode I can feel for any strange energies and we can fly there since Zeus is out of commission still, he says as they follow him. What do you want us to do? Thalia asks as they look around to where they were. Claw, Arizona. Can't say I like this place, Luke says as he had a bad feeling about it. Be on guard. I feel this might be the land without rain, Naruto said as he sat down in front of the convenience store. Go inside and get some food and supplies. I need to focus on sage mode, otherwise I would have summoned it, he said as he closed his eyes to ease into it. He eased into it and felt out for any strange energies. He felt a strange energy a few miles away as well as two gods coming their way. He could feel Ares' energy and another that felt like a goddess. If Ares and another were coming to visit he would deal with them later. He focused on the original strange energy and stood up as the others came out from the store. We need to head west from here as I think I found what Artemis was hunting, but we have to head through there, he said, pointing off to the nearby junkyard. They all frowned and were about to follow him when a large limo drove up. He sighed. What do you want, Ares? He asked as the war god stepped out of the driver's seat. While the lady in the back wishes to talk to you and your daughter, he says as he lowers his glasses. He didn't have any bad feelings towards the blonde, but he still disliked being beaten in battle by him so easily and the fact he was controlled by the damn Titan. Naruto sighed. Ares, we are in a hurry, please just let us go on our way. Apologize to Aphrodite for us please, he says as he could practically feel the lust rolling in waves from the back seat. Ares shook his head. She is here to help. It won't take long, he says as he opens the door. Naruto groans. Fine. Come on Thalia, he says as he heads in the limo. It was much bigger on the inside and frilly and pink. At the end of the car was a woman that was very beautiful, but she had nothing on Hestia. She had long blonde, almost golden hair and dark blue eyes. She was wearing a long red gown and had a smile that reminded him of Shin whenever she tried to get a baby from him, and he wasn't very fond of it. Thalia followed him and shortly after and frowned at the pink just as he did. Well, I have got to say you are just as handsome as I remembered, she says with a flirty smile. He frowned. He knew Aphrodite would be like this, but he had hoped it wouldn't be this bad. Aphrodite, we really do not have time for this. Artemis is in trouble and I know where to go. What can you tell me that could be of use? He asks with frown as Aphrodite frowned and Thalia smirked at her father being unaffected by Aphrodite. You are no fun. Here I came here to help and you are being so cold to little Almi, she says, wiping away a fake tear. He sighs. Please, just tell me what you came to tell me and my daughter, he says as he leans back and crosses his arms. She sighs, slightly upset. Her charm speak wasn't working fine. I know where you are heading and I have to warn you that my husband's junkyard. He gets testy whenever there are people in there, she says as she waves him off until looking to Thalia. Thalia frowned. She was happy to be silent throughout the interaction between her father and the love goddess. You are a very unique love life. Who would have ever guessed you were, she says, getting interrupted by a blushing Thalia. Shut up, she yells as she covers her dad's ears. He chuckles and lets her continue. Look, I don't want you messing with anything of mine, Thalia says as she uncovers her dad's ears. I don't like being messed with and I can deal with myself, she says as she kicks open the door and walks out. Aphrodite smirked and turned to Naruto. Did you know she likes Annabeth? She says, wanting a bit of revenge for being yelled at by a demigod. Naruto chuckled as he went to the door. Yup, and I'm proud of her, he says, closing it behind him, never noticing the frown from the goddess. Naruto smiled as he saw Thalia storm off with a blush to Annabeth in the group. He turned to Ares. Feel free to call me whenever you want a good spar or fight. I kinda want to see how strong you are when you are in control of yourself, he says, silently slipping him a marker. Ares nodded and smirked. Always one for a good spar. Maybe I'll do it when I'm bored, he said as he went into the driver's seat. Naruto watched the limo drive off. He turned his attention to the large junkyard as he had a bad feeling about it all. He didn't want to go through it, but he knew it was the only way to where they needed, as he felt ancient energies blocking their path to everywhere but the junkyard. He could have broken through it, but he'd rather not put the others in danger from doing so. Dad, do we really have to go through there? Thalia asks as everyone else follows behind her. Zoe was to the side as she didn't like being near the others. Yes, why are we going through there? With your abilities, I'm sure you could easily find a way around, Zoe says with a mocking tone when she said abilities. Yes, I could, but some ancient powers are blocking it, and I'd rather not alert them of where we are right now. They would know we are going through here, but not of when, so we need the surprise element, he said as he activated his eyes to double-check. All around them was swirling golden energy, and it acted as a wall to the junkyard, and it surrounded the town as well. He didn't like leaving it be or going into their hand, but then again, whenever he used to rush into things, it would never go well. He opened the gate and turned to the group. No one take anything, and I think we will be fine, he said as the others nodded along. Grover looked around as, so Naruto, what did you and Aphrodite talk about? He asks as he looks around the junkyard as he followed the blonde. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. She tried to mess with me, but thankfully illusions don't work on me. Plus I am loyal to my fiancé, he says, rubbing his ring with a smile. Luke was walking next to Annabeth and Thalia as Zoe was ahead of the group, as she didn't wish to dirty herself with the presence of males. So how exactly was living with Naruto? Also, you mentioned something of a house, Luke asks as he never had gotten around to visiting Heshta cabin, mostly because he felt he didn't deserve being in it. He still felt too dark to be in there. Thalia nodded. Living with him was great. He always cared for me and looked out for me. He also trained me hard, but not to a breaking point. And yes, he owns a house, but he doesn't want me to say so. No God finds out, she says as she smiles and follows after her father. Zoe frowned. She didn't like the man. He defeated her mistress like it was nothing, and then Artemis became nearly friendly with him. She needed to summon that warrior that her mistress set up with the weird three-pronged knife. They continued through the junkyard until they came up on a large robot laying in a heap, submerged in a pile of junk. Naruto knew what it was, Talos, or at least an earlier version of it, and he didn't feel safe around it as he could see gold energy pooling into it. He held up a hand and got on guard as Talos burst from the pile as it loomed down on them. Damn it, Zoe, cover us long range with Annabeth. Thalia and Luke, try and cut its feet with your blades. Grover, use your magic to try and slow it down. He orders as they nod, or in Zoe's case glare, and go off to help. He stares down Talos as it struck its fist down on him. He easily summoned a Susanoo arm to block it as he held the fist to allow Thalia and Luke to try and slash at it. Strangely, none of the blades could cut through it, not even Kusanagi. He noticed the golden energy was keeping it from getting hurt or even bound up by Grover's vines. He knew one weakness to metal, and that was heat, intense heat. Like lava. Get back. I can handle this, he says as Thalia and Luke back off to where Zoe was. He took several deep breaths as he opened his eyes to reveal two yellow eyes with white irises. Beast transformation, four tails. His body turned into a gorilla form with crimson red fur, and two of his teeth became large tusks with black tips, and a bone-like crown grew with two upward pointing horns also with black tips. He had a green chest with four long tails with alligator-like spikes on them. He pounded his chest as he smirked at Talos as lava dripped from his mouth and coated his arms. Son Goku, the great and proud. He was also a powerful user of lava, he said as he flexed his fingers. Talos tried to attack him, but he was able to melt through one of the arms and pierce its chest. He frowned as the arm reattached as it was shrouded in the golden energy. It was going to be harder than he thought. He ran his hands through the seal's lava-style, earthen eruption. He yelled as he slammed his hands down, making the ground quake, and lava burst from underneath Talos and melted to nothing but a bile of molten metal. He erased the excess lava and turned to the group as he eased back to normal. Well, that was interesting, he said as he stretched his limbs. Everyone was surprised, except for Thalia. The power Naruto had was insane, and it slightly annoyed Zoe. He looked back to the melted pile of metal to see two fists sticking out of it. They shrunk down to the size of his hands and seemed to roll down to him. He shrugged his shoulders and sealed them away, curious as to what the hell they were, but would find out later. They made their way out of the junkyard and they breathed a sigh of relief. Glad to be out of there. Talos was insane, Annabeth says with a frown. She worried how they would have handled it without him. Luke nods. Well, now where do we go? He asks as Naruto strokes his chin. We need to go to the strange energy I felt so we can capture whatever Artemis was hunting, he said as he ran his hands through the seals and slammed them down. Summoning jutsu, hawk contract, he calls out as smoke enveloped the area. In a flap of their wings the hawks cleared the smoke. How may we be of service, Naruto-sama? One of the 4 hawks says as he looks around. I need transportation to somewhere and possibly after to another area. Am I allowed to do so? He asks as the hawks nod. Yes, you may, as long as next time we get some meat, he says with a slight smirk. Naruto chuckles. Okay. Luke and Grover on one, Annabeth and Thalia in another, Zoe on the third, and I will take the head, chief, he says as they nod and the hawks help them up. How are you able to bring talking animals to you? Zoe asks, confused. I have a contracts with their clan. I can summon them to help me in battle or in this case transportation when I need to, as long as I don't abuse it, he said as he put his hand on the hawk's head. Can you feel the energy source I marked? He asked, getting a nod from the hawk. He got on and smirked at everyone. Hold on, everyone, he said as the hawks took off. Thankfully Zeus was still unconscious, or else who knows how long this would have taken, as the wolves don't like being used for transportation. The foxes were better for stealth and sneaking in areas, and the slugs were healing kind but could still be strong with their acid. As they flew for an hour or two, he remembered how he always enjoyed flying. He would be doing it on his own, but he wanted to keep that secret for a bit. He didn't like his abilities being known to everyone. He only summoned the hawks since it would be easier to explain. Naruto-sama, do you know what exactly we are looking for? I can sense the energy, but that is about it, the hawk said as they got near a dam. Just drop us off near the entrance and I can take over the search, he says as the hawk nods and caws to others, making them go down for a landing. Everyone got off their hawk and looked at where they were, and Annabeth squealed. Do you see where we are? The Hoover Dam, she says with metaphorical stars in her eyes that make Grover, Luke and Thalia chuckle and roll their eyes. Naruto chuckled and summoned a clone. I want you all to find some food and maybe relax a bit. I need to find this beast she was hunting. Sadly, something is messing with my senses, he says as they nod and head off with the clone. He stared up at the massive concrete construct and sighed. Might as well go from the top to the bottom, he thought as he started walking up the dam, hiding himself with a genjutsu. He eventually made his way up to the top to hear a strange sound, one of a cow mooing. He peered over the water to see a strange beast, a mix between a bull and a fist. The Amaterasu, a cursed beast burdened by having the ability to bring down Olympus if sacrificed. He couldn't understand it, but it could feel what it felt. It was scared and it just wanted to live peacefully and live. The Amaterasu swam over to him and looked at him curiously as he stuck his hand in the water to pet it. Poor thing, you just want to be able to live your life, don't you? He asks, getting a sad move from it. How about I bring you somewhere safe until I can get you a definite safe area? He says, getting a vigorous nod from the cowfish. He summons another clone to swim next to it. Now I will keep this clone with you to keep you company. Just don't be too rough with it, he said as it nodded and nuzzled against the clone. Strange beast, he thought as he sent the clone and the Amaterasu to his pocket dimension. He sighed and made his way to the top entrance just as his clone dispelled and the group appeared at the door with a look of worry on their faces. Dad, we need to go, Thalia says as she bars the door, with the clone shortly after parting ways. Thalia was currently being dragged along by Annabeth as she wanted to show them all the Hoover Dam. Naruto just chuckled as Luke and Grover just shook their heads at their friend. Zoe, on the other hand, wasn't enjoying herself at all. Stop messing around. We need to find the damn snack bar, she says, making everyone look at her and start cracking up. The damn snack bar, Thalia says in between laughs. I could really use some damn French fries, she says, hunching over in laughter. And I really need to use the damn restroom, Grover says, cracking up with Thalia. Annabeth tried to hold in her laughs as she leaned against Luke as he also was struggling to hold in his laughter. Zoe looked confused. What is so funny? She asks, confused. Naruto just sighs and chuckles. Just let it go, Zoe. Let's make our way to the snack bar, he said as he was able to hide his laughter. They went off to eat as he felt dark energies making their way towards them. He was just a clone, so he couldn't do much. Guys, grab your food and make your way to the food. Some things are coming our way, he says as they frown. The skeletons again. They attacked us at the museum while you were fighting the lioness, Annabeth says with a frown as Thalia stands up. Nothing works on them, Dad, so be careful. We'll make our way to you, she says as the others go and run off to the roof. He sighs as he activates his eyes. Maybe I can use the human path to kill them, he thinks. Won't work, Naruto. These things have no souls. They are just soulless soldiers summoned by that titan you fought, Shinju says as he boosted Naruto's senses to help him. Naruto frowned. Well, I can still slow them down, he thinks as he makes his way to the energies. He was taken from his thoughts as someone crashed into him. He looked down to see a girl roughly Annabeth's age. She had very curly red hair and freckles lining her cheeks and bridge of her nose. She wore paint-covered jeans and a simple green t-shirt. She rubbed her face. Oh, what did I hit? The brick wall, she says as she looks up to him. Whoa, freaky eyes, she says, making Naruto raise an eyebrow in confusion. So she is clear-sighted like Sally, he thinks as he helps her up. Sorry about that, but can you really see my eyes? He asks as he has them spin. Well, freaky, and of course I can, she says as the door bursts open behind her to reveal an army of skeletons. Are those skeletons? She asks, slightly afraid. He nods and picks her up. I can explain later, but first, he looks to the skeletons. Amaterasu, he calls out, making a wall of fire set up to only burn the skeletons, thankful that his grandmother gave him the ability to choose what it burns. He quickly ran off until he got somewhere safe to set Rachel down, who was somewhat blushing. I think we are safe now, he said as he set her down. Sorry about that, but rather do that than get you in danger because of me. She nodded. Thanks. Can you tell me your name? She asks as she hides her blush with her hair. Name's Naruto Otsutsuki. What about you? He asks as he smiles at her. Rachel Elizabeth Dare. Now can you tell me what the hell all that was? She yells, waving her hands back to where they ran from. He sighs and runs his hands through his hair. I can explain later, but not right now. He hands her a marker. Stab that in the ground to call me, but do it maybe in a few days. I am in a rush today, he says as she frowns. She was about to question him more until he disappeared in a puff of smoke. She was definitely confused. She stared down at the weird knife he gave her and slipped it in her backpack. Back with the real Naruto. He frowned at the fact that Amaterasu had little effect on them. They were like impure world reincarnations all over again. Thalia, summon your eagles. I can hold them back, as I think I have a way to slow down their revival or even end them altogether, he says as he summons the truth-seeking orbs. He couldn't believe he forgot about them. Hopefully they still affected these versions since they were similar. He transforms them into giant senbons as the group went back some way away from the door. Seconds later the doors burst open and he sent 2 senbons through 2 skeletons, and sadly they didn't destroy them like they did with the impure versions. Most likely due to the fact they had no soul and they were just pure bones. At least he could slow them down with the orbs. He sent more through the skeletons to pin them to the walls as his daughter called out to him, Dad. Come on, she yells. He looks back to see a giant eagle with everyone on it. He quickly erases the orbs and dashes to the eagle and jumps on it. The second he got on the eagle took off. Where to? The eagle asks in a booming voice. San Francisco, Mount Othries. Feel for the dark energy and the energy of a goddess. Shouldn't be too hard, he says as the eagle nods and focuses on flying. San Francisco. Annabeth mumbles with a frown as Thalia holds her hand to show her that she is there for her. She smiled and held Thalia's hand back. Luke patted her back as well as they kept flying. Naruto sat next to Grover as Zoe was closer to the head as she couldn't hold on with chakra, and at least Grover and Luke were a bit better off. He looked over the city as they flew. He very much wanted this to be over with so he could be with his fiancée and soon-to-be wife. He'd just need to contact Hera to get it all sanctioned, or he could contact his grandmother. All depended on what Hester wanted. He was mused from his thoughts as the eagle swooped down to dodge a lightning bolt as another came their way. He quickly extended his hand to absorb the lightning and spat out blood as the golden energy from before hurt the inside of his body. Bland, he yells as the eagle quickly does so. He limps off an eagle as his grandfather healed him. Was that Zeus? I thought you said he wasn't awake yet. Thalia says, worried as she quickly gets to her father's side. It was Kronos. He manipulated Zeus's domain and used it to try and stop us. His energy is so dark it hurt to absorb. I should be fine, but we need to move, he says as he groans and falls onto the ground. The poison is still messing with me. Go ahead, I'll catch up, he says, getting a worried look from Thalia. She nods and frowns. Fine, but you better hurry, she says as they run off. Luke gives him a serious nod as he follows Thalia. Naruto groans and spits out golden liquid, Kronos' poison in liquid form. Shouldn't be much longer. That poison is nothing compared to the strength of a primordial, Shinju says as Naruto already could feel the poison evading away. He nodded as he felt it going away. He heard a roar of a dragon and crackling of lighting as it whined in pain. He figured Thalia handled it, but he still didn't like being in this situation. He felt the last of the poison fade away as he pulled himself up and felt the pull of a marker. Must be Zoe's, he thinks with a chuckle as he changes to his female henge since Artemis told her a female warrior would come to the marker. With Thalia and Co as Naruto stayed behind. Thalia had her blades drawn as she and the others made her way up the mountain. She worried about her father, but she knew he'd be fine after a little while. Come on, we need to hurry, she says as they reach the gateway to the mountain. Zoe frowns. When we get in there you need to let me take lead, she says with a serious look on her face. Thalia was about to say something, but Annabeth just held her hand and shook her head, making her sigh and nod. Zoe opened the gate and led the group to a golden tree with a large dragon wound around it. Oh well, look who returned, one of the girls in the garden surrounding the tree. You know he won't let you through. Father made especially sure of it, another one said with a snide smile that made Zoe glare at them and turn to the group. Walk around the tree, do not get too close. I will keep its attention, she says as they agree, though Thalia was on guard. She felt something bad was going to happen. Zoe inched her way to the sleeping dragon as it rose and stared at her. She silently gave them the signal to go. Ladon growled slightly as he saw others passing from the sides. SHH, it's okay. We aren't here to steal anything, we just want to pass to get to Atlas. Don't you remember me? I'd feed you apples and read to you, she says as Ladon looks at her confused. Zoe thought it was all okay until Ladon lunges at her. She closed her eyes expecting a strike until she felt herself move and Ladon cry out in pain as electricity coursed through the air. She opened her eyes to see herself with the rest of the group as Ladon pierced Thalia with lightning coursing from her until she turned into a large ball of lightning and electrocuting Ladon. Come on, we need to go, Thalia says as they run up to the old throne room of the Titans. Zoe made her way up but noticed she got sliced on her forearm. She could see the green poison of Ladon. She chose to keep it silent as she hid it under her sleeve. They arrived at the throne room to see Artemis cut and bruised under the sky. "Milady," Zoe yells as she was about to rush off but was blocked by Thalia as she pointed to Atlas. The Titan smiled and clapped his hands. "Well, it seems the party has finally arrived, though I am sad the blonde man isn't here," he says as he summons his sword and armor. "No worries though, not like you all can pose much of a threat to me and my partner here," he says, pointing to the boy behind him. He had an eye patch over his left eye and black metal armor on himself. He had a sword made of dark metal, bronze and steel. His hair was shaggy and dark black, as was his lone eye. He was roughly Annabeth's age, but he gave off an aura that felt much older and very deadly. "Ethan, why did you have to go through with it?" Luke said as he drew Kusanagi and glared at the boy. "Chronos is the greater of the two evils. Yes, the gods can be unjust, but you think a Titan would just let us demigods live? He'd kill us and enslave all the mortals," he yells as Kusanagi vibrates in his hand. Ethan glares at him. "I don't care, Castellan. I am doing what must be done," he yells as he swings down his sword and glares at Atlas. "End them. Leave Castellan to me," he says as Atlas nods and smiles. Zoe frowns as she pulls out the marker and looks to Artemis. "Do it," she says in a hoarse voice. Zoe nods and stabs the marker down. Naruto appeared in the female form he normally used for his sexy jutsu, but minus the pigtails and with dark red hair in memorial to his mother's mortal form. He had Yamato in his hand as he stared down Atlas and looked to Luke as Kusanagi vibrated in his hand. "Congratulations, Kusanagi accepted you, now don't lose," he said as Atlas charged at him. He ducked under the strike and landed a strong palm thrust on Atlas Shinra Tensei. He yells as Atlas rockets off into Stone Pillar. "Zoe, I want you to focus on long range. Thalia, keep him focused with your blades. Just keep your lightning armor on, and Grover, use your vines to try and bind him as much as you can. Annabeth, go back up Luke with long-range wind jutsus," he said as he went to the sky and summoned a strengthened clone to hold the sky. He put 3 tails worth of Shinju's chakra in the clone to keep it able to withstand it, hopefully. "Come on, Artemis, let's get this asshole under the sky," he said as Artemis shakily got to her feet and drew her daggers. Artemis nodded as Atlas dusted off his armor and glared at them as Thalia put on her black lightning armor. Zoe drew her bow and shook away her blurry vision as she notched an arrow. Annabeth went over Luke, who was trading blows with Ethan with ease as it seemed Kusanagi had awoken. Naruto told her stories of how the sword was sentient and would help its wielder and even form a telepathic link to them. It seemed Luke was in full sync with it as he was blocking everything with relative ease. She ran through the hand seals and took a deep breath. "Wind style, wind bullets," she yells, firing off 5 wind bullets at Ethan. The half-blind demigod was struck by 3 of them, causing him to crash backwards into a pillar as the other 2 disarmed him. He glared at her as he dodged strikes from Luke. Naruto looked to Artemis. "We can't kill him, though. I know you want to badly, but he needs to bear the weight of the sky. If you can get him close to the clone, I can substitute with him, but with how strong he is, it needs to really close," he said, getting a nod from Artemis. "Follow my lead. I know how to corner a beast," she says as she dashes off with Naruto not far behind. Thalia chose to attack long range with Zoe, who was acting strange. "Lightning style, Black Panther," she calls out as a large Black Panther grows from her lightning armor and crashes in Atlas, electrocuting him as her father and Artemis hit him strongly towards the sky. He wasn't affected for long as he skidded to a stop and slashed at Naruto. He quickly substituted with a piece of rubble as he appeared behind Atlas with Grover's vines bursting from below him. Atlas quickly tried to dodge, but Artemis kneed him upwards as Naruto jumped with him. "In memorial of bushy brows," he says as chakra chains wrap around him. "Frontal lotus," he yells as they point downwards and start to spin rapidly as they crash into the ground at an incredibly high speed. The smoke clears and Atlas is shown heavily beaten on the ground as he had open gashes on his arms and legs. Naruto, on the other hand, was entirely unscathed. Artemis nodded to him as she swept his legs and Naruto kneed him in the face towards the sky. "No, I will not go under the sky," he yells as he attacks in a fury of rage. Naruto worked to block the strikes as Zoe fired arrows, but all of them missed. He ducked under a strike as Artemis went into her full goddess mode and was warping around everywhere. He could see her pushing him further back to the sky. He got ready as Atlas was in range as he made the clone use the rest of its chakra to replace itself with Atlas, who got crushed by the weight of the sky. "No, damn you all. I was finally free," he yells as he struggles against the weight. Naruto turned to Luke and Annabeth as Luke ducked under a slice and kicked Ethan off the mountain with a sad look on his face. He went over to Luke and laid his hand on his shoulder. "It is okay, Luke. I fear he isn't dead, but you did your best to get him to cross over sides," he says as Luke nods and Annabeth rubs his back. He looks over to see Thalia crouching next to a downed Zoe with Artemis next to her. He went over to them. Artemis was crying. "You have to help her. The poison is too much for me to remove. You have to have something to help her," she pleads with tears falling from her cheeks. Naruto crouched down and placed a hand on her wrist where the poison entered her system. He focused medical chakra in his hand and activated his eyes healing art. "Young cleansing," he spoke out as he cleansed her tainted body. She woke up and started spitting out the poison as Artemis hugged her close. "Thank you, Naruto." "Thank you," she says as Zoe looks at him confused. He lowered his henge and smirked. "Yeah, it's me. Should have figured when I used some techniques, but I don't blame you," he said as Zoe glared at him. "Stop it, Zoe. He removed Ladon's poison and saved you. If he was really as vile as you think, he would have let you die," she says, making Zoe look to him and nod. He sighed and sat down as Artemis cared for Zoe and Annabeth. Thalia and Grover talked with Luke, who had a worried look on his face. After some time, Artemis stood up, helping Zoe as everyone gathered around her. We need to get to Olympus for the solstice. Just hold your breath, she says as she flashes them away. Olympus, Naruto groaned as he arrived in the council chambers. He could see all the Olympians, minus Zeus, in their thrones. He thought it was going to be peaceful until thunder boomed and a bandaged-up Zeus. Well, looks like the king woke up from his nap, he said, making Zeus frown and glare at him. Hera cleared her throat. Before anything happens, can we just get on with the meeting? She says as everyone nods. I am glad that Artemis was able to be saved by the quest group with no casualties, but something must be brought up, she says, looking to Thalia, who frowned and moved behind her father. She is turning 16 tomorrow, and we know she isn't going to be the child of prophecy, but she is still dangerous, Hera says, making Naruto glare. She is not going to be touched, Hera. She hasn't done anything wrong. If anything, she has helped you more as she helped save Artemis. He yells as his eyes spin and make Hera flinch. Just leave the boy and his daughter alone for order's sake, Poseidon says, rolling his eyes at his sister. Just thank them and be done with it so they can go home and relax, he says as the others nod. Fine, what can we do to thank you? But no, it cannot be anything too rewarding, she says as Naruto smiles and Thalia nods to him. He holds up his hand to show his engagement ring. I want Hera's blessing on me and my fiancé's engagement and eventual wedding. And you can never take it away. Swear it on sticks, he says as he sees Hestia smile happily near the hearth. Hera frowns but nods, waving her hand and swearing to the river. Fine, it is done now, you all can leave, she says as Luke walks up and bows to Poseidon. Lord Poseidon, can you tell me if Ethan died from the fall, he says, worried as he clenches his hand. Poseidon understands the kid was worried about killing someone. He shakes his head. No, Ethan is alive. Father protected him from the fall, but I feel he is damaged severely. Luke nods. Thank you, Lord Poseidon, he says as he rejoins the group. Naruto looks to Hestia as she nods and flashes them away, only Zoe deciding to stay behind with Artemis as she was still worried about her lieutenant's health. Camp. Naruto sighed and immediately went to his cabin. He seriously just wanted to sleep. Luke and Grover waved goodnight to them as they were much more exhausted since neither of them had chakra. Thalia and Annabeth followed behind him as Percy walked up. She glared at him, but her father put his hand on her shoulder. Relax, he's all good. He's changed and he is sorry. I would have told you beforehand, but we really had no time to do so, he says as he opens the cabin to go inside. Percy nodded. I am sorry for being dumb, just I don't really think when I see friends in danger. Your dad is pretty awesome, he says, making her chuckle. Yeah, he really is. Look, I'm sorry for all that, but we can talk more later. Rough day, you know, she says, making him chuckle and nod. Of course, go and rest. Good job on the quest, he says before he walks off. She was about to follow her dad and until Annabeth grabbed her hand. I need to talk to you, Thalia, she says with a dark blush and a stutter in effect. Thalia nods and follows her to behind Hestia's cabin. Unbeknownst to them, Naruto was watching them under camouflage jutsu. What is it that you need, Annabeth? She asks as she yawns, a bit tired from using black lightning too much. Well, I need to tell you something. Something I have been very nervous to do, she says as she looks down at her feet. Thalia was a bit confused but nodded. Sure, go ahead, she said with a smile. Over the years of when I thought you were trapped, I realized something. You weren't just my best friend, but someone I had a lot of feelings for. Thalia, I love you, she says as she leans forward to kiss Thalia. Thalia's mind went blank as Annabeth's lips crashed against hers. She had feelings for Annabeth, but she never expected Annabeth to kiss her like this. Her mind kicked back on and she kissed Annabeth back and held her close. Annabeth, I love you too, she says, making Annabeth smile happily as they kiss again. Naruto smiled happily and shushined back into the cabin as he didn't want a flash to ruin their moment. Not to say he didn't take pictures. A couple minutes later they walked into the cabin sporting huge blushes. Dad, we are going to bed, see you in the morning, Thalia said as they rushed into her room. He chuckled as he laid on his bed as he felt Hestia lay next to him and cuddle. I'm glad everything went well, dear, and nice going getting Hera's blessing, she says as she kisses him lovingly. Yes, now we can be together and not worry about anyone getting between us, he says as he kisses down her neck, making her shiver and bite her lip. Yes, but not right now. I want it to be special, she says, making him nod. Of course, honey, let's just get some sleep for now, he says, holding her close. She nodded. Night, dear, she says as he fades into sleep. Naruto chuckled as he ducked under a wave of water. Percy stopped trying to control the water, let it flow. He yelled as he ran his hands through the hand seals water style. Water bullet, he yells, firing 3 globs of water at Percy high speed. Percy skids back from the force of the hits but was unaffected by the water. For the last few weeks Naruto had been training him in using his water abilities. The first bit of advice Naruto gave him was don't control the ocean or water in general, it never goes well. Let it flow through you, move with it and make it strike at the last moment. It was difficult but he was making good progress. Naruto smiled as the water made a whirlpool around him as it moved to constrict him. He quickly substituted with a log and pat Percy on the back. Great job, Percy, you are making good progress. I think that's enough for today. I need to get ready, as do you, he said, getting a nod from the boy. I almost forgot it was today, Percy said with a chuckle. Meet at Hestia cabin, he asked as Naruto nodded. Be sure to hurry, I can't be waiting on you or anyone else, he said as Percy nodded and ran off. Naruto was incredibly nervous for today as today he was getting married. He was surprised he had been able to focus on training Percy and Luke today. He made his way to Hester's cabin to see Luke chatting with Annabeth and Thalia. Over the few weeks he was happy that the boy had lightened up. After a long talk with the boy he eased his worries. Flashback. Naruto sat in front of Luke in his pocket dimension as Luke asked for privacy. "So why are you acting so weird ever since we got back from the quest?" he asked, making Luke frown. "It's nothing," he said as he looked away. "Luke, I can sense negative emotions and you are a variable cocktail of negative emotions. Plus don't think I haven't noticed how you avoid going into Hester's cabin," he said, making Luke frown. "I don't feel like I deserve going in there," he says in a quiet tone, but Naruto heard him clearly. "Why do you think that?" he asked, confused. "Because I could have been Ethan." He yells, "I could have betrayed my friends and by the luck of chaos I was saved," he said as tears threatened to break out. "I was about to go through with it the next day but you found me before that and saved me," he looked to Naruto. "At times I still felt dark, to think I almost went through with it. I don't feel like I'm allowed to enter such a pure cabin," he said as Naruto put his hand on his back. "Luke, you remind me of how my ex-friend Sasuke. But the difference between you and him is that you changed and stayed in the light without anyone having to beat the crap out of you to do so," he said, making Luke chuckle and wipe his eyes. "You have done nothing but stayed in the light. You have grown so well and stayed strong," he said as his circle mark glowed. "Hester can sense the light in you that outweighs the dark, and so can I," he said as he placed the mark on Luke's back. "Sage art, gift of a pathway," he said as Luke was enshrouded in a light blue aura. "You deserve this, Luke, and I know you will do good with this." Luke looked to him in shock, but all he could do was nod and smile. Flashback end. Over the weeks he trained Luke in his elemental affinities. His were unique, Earth and Yang. He figured that Earth was from Hermes as Hermes was the patron saint of travelers. Yang was surprising since he's never seen anyone with the natural ability to separate Yang from chakra without any thought about it. Luke could use Yang chakra to strengthen his body and enhance his strength to near levels of himself when he was in sage mode. He also could mix the two to make a land sub-element. It was similar to sand release, which was like magnet but only with moving sand and nothing else like golden dust or iron sand. With land release he could move chunks of earth as a shield. And imagine a pieces of earth moving around him like a moon orbiting the earth, but can be used with many pieces and moved around at will. Plus a bit of earth bending. It was an interesting release in his opinion. Also his daughter and Annabeth were an adorable couple in his mind. He would occasionally catch them kissing when they thought they were alone, but he let them keep thinking it was a hidden relationship. He smiled to the kids. "You guys all ready?" "We need to leave soon," he said as they nodded. "We'll go change. Be ready in like 5 minutes," Thalia says as she and Annabeth go change inside the cabin. Luke chuckles and heads over to his cabin to change. He sighed and chuckled. He had his outfit all sealed away, so all he had to do was wait and open the portal. He smiled at Zetsu and his sleeve-ready brother. He asks as Zetsu smirks. "Of course, I know Mom is excited for this day," he says as he connects with Naruto to help him open the portal back to the elemental nations. "Never thought we'd be returning so soon," Zetsu says as he chuckles. Naruto nods. "Well, I never expected to get married either, so surprises everywhere. Now let's get this thing open," he says as Zetsu crawls over half of face and activates the Shinju's eyes. Kamui, they say, as a black portal reminiscent of the ones his mother used in their fight appears. "There, it'll stay up as long as you keep your eyes active," Zetsu says as he slides back into Naruto's sleeve. He patiently waited for the kids as slowly Percy, Luke, Annabeth, and Thalia all showed up. The guys were dressed in tuxedos and girls in dresses, even if Thalia hated being in a dress. He smiled at them. "Well, everyone ready to go visit my home?" he asked as he placed a hinge on himself. He changed his appearance to alter his skin tone, hide his whisker marks, and make his hair turn light brown. He also made his eyes grayer since his blue was a dead giveaway to anyone who knew him. Thalia nodded. "Hell yeah. Can't wait to see Grandma and Great-Grandma," she says as the others look confused. "I'll explain more later, but we really need to get going," he says as they nod and walk through the portal. Once everyone was in, he smiled and stepped through the portal. He may have been betrayed by the village, but he still considered it home in a sense. Elemental nations. Tsunade was tapping her foot impatiently, waiting for Naruto to arrive. "Relax, Tsunade-sama, he wouldn't dare be late. If anything, he is getting all the kids he said he was bringing ready," Shizune says with a calm smile. Gaara nodded, knowing Naruto he will be here soon. "He isn't one to keep others waiting, unlike Haddock," he said as he sipped some tea. Tsunade sighs as a portal appears in the room as she slams down her saucer finally. "The brat was starting to cut it close," she says as 4 kids walk into the room. She stares at them blankly. "Who the hell are all of you?" she says as the one with black hair looked around. "I'm Kaguya Otsutsuki, daughter of Naruto," she says, making the people in the room smile as they looked her as a man came through the portal. "Now Kaguya, I wanted to tell them that," he says with a smile. "Sorry Dad, I couldn't help it," she says as the man ruffles her hair. "Naruto?" Gaara says as he looks the man over. "Yup, just hidden under henge," he says, flashing his Shinju eyes. "Who are the little ones?" she asks as she stares at them confused as to why he brought young kids. "Well, you all know Thalia, my daughter, and these are her friends Percy, Luke, and Annabeth. Hester likes them and invited them along. Thalia and Annabeth are bridesmaids of hers, while Luke and Percy are groomsmen for me," he says. The kids smile to the new people. "Well, that's good, but shouldn't you get around to bringing your mom and grandmother here?" Tsunade says as pours out 2 more saucers. Right, he says as he smiles to the kids. First, I need all of you to swear not to reveal what you are about to see to anyone other than who is attending this wedding, he says as they nod and swear on sticks. Okay, good, now I guess you all know of different pantheons. Even if Zeus tries to hide them, he says as he pulls out Kakinjo, the golden canopy rope from a seal, as he laid it in a circle on the ground. Annabeth nods yes, the other pantheons are out there but they stay out of America, she says, watching Naruto curiously. Well, that is somewhat true, but mostly because they aren't in your realm and neither are we. We are in my home realm, the realm of the Shintos, my real ancestors, he says as he runs through the seals and slams his hands on Kakinjo. Opening art. Entrance to heaven, he says as the rope raises from the ground to make a gateway as two women walked through it. The kids, minus Thalia, were speechless at the two women. One had long ankle-length white hair with pale white eyes, wearing a white Japanese gown. She had long horns on her head and what seemed to be a vertical slit on her forehead. She gave off the aura of someone incredibly powerful and wise. The other one was much more so. She had long black hair and dark red eyes. She too had a red Japanese gown that had black trimmings. She gave off the aura of a leader and someone you didn't want to anger but still someone kind. Everyone, say hello to Kaguya Otsutsuki, the Shinto rabbit goddess, my mother, and Amaterasu, the head matriarch of the Shinto pantheon, as well as my grandmother, he says, motioning to the two so they would know who as the demigods stare in shock. They were speechless as the black-haired one tackled Naruto, my darling grandchild. I am so excited for today, she squeals as she buries his face in her chest again, making Percy and Luke blush a bit. Mom, please stop suffocating him. He can't give me more grandchildren if you suffocate him, Kaguya says, pulling her mom off her son with a smile. Amaterasu pouts but straightens her kimono. Fine, she turns to the demigods. Welcome, children of Greece, to my realm. Normally I would never allow any demigods or actual gods and goddess from the Greco-pantheon in here, but after making them swear, and once you all swear never to mention this to Zeus or anyone else, we can begin this, she says, flashing them a smile that made them shiver and quickly swear on sticks. Grandma, please don't scare the kids, Naruto says as his mom pats his back. Naruto, I'm a bit confused, Luke says as he looks to Naruto. So you aren't a child of chaos? He asks. Naruto nods. Nope, I am the son of Kaguya and grandson of Amaterasu and the only Shinto primordial Shinju, but we can do all the revealing stuff later. We need to summon the guests, he says as his grandmother smiles to him. Yes, she clears her throat. As the matriarch of the Shintos, I allow the Greeks to enter my realm, but only the ones who have sworn my oath, she says as the Kakinjo glows again, creating another gateway. First one in was Ares as he looked around and smiled. Never would have guessed you were a Shinto kid, he says, looking at Naruto. Not that I have anything against them, they are a good breed of warriors, he says as Artemis walks in. Oh, the nature is so pure here. Congratulations on keeping it this way, Lady Amaterasu, she says as she flashes Naruto a quick smile before going back to her semi-serious face. Next walks in Poseidon, who makes Percy smile. I can't wait until you are revealed, Naruto. Then I can brag to my brother that I got to visit the Shinto's realm. He takes a deep breath. I have got to say, the sea here feels cleaner than mine. I definitely need to talk to your sea god, he says as he smiles and walks over to Percy. After the sea god walks in Athena, who was inspecting everything around her. It really is too bad we cannot speak of this realm until the boy reveals himself, she says as she looks around. Amaterasu smiles. Feel free to visit the collective library, just remember your oath, she says as the goddess of wisdom nods and gets a small smile as she stands near her daughter. The next man was someone Naruto quite liked. Hermes, the god of messengers. He looked around and let out an impressed whistle. Nice place you got here. Very clean and pure. No real monsters here, he says as he smiles to Naruto and walks over to a nervous-looking Luke. It's okay, son, I would like to talk with you more. Get to know you better, he says with a caring smile. Luke looks to Naruto worried, but Naruto just smiles and nods. Luke turns to his dad and smiles. I'd like that, he said as Hermes smiles and nodded before resting a hand on Luke's shoulder. The next person was someone Naruto respected. Hades, the god of death. Hades smiled to him as he looked around him. Not much death, I like it. Thank you for inviting me, Naruto, he says with a genuine smile. Naruto smiles and nods. Of course, Hades, I wasn't going to forget you. Especially after you were very helpful after that quest, he says as Ares grumbles. The war god was still sour about being controlled. Shortly after Hades had his friendly moment, Demeter walked in with a smile. Oh, I definitely like this place better. If only our realm was this pure, she says with a small frown before looking to Hades. You didn't bring my daughter? She asks, confused and a bit upset. He shook his head. She didn't feel like coming even when I mentioned you would be there. I think she just wants to relax a bit, he says as the gateway glows again. As the next person walks in and Naruto's eyes were covered. You can't see the bride on her wedding day, he hears his mother say as he can also hear Hestia giggle. Don't worry, it won't be long, dear, she says as she squeezes his hand. He squeezes back. I know, I'm looking forward to seeing how beautiful you are in a wedding dress, he says, making her blush. Who knew you could blush so red, sister, Demeter says with a smile. Don't worry, Naruto, Athena and I as well as the bridesmaids will go around town to get her ready. We will see you at the ceremony, she says as he hears them walk out of the room. Only ones left are the gods, male demigods and Artemis. Artemis looked to Amaterasu. May I bring my hunters here? She asks respectfully to the powerful goddess that easily equaled a Greek primordial, not counting chaos. Amaterasu nods. Make them swear the same oath I made you take and we are fine. You can hunt as you like, but do not venture past the main forest surrounding the village, she says as Artemis bows and walks out. We are going to help the others, his mother says as she pays his cheek. Have fun around the village. Come on, Tsunade and Shizune, his grandmother says as she smiles and waves them off. Naruto looks around at the gods and demigods left behind. Well, do you all want to visit my old home? He asks as they nod. And after I want a rematch. No powers, just plain swordsmanship, Aries says with a large grin. Naruto chuckles. Sure thing, Aries, just make sure not to show any powers, as well as don't call me Naruto. I'm kinda wanted here for taking chakra away, he says, running the back of his neck sheepishly. Understandable. If others had the powers you had, I wouldn't want them spreading around either, Poseidon says as he pats his son on the back. I'm going to spend time with Percy, as I guess Hermes is doing with his son, he says as Hermes nods. So it is just us three, he says as Hades and Ares nod. Well, let's go sightseeing, he says to them as they smile and nod after following behind him. They travel around the village and he showed them all the different sectors. And very interesting. I'm surprised they can all work together, but without this chakra thing it's not surprising, Ares says as he strokes his chin. He may be a war god, but he had to know peace to know war. Hades nodded. I bet your death god had his hands full with the recent war, he said as he could feel the aura of death off in the distance in large amounts. Naruto nodded. Yeah, it was a tough war, but it was all caused by two madmen that made everything go downhill. Kinda don't want to talk about it, he said with a frown as the others let it go. Moments later they arrived at the training grounds and Ares summons an impressive looking sword. It was a great sword with a glowing red blade that quickly hit itself to a reddish metal. Well, ready now? He asks as Hades chuckles and sits down to watch. Naruto nods and unseals Yamato and smiles at Ares. Definitely ready. What are the rules? He asks with a smirk. No powers and no strange eyes. No killing blows. We stop once the other is incapacitated, he said as he stabbed his sword in the ground. Let's get this started. Hades will be the ref, he says as Hades nods and sits back. Well, let's get this started, Naruto says as Ares pulls his sword out and charges at him with surprising speed considering Ares' size. Naruto ducks under a slice and slashes at Ares only for him to block with the large sword. It seemed while under the control of Kronos the war god's abilities were hindered and weakened. Naruto leaned back to dodge a knee as he cartwheeled back and landed a strong hit on Ares' jaw, sending him stumbling back a bit. Ares wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and smiled. Oh, you are definitely good boy, he says as he charges again. They both evaded the other's strikes, unknown they had gained a crowd of onlookers. Naruto smiled as he blocked Ares' strike and spun a kick, landing it on Ares' side, making him groan and send him skidding back with a strong hit with the great sword. Glad to see that you're actually a good swordsman and not just a rage-induced fighter, Naruto says as he feels a broken bone in him arm mend together. Ares smirked. You think after years of war I'd be that weak? Your words hurt, he says as he charges again. Naruto sees an opportunity like he did with Pallas. He ran and slid under Ares' strike and between the god's legs and quickly got up the second he was behind Ares. Using all of his natural strength he landed a strong hit on the war god's side, sending him crashing forward into multiple trees. A bit later laughter could be heard as Ares got up, seemingly unscathed except for his clothes that were ripped here and there. That has to be the strongest hit I've felt from someone not my kind, he says with a smirk as he dusted off his clothes. Hades stands up from his seat. As much as I believe you two would like to continue, I doubt Hestia or any of the girls would like the groom being injured, or even you, Ares, he says as they frown but nod. We will finish another time, Ares says with a frown. And just when it was getting good. Naruto nods. Sounds like a plan. We still do need to meet up with everyone else, he says with a frown. Hades waves it away. I already sent them messages to meet us at our area. Demeter told me where to go, he says, showing them a leaf that had Greek writing on it. Naruto nods and sheaths Yamato and looks around with a frown. He could see Sasuke watching and glaring at him and Ares as he walked forward. You, man with the sword, who are you? He asked, making Ares raise an eyebrow at it. He knew they weren't in the Greek realm, but being this blunt with anyone was quite rude. I'm visit the village for the wedding of my aunt, he says as he stabs his sword in the ground again. My name is none of your concern, he says as Sasuke glares at him. Maybe you can get the honor of training me. I haven't seen swordsmen that talented, Sasuke said with a snide smile. Ares frowned and picked up his sword. He shook his head, and here I, though father was full of himself and cocky, he thought as he ignored the man and made his way over to Hades. Come on, let's go. I fear what Hestia would do if we were late, he said with a shiver. He may not fear most of the Olympians, but he was wary around Hestia. At times she could give off an aura stronger than his father's. Hades chuckled and nodded as Naruto made his way over, hiding the glare. Come on, we three still need to get ready, he said as Sasuke glared at them. Stop. I am talking to you, Sasuke yells in anger. Ares lowers his sunglasses and glares at Sasuke. Yes, and I am choosing not to listen to you, otherwise I'd break your bones and twist you into a pretzel, he says, making Sasuke shiver in fear from the war god's aura. Hades shook his head. Come on, nephew, we need to go. Now, he says as Ares waves it off and follows. Naruto chuckled at Ares' threat and just followed along. So, why all the hate towards that boy? Hades asks as they made their way to the meeting area. Ares also noticed it but didn't comment on it. Naruto sighed. He used to be my friend. That was until he betrayed the village. Eventually he came back to defeat the madmen in the war. After everything was done he called for a revolution. We fought in the Valley of End and we both lost an arm. But strangely enough he was still able to place me under an illusion. He trapped me away for 3 years until I was able to break out with the help of my grandfather, he said as the two gods frowned. Well, I'm surprised you didn't kill the boy afterwards. And if he called for a revolution, how is he not banished? Aries said confused. I'm not one to kill. Even after all he did, he was my first real friend, so I could never bring myself to do it. And as for the why is he here thing, I'm guessing that after he returned her to try and recapture me, the other cages saw no reason to really keep him banished, as he isn't dangerous anymore, he said in a tired tone. The two gods decided to drop it as they kept walking. They eventually made it to the meeting point with time to spare. They were getting married in the ruins of Uzashigakure, the same place his mother and father were married at. They just had to meet up at the cage building so they could warp over to the ruins. He saw Poseidon, Percy, Hermes, and Luke waiting on the roof of the building. He also noticed Artemis and her hunters were also there. Good, you guys aren't late, Poseidon says as he looks at them. Where are your tuxes? He asks as everyone else was all dressed up, even the hunters and Artemis. Ares groans and snaps his fingers, changing Hades's, Naruto's, and his outfits. Everyone looked at him confused. Being in a relationship with Aphrodite comes with a minor blessing of beauty, so yes, I can change clothes easier, he says. Everyone nods in understanding. Well, we were told you'd get us there, Hermes says as he looks to Naruto. Naruto sighed as he activated his eyes. Zetsu, a little help making a pathway to mom, he said as the black blob in his sleeve nodded. Kamui, he says as a large portal appeared revealing the ruins of Uzashigakure. Well, go on through. I need to be through last. Also make sure I don't see Hestia in her dress, he said as they nod and one by one walk through. He looks back to the village and sighs. From what he saw today, he was glad he took away chakra from these lands. It seemed even more peaceful than before. Artemis came back through the portal. It's all clear, Naruto. Come on, she said, snapping him out of his thoughts. He smiled to her. Thanks, he said as she went back through with him, not too far behind. Uzashigakure. Naruto undid he henge and smiled at the clearing that his mother got married at. It was a circular clearing surrounded by cherry blossoms and full of flowers, with a clear path down the middle leading to a large torii gate. There were chairs on either side of the pathway, and he saw some familiar faces that he almost didn't believe. There, in a more spirituous form, was Haku, Zabuza, the third Hokage, Jiraiya, Nagato, and his father. They all smiled to him and waved him over. He was in shock until he saw the Shinigami behind them. Relax, grandson of Amaterasu. Your grandmother and mother convinced me to let them visit for the wedding. Consider it my wedding gift to you, he says as he floats away. Naruto let out a breath of relief as he smiled to the spirits. It's nice to see you all, he says as they smile. Haku smiles at him. It is nice to see you, Naruto. You have grown so much from the short boy that I met in the forest, he said with a smile as Zabuza smirked. Heard you are wielding my blade, boy. Hope you do it honor and use it to protect instead of kill, he says as he ruffles Naruto's hair. I saw the lady you're marrying. She is definitely a beauty and a goddess. Such a lucky guy, he said, making Naruto blush. Hers and smiled. I hear you fought in a war against Madara and were a major component in defeating him, he says as he rubs Naruto's arm. I am also sorry for the actions of the villagers, abandoning you again afterwards. Please do not hold it against them, he says as Naruto shakes his head. Don't worry, Gigi, I've never been on to hold grudges. I am helping others now, and I even adopted a girl. She's just as spunky as me, he said, making hers and chuckle and smile. I'm glad you saved someone, he said as he moved off to let Jiraiya talk. Gaki, I hear you republished my works. Are you finally on my side? The side of the super perverts, he said, only to get hit with a sake bottle, most likely from Tsunade. Stop trying to turn Naruto into a pervert. He hears Tsunade yell from across the clearing where Hestia was most likely at. It was blocked by wooden tendrils, but he could see Tsunade standing guard with a glare on her face directed at Jiraiya. Naruto sighs. I only republished them to have some money to raise Thalia, he said as Jiraiya got up and frowned. Geez, kid, so disappointing. You could learn from them, especially considering your honeymoon is going to start soon, he says with a big grin, only to have his shoulder crushed by his mother. Stop trying to dirty my son's mind, you pervert. Or else I'll have to shove you back in the Shinigami's gut, she says with a dark aura, making the Toad Sage shut up and nod vigorously. He smiles to his mom. Thank you, Kasen, he says as she smiles and pats his cheek before smiling at his dad. His dad was about to speak up until she held up a finger to his lips. Later, Minato. I need to help with our son's wedding, she says as he smiles and nods. Jiraiya, deciding to be silent, moved away as Nagato walked up. He was no longer skin and bones, but he still had the Rinnegan and his red hair was lighter. He looked healthy and happy. He was still dressed in his Akatsuki cloak, but it no longer was a symbol of what it became in the end, more of a symbol of what it originally was. You went through with your word, Naruto. I knew I was right to place my faith in you, he says with a smile as he looked around. I can feel the pain in the world has lowered and the world is truly at peace. True, you took away chakra, but you did what no one has done before. Ended the cycle of hatred in this war-torn land, he said as Naruto smiled. I never go back on my word, Nagato. I'm glad I was able to convince you in the end. How has the afterlife been? He asked as Nagato chuckled. It is peaceful. I am with Konan and Yahiko, though I am happy to see you wedding day. Not many shinobis of my time ever got to retire and marry. I'm glad you finally are able to, he says as he looks to Minato. I'll leave you to talk with your dad, he says as he pats Naruto on the back and walks off to sit next to the other spirits. Minato smiled at his son. I am so glad you were able to return your mother back to original self, he says as he smiles off to Kaguya, who smiled back. Naruto nodded. Why didn't you say anything when she appeared? He asked as Minato frowned. Because she wouldn't have wanted that. I hoped she'd snap out of it, and if not then I knew her mother would fix her and she'd find you, he said as he ran his hand through his hair. I really am proud of you, son, he said with a smile. Naruto smiled brightly and hugged his dad as Minato smiled and hugged his son back. As much as I would love to keep talking with you, I believe you need to be with your groomsmen and get everything ready, Minato said as Naruto nodded. I'll talk to you all later, he said with a smile as he bounded off to his groomsmen. Zabuza shook his head. I'm glad the boy is happy. He deserves it, he says as everyone nods with a smile. Naruto ran up to his groomsmen with a smile. Everyone ready? Hades, do you have the rings? He asks. Hades nods and takes out the 2 rings. I had to use help from a friend named after a planet to make them, but they are all good and no weird curse or anything. I checked, he said, hinting that he had to turn Roman to use his control over gemstones and precious metals to gather to components. Naruto smiles. Thanks again. Just hold on to them until I need them, he says as Hades slips them back in his tuxedo. Naruto looked in a mirror as he straightened his tuxedo. It was a classy tuxedo with a lavender sash around his waist since it was one of Hesja's colors. Pinned to his jacket was a datura of the breed Angel's trumpet. The outside was purple with white near the bottom as the inside was completely white with light purple around the bottom of the inside. He smiled to his groomsmen. How do I look? He asked as they looked him over. You look great, kid. But just remember, you hurt Hesja. We hurt you, Poseidon said as the others nodded and glared at him, making him shiver. He nodded. I would never hurt her. I love her with everything I have and I would never dare hurt someone precious to me, he said, making the god smile. You nervous any? Hermes asks as he stands next to Luke, who had a genuine smile on his face. A little bit. I just hope it all goes good, he says as he straightens the flower on his jacket. Relax. With multiple Shinto gods and goddess as well as some Greek ones, nothing could happen. Hell, Amaterasu is as strong as a Greek primordial if the legends are true. Nothing can possibly happen today, Ares says in a surprisingly understanding tone. Everyone looks at him confused. What? I can't be nice, he said, making them chuckle. He smiles as his mother walks in and smiles at him. Osachi, you look so handsome, she says as she strokes his cheek. She turns to the groomsmen. It is almost time for it to start. You should all head out. I just want a short moment with my son, she said as they all nodded and left the area to head to the gate. He turned to his mom and smiled. I'm glad you were able to make it, he said as she smiled. She smiled and hugged him. It is every mother's dream to see her child off on their wedding day, and I am no exception, my Sachi, she says as she pats down his hair as best as she could. He smiles as he puts her hands to her side. Well, we better go get all set up, he says as she smiles, and lead him to the altar under the Torii gate. The groomsmen and bridesmaids were except for Hades. He smiled to the crowd as he noticed the priest in a sense. It wasn't anyone he knew, but if he was here it meant his grandmother trusted him. He had short black hair and kind green eyes that gave off the same feeling as Itachi did during the war. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lord Naruto. I am Gekko, the Shinto god of love and marriage, and I am honored to be the one wedding you and your wife together, he says with a bow. Naruto was about to tell him not to call him Lord, but the look from his mother told him not to. Well, I'm thankful that you are here. I'm sure you will do a great job, he says, making the Shinto god smile. Shortly after, the music started and he turned to see Hades leading Hesja down the aisle. He stared at her and lost his breath. She was gorgeous. She wore a strapless cream-colored gown that cascaded off her and trailed behind her. It accented her bust and complexion. It had cinnamon-colored vines trailing from the bottom up to right around her waist. By her hands was a bouquet of a collection of her sacred flowers. She had a veil over her face, but from what he could see, she seemed to have bare amounts of makeup on. For as long as he had been with Hesja, she never wore makeup. She had a very natural beauty that had no need for makeup. The most he had ever seen her use was lip gloss. Now she had light eyeshadow and very minimal lipstick. She was beautiful in his mind with or without makeup, and this only proved to make his point. He nodded to Hades as he smirked and led Hesja to him. Gekko smiled and turned to Hades. Do you give her away? He asks. Hades nods as her eldest brother. I do give her away to be wed, he says as he kisses Hesja's hand and went over to join the other groomsmen. Gekko cleared his throat. We are gathered here today to wed together Naruto Otsutsuki and Hesja together in immortal matrimony. With the access in my domain, I can feel a large amount of love between these two, and it is incredibly pure, and I am sure I speak for everyone that we are all happy that they found each other, he says as Naruto holds Hesja's hand. They will now exchange their vows. I believe the groom is going first, he says as Naruto nods. He clears his throat and brings out a piece of paper. He unfolds it and smiles at Hesja as he reads it off. Hesja, throughout my life I never really got much love. As time went by it somewhat got better, but not really. For the longest time I seriously thought I was going to be alone for my whole life and never have someone to love, he said, making Kaguya frown a bit. But then I found you and you changed that. I fell in love at first sight, and every day we were together made my hopes of being with someone and loving someone more and more strong. When I proposed and you said yes, it was one of the happiest days in my life and hopefully one of many more to come in the future, he says as he smiles at her. Hesja, goddess of the hearth and home. I love you with my mortal and future immortal life. I will always be here for you and I hope to build a large happy family with you, he says as she wipes some tears away and smiles at him. That was beautiful, Naruto, she says as she looks him in the eyes. Through my immortal life I had been yearned after by numerous men that never got my interest. I had no interest in any men, so I swore celibacy to never give up my maidenhood. That was until I found you. I felt a strong familiar pull with you when you were raising and looking after young Thalia, she says as she smiles to a slightly blushing Thalia. I grew closer with you as you were my champion, and after the Master Bolt I confessed my feelings. I was afraid you'd turn me down. I never had any experience with relationships, but you were in the same boat and we grew together. To a point where I can't see my life without you in it, she says as she wipes another tear. I love you, Naruto Otsutsuki, with all of my immortal life. You are the only one I want to spend my life with, she says as many people in the audience wipe some tears, as do the groomsmen and bridesmaids. Gekko smiles. I doubt anyone here could doubt their love for one another, so I will get straight to it. His hands glow as a red silken cord appears around their feet. First, may we have the rings? He asks as Hades nods and takes out Naruto's ring to give Hestia, as Artemis takes out the one for Hestia to give Naruto. Gekko smiled at the rings and turned to the two of them. Do you, Hestia, take Naruto as your immortal husband for all of your life? He asks as she nods. Of course I do, she says as one end of the cord ties itself around her right ankle as Naruto slips on her ring. It was a dazzling bronze band with a cream-colored diamond and smaller bronze diamonds around the band. Gekko turns to Naruto with a smile. Do you, Naruto, take Hestia to be your wife for all of your mortal and eventual immortal life? He asks as Naruto squeezes Hestia's hand. Yes, I do, he says as the other end of the cord ties around his left ankle as Hestia slides his ring on. It was a dazzling brown that reminded her of oak, and it had vine designs on it with hinds of green gems on the vine and even a small pink diamond on it to resemble a peach. By the power in me as the Shinto god of marriage, I hereby pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride, he says with a smile as the cord glows and leaves behind two red rope tattoos on their ankles where the cord was tied. Naruto flips up her veil and pulls her close, kissing her gently before she deepens it. All the while they are kissing, the crowd was applauding. Poseidon had a happy smile on his face as he saw his sister smile happily while in the arms of Naruto. She truly looks happy, doesn't she, brother? Hades says as he watched their sister look truly happy for the first time in far too long. Poseidon nods. I haven't seen her like this since back when father was defeated and everything was peaceful before the giants woke up, he said as the others gods nodded and frowned. Luckily the demigods were all over near Hestia. Artemis smiles at her aunt's happiness as Zoe pouted. He doesn't deserve to dirty Lady Hestia, Zoe says, making Artemis frown. Zoe, Hestia is happy and you really need to let go of your feelings towards Naruto. He saved not only me but you. And he didn't have to save you. Be happy, she says as Zoe pouts but nods. Now come on, I want to congratulate my aunt, she says as Zoe follows behind her. The other hunters came up from the audience as she could only get Zoe as a bridesmaid. Everyone slowly made their way to the reception that was set up behind the Torii gate that Naruto and Hestia passed under as everyone else went around. Immediately after, she was bombarded by hugs from Amaterasu. Welcome to the family, Hestia. I expect many more great-grandchildren. I love Thalia, but I want little babies to nuzzle, she says, making Hestia blush darkly at the thought of making babies. Kaguya pulled her mother of her daughter-in-law. Please don't embarrass her too much. She still needs to cut the cake and dance with Naruto, she says as Amaterasu pouts. You never let me hug people, she says as she sulks away, making Kaguya roll her eyes at her mother. Come on, Hestia, enjoy your precious day, she says as Hestia nods and smiles before leaving to catch up with Naruto. He was surrounded by her siblings and nephews. They smiled at her. So how does it feel to be married? Ares asked with a smirk as he loosened the tie around his neck. It feels wonderful, Ares, she says as she rubs the ring on her finger. It was the most beautiful ring she had ever seen. Ares smiled at his aunt and nodded as he went off to go eat some of the food. I am going to go socialize with my son Hestia. Have fun at your wedding, Poseidon says as he rubs his sister's back and smiles as she nods to him. Hermes gave her a thumbs up as she figured he was off to do the same. Hades shook his head at his relatives. Oh, don't worry, Hades. They rarely get any time to see their kids. Let them have their moment. I'm just happy they were able to make it, she said as Artemis came up to hug her. You look lovely, Aunt Hestia, and your ring looks very pretty, she says as Hestia smiles. Thank you, niece. You look very beautiful in the dress, she says as Artemis blushes, making her chuckle. Go and enjoy the food. Naruto cooked it all and I have got to say he is a great chef. Almost as good as me, she says as Artemis drools a bit and makes her way to the buffet, making her and numerous hunters chuckle as they followed her. She smiled at Naruto, who was talking with his dad. I'm sorry to interrupt this moment, but I do believe it is our time to dance, she said as the spirit nodded. I am very sorry for taking him away from you, Hestia, Minato says as he pat Naruto on the back. Enjoy yourself, son. I am going to speak with your mother for a bit, he says as Naruto smiles. Naruto smiled at Hestia and held her hands. I am so happy to finally be your husband, he says as he kisses her hand. She giggles and nods. I'm the same. I can't be any more happy that I am your wife, she says as music starts to play. Will you give me this dance as my wife? He asks as she smiled and nodded. Of course, my love, she says as she enjoys the moment. The party goes along wonderfully. The dance was enchanting. The cake was delicious even after they shoved a piece in the other's face. The gifts didn't really matter to them, but they were thankful. Ares got Naruto a sword and Hestia a pet baby Erymanthian boar that she fell in love with quickly. Poseidon got Naruto a trident and Hestia a baby dolphin that she begged Naruto to build a lake behind their house for her. It went without saying that he agreed. Hades gave them both a baby two-headed hellhound that was an adorable little thing. It even had the ability to split apart much like Nagato's old summon was able to do. He got the feeling Hestia loved animals. He didn't mind the animals. As a sage he cherished life and he could feel how pure the creatures were, and he knew Hestia, along with himself, would care for them. Hermes gave Naruto a pair of winged sandals and Hestia an unlimited free orders for a clothing site. She appreciated it since she liked the occasional break from using her powers. It was the same with cooking. She liked to cook for herself more than she used her blessing, and Naruto was the same. Artemis gave Naruto a bow and quiver that would refill on its own. She also got a silver wolf for Hestia that took an immediate shine to her. Athena had given him an ancient book of Greek monsters and heroes. It was a sweet gift from the goddess of wisdom. He chuckled as the party went on. This was one of the happiest days he has had in a long time. He looked over to see his new wife petting all the new animals she got, even the dolphin. He was truly thankful for everything that had happened since he found out who his mother was. He looked around to see Thalia dancing with Percy as Annabeth danced with Luke. Artemis was having fun with her hunters as the Greek gods conversed civilly with the Shinto gods, even Ares to his surprise. He smiled as his mom and grandmother came up to him and hugged him. His dad and the other spirits had to leave an hour or so ago as they reached the limit of how long they could be outside the death realm. Sachi, I am so happy that you found love, she says as she hugs him. Amaterasu smiled as well. You are the first child of Kaguya's that I think of as a child of mine. Hagoromo and Himura betrayed Kaguya and my husband for power. You trusted Shinju after one meeting, even after you fought his uncontrolled self in the war. That is why you are my grandchild as well as Shinju, she says with a smile. It made sense. He never saw any children of Athena being claimed as grandchildren of Zeus. He was special if his grandparents were actually claiming him and giving him their blessing. I would like to give you this, Amaterasu says as she hands him a peach that had the design of Shinju's eye on it. It is the equivalent of a golden apple from Hira's garden. It will grant you got it, but I want you to wait until Shinju tells you to eat it, she says as he nods and seals it away before hugging her close to him. Thank you, Oba-chan, he says as she smiles and hugs him back. Now go and enjoy your soon-to-start honeymoon. We can take care of transporting everyone back and taking care of your animals until you get back. Though I expect her to be pregnant by the time you get back, she says with a smirk as he blushes dark and Naruto stutters. Mom, please leave him alone, Kaguya says before turning to him. Though I wouldn't object to more grandchildren, she says as he blushes even darker before running off. He gets to Hestia as she smiles up at him. They are all so cute, she says as she pets the little animals. Do you have any names for them? Only fair if you name them, she says as she scratches the boar under his chin. Naruto sits down and picks up the boar and looks it over before setting him down. Well, for this little guy, since he has a connection to the nature god Pan, how about Shizen? It means nature, he says as the little boar squeals and runs around him happily. He likes it, she says as she sees the little boar nuzzle against her husband. He smiles at the twin-headed hellhound that resembled a Rottweiler pup as it splits apart and runs all over him. One of the hounds had a small brown diamond on its head as the other had a crescent moon on its head. They seemed to like to play rough with one another but was careful around the boar and wolf. How about Jigoku for the diamond-headed one and Ryokan for the crescent-headed one? Means hell and hound essentially, he says as they yip around him and reconnect before laying on his lap. He watches as the small wolf approaches him, somewhat cautiously. Well, aren't you a nervous one, he says as he picks it up, making it whine a little bit before he pets it softly, making it nuzzle in his arms. For you, I am thinking Mamoru. Means protect, which I know you will be doing a lot of when the little ones arrive, he said as he whispered, the reasoning being the name as he didn't want Hestia to get flustered. He passed the sleeping wolf over to Hestia as a spurt of water splashed him in the face, making him chuckle. He smiled down at the dolphin that was squeaking and swimming around quickly. Such a little troublemaker, aren't you? He said, making the dolphin nod its head. Well, I doubt you want to be named anything like clownfish, so how about Shimizu? Stands for clear water, he says as the dolphin does a little flip and chatters around the little pond. He turned to Hestia. How were those names? He asks as she smiled and nodded. They were great. Is your mom and grandma going to look after them until we return from our honeymoon? She asks as she blushes at the thought of going on a honeymoon. He nodded and chuckled. Thalia, I'm going to love playing with these little guys, he says as he helps her up. Hestia smiles as she sees a limo appear at the end of the clearing. I guess that's our ride, she says with a blush. He nods and holds her hand. I guess it is, he says as Thalia and the other demigods come up to say bye as his mom and grandmother walk up as well. Thalia hugs her dad. Have fun on your honeymoon, Dad. I want siblings, she says, making Hestia stutter and blush. Annabeth smacks her arm with a light blush. Don't embarrass Lady Hestia. I think she's been embarrassed enough for today, she says as Luke chuckles. Just enjoy yourself. I can look after everyone until you get back, Luke says as he gives Naruto a thumbs up. Percy groans. It's gonna be boring without you there to train up, but I'll keep on my training. Have fun, you deserve it, Naruto, he says as the gods come up as well. You better take good care of Hestia. I don't want to come after you, Hades says with Poseidon nodding in approval. The Hades is semi-threat. Brothers, please. Naruto is someone I trust with everything and I love him. If I didn't, do you think I would have married him? She asks, making them grumble. Ares chuckles. Got them there, he says with a smirk before patting Naruto on the back and slipping in some Viagra in Naruto's pocket, making him heat up. Come on guys, I think our time is up as well, Hermes says as Amaterasu nods before opening a portal. Artemis and Athena, who were conversing with their hunters and watching over her daughter, rejoined the group. Athena had been somewhat avoiding them, most likely because she wanted to learn more of the Shinto gods and goddesses. Remember your vow and speak nothing of it until the time Naruto reveals himself, Amaterasu says as she smiles to them, not in a threatening way. They nod and say their goodbyes as Naruto and Hestia pile into the limo. He holds her close and kisses her gently. I love you, Hestia. You made me the happiest man alive today, he says, making her giggle. I love you too, Naruto, so very much. I haven't been this happy in a long time. Thank you for coming into my life, she says as she leans against him and the limo disappears. Naruto smiled as he and his wife arrived at their honeymoon destination. It was a large cottage out in the land of iron. His grandmother had set it up so no one could bother them, and she made sure it wasn't freezing cold in the cabin since it was close to the islands of snow country. He carried Hestia in a bridal style as he made his way into the cottage. He leaned down and kissed Hestia lovingly as she returned the kiss. You sure that you're ready for this? He asked as he laid her down on the large king-sized mattress. She nodded and stroked his cheek. Naruto, I love you and I want nothing more than to start a loving huge family with you, she said as she snapped her fingers, putting away her dress away for safekeeping as she now had on cream-colored lingerie that accented her bust and curves nicely. Naruto stared at Hestia with a large blush on his face. He figured Hestia's figure was great, but this exceeded his thoughts. She had a figure that would trump Aphrodite's. She had freckles lining her chest and breasts that only added to her beauty. She had a tan tone to her body and her legs were very toned. He was taken out of his thoughts by Hestia giggling, come on dear, instead of staring. How about we start on the family making, she says, making him blush, but nod as he used her blessing to put away his tuxedo so he was only in his boxers. He smiled as he got on top of Hestia only for her to flip him so she was on top. Lemon start. You just relax and let your wife show you some love, she said as she pulled down his boxers and gasped at the size of his member. She kissed her husband deeply as she slides her nightgown off, giving Naruto a full view of her body. Her nipples were a light brown color that seemed to make her body even more beautiful. She smiled at him while she licked his member up and down and sucking softly on his tip, making him groan. She giggled and kissed the tip as she sat up and continued to rub his member. He rubbed her chest softly as he licked her right nipple, making her moan before she pushed him back on the bed. She slid off her panties and positioned herself over his member. He stopped her before she lowered herself down onto him. Hestia, before you do this I want to tell you I love you so much and I can't wait to have a family with you, he said as he kissed her deeply, wrapping his tongue around hers. She moaned into the kiss as she lowered herself down on his member. She yelped in pain as she leaned against Naruto. He gently rubbed her chest and pinched her bud softly, making her moan and smile at him. She started moving up and down on his member, making him moan as he groped her butt as she moaned and kissed him deeply. She might have been new to all of this, but she was the goddess of home, meaning she knew what happened in the bedroom, plus she was the eldest Olympian, so of course she knew how everything went. He rubbed her thighs as she kept moving on top of him, though he wanted to be the one to make her feel good since this was her first time. He quickly flipped them and rubbed her bud, making her squirm. He slowly started moving, making her let out a moan. He gradually got faster until she was moaning louder. Harder, she said with a moan as she wrapped her legs around him to keep him inside of her. He nodded and started thrusting harder as he squeezed her butt in between his thumb and forefinger, making her grab onto the sheets in ecstasy. Hestia, I'm almost, he said until a kiss from his wife cut him off. He felt her legs tighten around him more as her tongue wrapped around his. He let out a moan as he released inside her as she moaned and fell back on the bed. She had a warm smile on her face as she was out of breath and stroked his cheek. Dear, I love you so much, she said as she kept her legs around him to keep him in. He kissed her hand. I love you too, darling, he said as he flipped them around so she could lay on top of him and relax. Lemon end. They relaxed for a few minutes as she caught her breath and enjoyed the feeling of being with her husband before she smiled at him. Ready for round two? She asked, making her husband smile. He nodded and kissed her lovingly. We aren't leaving until we know you are pregnant, he says, making her blush darkly as he started again. Thalia. It had been a month or so since they returned from her father's wedding. Time went differently between dimensions. They had only been in the elemental nations for around a week or two after the wedding to see where her father had grown up at. When they returned to their home, they realized nearly 4 months have passed. And, basically, the timeline for the 4th book is happening at it's June or July. The wedding happened 2 months after the 3rd book ended, and the time delay added 4 months, making it be around that time. I'm terrible at timelines, so please be understanding, XD. Amaterasu told them it was a one-time mistake due to the fact there were so many Shinto gods and goddess in one place as well as Greek gods and goddesses. All the divine energy messed with the portal, syncing the time between the realms. She said when her father returned he wouldn't be affected by it and only roughly a week would go by for him. Time was weird. She didn't question it, but it didn't really bother her. She was happy for her father and mother. She knew how difficult it had been for them to be able to get this far, considering her chastity oath and the fact Hera would never allow her to marry. They deserved all their honeymoon, however long it may be. She was happy her father was the smart man he was. She was truly happy being his daughter and was glad that she found him those years ago. She still needed to truly thank him for everything, especially his latest gift to her. Flashback. She was following her father through the forest around camp until they arrived at large clearing. Wow, this is so cool. Is that the tree you made by killing the Nemean lioness for the first time? She asked as he nodded. Yes, it is, Thalia. I made it to my own private clearing. I mostly use it for contemplation and relaxation. You can do the same, but that isn't why I brought you today, he said as he turned around and sat down in front of her, motioning for her to do the same. Okay, so why did you bring me here, Dad? She asked, confused. Her dad always had a reason for everything he did. He wasn't one to waste people's times, even if it seemed at times he did. You always had to look underneath the underneath, according to her father. He chuckled and unsealed the vial containing Shisui's left eye and placed it on the ground, making her shudder. I want to give you this. I realize I can't always be there for you. There will be times I have to be elsewhere to help, and I know you are immensely strong. Easily enough to give some Olympian gods like Ares or Artemis a run for their money, but consider this a last resort item, he said, making her raise an eyebrow. How am I supposed to use an eye as an item unless, she said as she started in shock. You want to transplant the eye in me? She asked, confused. He nodded. Yes, this eye is very special, he said as he held it up. It is called the Sharingan, and it roughly holds half the aspect of my eyes, he said, turning on his special eyes. His eyes had weirded her out when they first started traveling together, but now she found them awesome. Her father could do amazing things due to his eyes. So what abilities does the eye have? She asked as he handed it to her to let her look at it. The eye had a 4-point pinwheel design on it, and it gave her a weird feeling, as if it was actually staring at her instead of just floating in the vial of solution. According to Shisui's diary, which I still need to thank Amaterasu Oba-chan for, he could materialize a Susanoo that could use chakra needles as an added defense and offense. Also, it can use a lance or a spear. That'll be good for you, he said, making her widen her eyes. She had seen her father's Susanoo, and it was a force of destruction. It was also an incredible defense whenever he had to use it. Also, I'm guessing since Amaterasu Oba-chan gave it to me, it can use her flames, he said as he flipped through some pages. But the most interesting ability, and be warned you are only to use this in a matter of extreme life and death, would have to be Kadomatsukami, he said with frown. She nodded. She knew her dad was serious about it. She only heard that tone whenever he was ordering her to do something to protect her. What is this, Kodo? Whatever it is, do? She asked. He frowned a bit. Kadomatsukami basically rewrites someone's mind. You can give them new experiences, memories, and their loyalty. But you are not to use it on anyone, he said in a serious tone again. Why not? We could get Ethan to stop fighting on you know whose side, she said, making her father shake his head. We do not control others' free will. We can place them under genjutsus to mess with them and make them see what we want them to, but we don't make them someone new, he said in a deadly serious tone. He sighed as he ran his hand through his hair. There was once a man named Danzo Shimura. He wanted to control my old village from the shadows as he felt he knew best for them. He took Shisui's right eye to use for his own. He was obsessed with the Sharingan, he said as she nodded along, showing she was listening. She loved hearing her dad's old stories. He always had the coolest fights or knew the coolest people. He was so obsessed with it that he used Kadomatsukami to a very minor degree to control a man named Itachi Uchiha to go through with his plan to kill the entire Uchiha clan so Danzo could loot the eyes from the dead Uchiha members, he said as he frowned at the sky. But he didn't have perfect control over Itachi. The man was able to spare his little brother, and once back in control he set his brother down a path of revenge so in the future Itachi could die at the hands of his brother, atoning for the sins he had done, he said as she frowned. That is why we do not control. People have the right to choose their decisions and make their own path. The only reason you can use this ability is to make them choose not to kill you or someone you love, he said as she nodded. I understand, Dad, she said as she smiled at him. She understood him clearly. If her old self had this ability, she shivered at what she would do with it. So you are going to transplant it? She asked as he nodded. He put his hand on the ground and sent chakra through the ground, creating a wooden operating table. I will place you under a genjutsu to induce sleep until I send a burst of chakra through you. I will also draw up a seal so you can turn it on and off as it can be very draining, he said as she nodded. He placed his hand on her head as she started to fall asleep and fall back. He caught her and laid her on the table, starting the transplant. Flashback over. She had been training for the few months. Once it was in her, the 4-pinwheel design changed to 8-pinwheel design. She was able to turn the eye off using the seal her dad placed on the inside of her eyelid. She was incredibly thankful for that cause. The second she turned it on the first time, she immediately felt the drain. It wasn't too bad until she activated the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan form of it. She was able to use Amaterasu with little difficulty, though the first time she did it her eye bled for a few minutes. She could summon parts of the Susanoo, but her whole body felt a fire while using it. Her father told her it was normal and it would stop happening the more she trained with it. Then there was Kadomatsukami. She was unable to train in it, so she had read up extensively on it from Shisui's diary. She felt she could use it if she needed to. Also, she found genjutsus were incredibly easier now. She could place them on people without eye contact. All she had to was send a pulse on her chakra through the eye and cast the genjutsu through it. She was glad her father modified it so when she turned it off it was still her natural electric blue color instead of coal black. She sighed as she laid back in her bed and smiled once she felt another weight join her on the bed. She looked down to see Annabeth, her girlfriend, nuzzling against her. "Hi there, Annie," she says as she kisses her cheek. Annabeth giggled and kissed her girlfriend before laying on top of her. "Being bold today, Annie," she said with a chuckle. Annabeth blushed. "Well, since we have the whole cabin to ourselves, I thought we might enjoy it," she said as she kissed Thalia's neck, making the black-haired girl squirm as she bit her lip. Very scene. Thalia held in a small moan as Annabeth groped her high below C-cup chest. Annabeth was usually shy in their makeout sessions except for the few times she took lead in the beginning, like she was doing now. Annabeth kissed her girlfriend deeply, rubbing against and wrapping hers around Thalia's. She always found that Thalia tasted like honey and strangely cherries. She ran her hands under her punkish girlfriend's shirt, making Thalia moan again. Thalia squirmed underneath Annabeth. The farthest they had ever gone was groping over their clothes. She was a little nervous, but she enjoyed the new territory they were going over. She let Annabeth take off her bra as she slid it out from under her shirt. Annabeth looked to her nervously. "I'm not going too fast, am I?" she asked in a nervous tone. Thalia shook her head and ran her hand under Annabeth's shirt to do the same. But she went a step further to grope Annabeth's modest medium B-cup chest. She pinched her nipples softly, making Annabeth moan and arch her back. Annabeth looked down with a large blush on her face as she buried her face in the crook of Thalia's neck. She ran her shaky hands under Thalia's shirt and groped her girlfriend's chest, feeling her nipples hard, making Annabeth smirk. She placed her mouth over where Thalia's nipple was and nibbled on it softly, making the punk girl moan loudly, not worrying about noise as Naruto had the entire cabin silenced with privacy seals. "Ah, Annie, no fair," Thalia says in between moans as his girlfriend continues to nibble on her nipples while groping her. Thalia's hands were still around Annabeth's chest, but she was too weak to do anything since Annabeth was taking charge again. Annabeth pinched and rolled Thalia's nipples in between her fingers, making her moan louder. She was about to pull up Thalia's shirt until they heard a knock at their door. Yuri scene over. The two girls jumped a few feet off the bed and rushed to put on their bras before answering the door, though they had massive blushes on their faces. Thalia answered the door with an annoyed look on her face as she saw Luke standing there. "What?" she yelled in an annoyed tone. "Well, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt anything, but Chiron wants the counselors of Hestia and Athena cabin for a meeting since we have a new trainer apparently. Someone by the name of Quintus," he said as the two girls glared at him. He knew they were going out. Hell, he was happy for them and often ran interference for Naruto so they could have alone time, though he was nearly 100% he had no problem with it, but he understood their worry about it. Thalia grumbled. "Fine, we'll be there soon," she said as she closed the door again. Luke chuckled and grabbed one of the cookies that was always in Hestia cabin and went off to the big house. Thalia looked at Annabeth with a frown. "Well, we better leave for meeting," she says before Annabeth kisses her deeply again, making her lean against the door to kiss her back. Annabeth broke the kiss with a smile. "Yeah, let's go," she says before walking away, leaving a slight sway to her hips. She was glad she talked to Aphrodite cabin for some tips under the guise of an illusion. Thalia blushed dark again. "No fair, Annie," she yells, frustrated as she followed her girlfriend out the cabin. They reached the big house and Thalia's blush had died down. They entered to see everyone already there. Chiron smiled. "Good, we have the counselors of all present cabins. We can begin," he says as Thalia sits down the Hestia's chair and Annabeth sits in Athena's. "This year I decided we need a swordsman to train all of you. Someone who has years of experience," he said as a man roughly her father's age, if not a few years older, walks in with a hellhound. He had gray hair and gray eyes that made her think Athena, but shook that thought way as he did have an aura like a demigod of hers. Oddly, he felt like a child of Hephaestus. Everyone got on guard at the sight of the hellhound except for Luke, Annabeth, and her. "Relax, guys, it's peaceful," she says as she pets the very large mastiff as it patted and smiled at her. Being a sage made her very empathic, like her father, though his was a bloodline sort of thing from holding Kurama in him. "How can you tell?" Lee from Apollo cabin asked, confused. "I'm a sage. I can feel emotions to a minor extent, but this hellhound literally is like a big ball of playfulness and kindness. The only harm it can do is if it is sicked on one of us," she said as the man smiled to her. "Glad to see someone isn't afraid of Mrs. O'Leary. She gets so upset when people get afraid of her," he said as he pet the hellhound, making it bark, thus making everyone cover their ears. The dog barked slightly louder than an artillery gun. "Sorry about her," she was saying. "Hi, I'm Quintus, the new swordsman here to train you all," he said, flashing a kind smile. Thalia had a weird feeling about him, but she would just keep an eye on him for now. "Well, glad to meet you. I'm Kaguya Otsutsuki, daughter of Naruto Otsutsuki, ex-child of Asshole King and adopted daughter of Hestia, who my dad is the champion of," she said, making Quintus nod. "I have heard of the son of chaos, kind of hard not to considering all the gossip flowing around about him and his achievements. Especially considering Artemis speaks so highly of him according to many nymphs on Olympus," he said as Dionysus, who had been sleeping until now, grumbled. "Yeah, the kid has stirred around a lot of trouble, but he's doing a somewhat okay job," he said, drinking his Diet Coke. "That's all for now. Go back to doing whatever you were before," he said as everyone grumbled at the wine god. Annabeth smiled as she made her way back to Hestia cabin. She wanted to continue what she and Thalia were doing, but Chiron stopped her. "Please, Thalia and Annabeth, stay behind for a moment. I have a mission for the two of you," he said as they frowned. "Fine, what do you want us to do?" Thalia said with a groan. She really just wanted to return to what she and Annabeth were doing. Annabeth chuckled as Chiron cleared his throat. "Well, considering the recent increase in monsters, I think it would be wise to bring Percy to camp, considering he is a child of the big three and his scent would attract attention," he said as Thalia groaned. "Fine, we'll go pick up Seaweed Brain," she said as she made her way to the door. "Just give me a moment to gather our stuff, then we can head off," she said as she left the big house. "We can handle it easily, so no worries, Chiron," she said as the mentor to heroes nodded as Annabeth left. Thalia gathered her things quickly and snatched a few cookies from the cabin before leaving to meet Annabeth at her old tree. It felt weird naming it after herself when she had only been in it for roughly a day. Didn't make any better of an experience, but still weird nonetheless. She wore her Nemean lioness cloak that was essentially a golden fleece and her storage scroll strapped to her waist. Her swords were sealed away in her wrists where they usually were unless she was going into battle. She saw Annabeth waiting by the tree. "Come on, Annabeth, I really just want to get this over with," she said with a groan as Annabeth giggled. "Why are you looking forward to continuing what we were doing in your room?" she said in a sultry tone as she blew at her ear, making Thalia blush dark and grumble about teasing girlfriends. She continued to grumble as she ran her hands through the seal's summoning jutsu. "Eagle contract," she said as a medium-sized eagle appeared in a cloud of smoke. "Thalia-sama, where may I take you today?" a kind-sounding female voice said as the eagle ruffled her feathers. "Shuri, I need you to fly me and Annabeth to Percy. I can direct you to his energy," she said as she drew the abilities of her cloak to her, making her appearance change, showing she was in sage mode. Shuri nodded and opened her wings, accepting them on. "Wait, the asshole king is awake, do we have to worry about him?" she asked, making Shuri giggle. "He has no power over who we allow to fly on us. We may begrudgingly be his sacred animal, but we are the rulers of the sky and nothing in its domain can target us," she said as they took off. Annabeth held onto her as they flew. Sure, they could hold on to Shuri, but Annabeth wanted to tease her girlfriend a bit more. She slowly slid her hands under Thalia's shirt, making her squeak. Thalia glared at Annabeth. "Not now, Annie," she said as she squirmed. "We can do this later, please," she said, making Annabeth pout. "Fine," she said as she kissed Thalia's neck as she relaxed and enjoyed the flight. Thalia rolled her eyes. Sometimes Annabeth was too focused on making out. Eventually they made it to where Percy was. It was a place called Good High School. She had a bad feeling as she could feel some dark energies in the school. "Watch out, Annabeth. There might be some trouble," she said as Annabeth unsealed her trench knives and kept them in her pockets. Thalia activated her Sharingan to find Percy near the back of the school, and 3 monsters were making their way towards him. Even if Percy didn't have chakra, his demigod energy gave off a similar feeling to chakra. "Come on, Annabeth. I fear Seaweed Brain is getting into trouble," she said as they rushed through the school. She used her Sharingan to cast anyone who noticed them under a Jinjutsu. It was like the mist but much stronger as they didn't notice them whatsoever. They burst through the door to see Percy holding off against 4 Impulsi with a red-haired girl behind him. "Guys, what are you doing here?" he said as he dodged the slash from 1 Impulsi. "We are here to pick you up, and I've got to say we came at the right time," she said as she unsealed her Kiba blades, making them coarse with lightning chakra as Annabeth put on her trench knives and infused them with wind chakra. "Isn't Naruto back yet?" he asked, making the redhead look shocked at them. Thalia noticed it but shook her head. "Not yet. We need to hurry though, as the longer we are out here the more monsters will arrive," she said as Percy nodded and Thalia dashed and slashed straight through the Impulsi, sending it back to Tartarus. Her blades weren't the sharpest of the 7 for nothing. "Damn, we were told only the sea spawn would be here, not the damn used to be sky spawn." 1 Impulsi with a name tag reading Tammy said as another glared at her. "Shut up. We can still handle them. Go after Athena's spawn. She's the weakest." The Impulsi with the Kelly name tag yelled as the last Impulsi jumped at Annabeth. Annabeth smirked as she ducked under the slashes, charged her trench knife with more wind chakra, and launched a large wind blade at the Impulsi wind style, Wind of the North. The Impulsi burst into golden dust, making the last 2 frown. Tammy was about to say something until Percy cut off her head. Kelly frowned and backed up. "This won't be the last time you see me or any of Kronos' army," she says as she disappears in a burst of fire before Thalia could cut off her head. "Damn, not good," she said as she shot a medium-sized water bullet at the ground, dousing the flame left behind. "What the hell happened here?" the red-haired girl yelled. "This is like the damn all over again," she said, grumbling before turning to Percy. "And you mentioned Naruto. How do you know him?" "I've tried calling him, but I don't know how to work this damn thing," she yells, throwing a marker down on the ground, but it just clattered on the ground. "Wait, you know my dad?" Thalia asked as she picked up the marker. "He's your dad. He promised to explain everything about the skeletons and his weird eyes later, but he never explained how to work the damn thing. He said stab it in the ground, but he never came," she said with a frown. "Well, he is away on his honeymoon, so that is why, but if he gave you this then he will explain. He's just busy," she said as she handed it back to the girl. "What's your name?" she asked. "Rachel Elizabeth Dare," she said as she put it back in her pocket. She was confused by this all and it annoyed her a bit, but something told her to trust her. Thalia could hear people coming their way and she really didn't feel like wasting time by putting them all in genjutsus. "We have to hurry, Chiron expects us back," she says as Percy nods and puts Riptide away as they put away their weapons as well. She turned off her Sharingan and sighed. "You can go out the back way, no one should bother you," Rachel said as they nodded and started to rush out. "I'll keep the marker stabbed in my room so your dad can explain everything to me because this really hurts my head," she said, making Thalia chuckle. "He will get to it as soon as he can." "Thanks for the help," she said as they ran out, leaving behind a headache-induced Rachel. Thalia quickly summoned her eagles so they could take off. She had felt more monsters making their way towards them. "Well, at least you didn't get kicked out of school this time, Seaweed Brain," Thalia said, making Percy stare at her blankly. "Haha, very funny," he said dryly. "Just tell me what's going on in camp," he said as he relaxed on his eagle while Annabeth and Thalia were sharing another. This would have annoyed him since he had feelings for Annabeth, but he didn't feel like it anymore. His feelings for her seemed to fade away, which he was somewhat thankful for. It was getting awkward at times. Thalia looked to Annabeth as the girl sighed and got to explaining. From the fact that Naruto wasn't back to Quintus and his pet hellhound Mrs. O'Leary. Wow, sounds interesting. Any news on Ethan? Percy said, making Thalia frown. No, I can't sense him and my dad isn't here to help, so we are on our own until he returns, she says as she stares ahead of them. But he believes we can handle ourselves and we have to until he gets back, she says as Percy nods. Whatever happens we can handle it, he said as they reached the camp border. Thalia frowned as Annabeth was called away by Clarice. She knew it had to do with Grover, but she really wanted to get back to the cabin to have fun with her girlfriend. Maybe you can go train in the arena. My dad would be glad to know you didn't get lazy while he was gone, she said with a smirk, making Percy chuckle. Sounds like a plan to me, he said as he left. Thalia, being the last one in the clearing, sighed and looked up at the sky. She really wanted her father back. It was somewhat boring without him here. Naruto. He nuzzled against his wife as she smiled and kissed his chest. While making love for most of the night, every night for a week, we can assume I'm pregnant from all of that, she said, making him blush. Well, I had to make sure, he said, making her giggle. I can't wait to be a mother, she said, making him smile happily. His grandmother sent him a letter about the weird time delay and how when they returned they would be aged around 4 months forward. It was weird, but it didn't matter. They said there were no adverse effects of it. It also meant that Hester would instantly be halfway through her pregnancy. She was a bit upset that she would be losing out at half the experience, but after a promise from her husband of more children, she accepted it. I think we have been away from Olympus long enough and I do miss the little animals that Artemis is looking after for us, she said as Naruto nodded and summoned clones to get things together. Mostly he just wanted to cuddle some more. She smiled and kissed her husband. Don't worry, since my domain isn't too busy, but I feel that you will have to deal with Zeus and Hera once they find out about it all, she said as he nodded. If they lay a hand on you I will break them, he said in a serious tone as she kissed his forehead. I know you will, dear, but I will only call you if I can't handle them. I can be very convincing when I want to, she says, making him chuckle. The clones whistled, getting his attention. They finished getting everything together, making him groan. Damn clones couldn't take their time, he thought as he sat up. She giggled and used her blessing to clothe them as they got off the bed. She smiled at the cabin. I would love to come here again sometime in the future when everything calms down, she said as he nodded. Don't worry, we will. We can even bring our future children, he said, making her smile. Then I have to make it bigger since we are going to have a lot. He always wanted a big family and so did Hester, so that worked perfectly. She held onto his hand and smiled at him. Ready whenever you are, she said as he nodded and used a marker in the cabin to flash back. It took a bit more energy since he was technically crossing dimensions in one warp, but it was safe and he had more than enough energy to do it. Hester cabin. They arrived and instantly Hester nearly fell, but he caught her and smiled as she was rubbing her belly with a huge smile. She was clearly pregnant and she loved it. Tears of joy were coming from her as she rubbed her belly. You look lovely, darling, he said, kissing her cheek. Like a natural and loving mother. She cried a bit more before wiping her tears away and accepting the help up from him. I need to go get the animals. I love you, she said as she kissed him lovingly. He returned the kiss equally as she smiles and flashes away. He smiled happily as he left the cabin to frown. He could sense worry and panic as he saw everyone searching around. What's going on here? He asked with a frown as Luke looked to him worried. Everyone else looked scared since they heard when Naruto got angry while gods went into comas. We lost Thalia, Annabeth and Percy during a war game. We can't find them. Not even when I look for their energy signature, he says, making Naruto frown as he activated his eyes and hoped his daughter remembered about her earrings and was in contact with everyone. Animal path. Summoning jutsu, he yelled as cloud of smoke filled the area. See, I told you I could guide us out. Wait, this isn't my doing, he hears Thalia say as he let out a chuckle. No, Thalia, that was me, though I am glad you were holding on to everyone, he said as he was tackled in a hug from his daughter. Dad, you're back, she said with a smile. Is she? She asked, curious. Naruto nodded. Yup, 4 months along considering the weird time lapse, but she is happy and loves it, he said before smiling to Annabeth and Percy. Now I think you need to explain where you three were. I couldn't feel your markers as they were acting weird, but I'm glad that the path worked. Thalia nods and turns to Luke. Tell Chiron we found the labyrinth and Ethan's trying to use it, she said as Luke frowned and went off to get Chiron to call a meeting. We'll go with him, Thalia, Annabeth said, motioning to Percy, who nodded along. You fill in your dad before coming to the meeting. Shouldn't take too long, she said as they went off. So, do anything interesting while I was gone? He asked, making her withhold a blush and shrug her shoulders. Not much, but there were a few, she said before she leads him to the big house and start explaining everything. They make it to the big house as he strokes his chin. Quintus, I'll have to meet him. And I'm glad Rachel is okay. I really owe an explanation to her, he said with a frown. She heads up the stairs and looks down at her father. You coming? She asks. He shook his head. No, you have this handled and you always know how to contact me if you need it, he said, flashing her a smile. And you have everything you need to beat anything in your way, he said as she looked nervous but nodded. Thanks, Dad. Love you, she said, making him smile. I love you too, Thalia. You're welcome, he said as he walked off. He needed to visit this labyrinth for his own and look over this Quintus. He reached the arena to see the gray-haired, gray-eyed man sharpening a sword while the large hellhound nibbled on a shield. He activated his eyes and instantly frowned. He saw that the man's body was entirely made of metal, like Nagato's Asurapath. He could see a soul inside it powering it. He could see a partridge mark on the soul of the man. He knew that curse mark since Athena seemed to be the one to mostly use birds in the form of curses. The mark of Perdix used to show how Daedalus let him die. This wasn't Quintus, it was Daedalus. He'd keep it silent for now until it was needed for others to know. So you're Naruto Otsutsuki, son of chaos? He asked as he continued to sharpen the sword. Yes, I was away dealing with some things of mine, he said as he pet the hellhound, making it pant and smile. Hope you do well at teaching, he said as he shook the man's hand, leaving a smaller version of a Horatian marker on him, keeping it hidden. The man looked a bit confused but went back to work, not noticing the seal. Naruto walked through the forest in search for an entrance to the labyrinth. He needed to test something out. Eventually, after half an hour, he found it. It was marked with a blue delta symbol. He peered inside to see if it really was to the labyrinth. He summoned a strengthened clone and nodded to it. I want you to navigate the labyrinth and set up markers in it to see if I can warp there with a solid marker in the ground or if you can flash around once you are in there, he said as the clone nodded and left to navigate the labyrinth. He left the entrance and made his way back to camp to see his daughter, Annabeth, Percy, Grover and Luke all getting ready to go somewhere. Where are you all going? He asked as he could see Annabeth looking nervous about something. Annabeth was issued a quest to navigate the labyrinth to try and stop Ethan from using it, Thalia said as she smiled to her dad. Apparently Daedalus is in there or something since they were originally connected, she said as he frowned. Be careful and don't be afraid to call me Thalia, he said as he ruffled her hair, making her smile but still swat his hand away. I know, Dad, I just want to prove I can do this on my own and handle stuff, she said as he smiled and rubbed her back. I know, Thalia, but don't be afraid to rely on others. That shows true strength, he said as he kissed her forehead. I and your mother love you, Thalia, so very much, he says, making her smile and hug him. I love you too, Dad. I'll be safe and call you if I need to, she said as she kissed his cheek and went to join the group as they were making their way into the labyrinth. Aren't you nervous about her going in there without you? Chiron asked curiously. Of course I am. What kind of father would I be if I didn't? But I know she can handle anything that comes her way, and even if she couldn't, she knows how to call me. Plus I have a clone in the labyrinth to navigate and be there to get my attention. Plus I had someone sneak onto the quest to help her with her eye, he said as he tugged at his sleeve with a smirk. It was the first time having Thalia away from home on a quest, so of course he was having Zetsu go with her. He smiled and waved to Thalia as she entered the labyrinth. He took a deep breath and focused on the marker he had felt since returning. If anything, it was the one he gave to Rachel. Well, time to explain this whole new world to her, he thought with a chuckle as he left in a flash of yellow, making Quintus stare in shock. He turned to Chiron. I thought he was just a demigod. How can he teleport away like the gods do? He asked. Chiron sighed and shrugged his shoulders. We do not know, but he can only warp to certain markers that are three-pronged knives, he said as Quintus frowned. He needed to be wary of that man. Rachel was not a patient girl in any sense of the word. Only when it came to waiting for her pranks and tricks on her jerk of a father was she ever patient. She had been waiting on Naruto for around 4 months and he had yet to show up. She nearly gave up until she met those kids that apparently knew him. He was apparently on his honeymoon, so it made sense he wouldn't respond. She just hoped he returned soon. She was about to leave for her art group when there was a yellow flash that filled her room. She looked up shocked to see Naruto standing where she had set the marker. Sorry it took so long. Personal stuff. I'm sure my daughter explained it to you, he said to Rachel with a smile. It's about time you showed up, she said with a groan as she glared at him, playfully though. He chuckled as he grabbed a chair and sat down. So now that I am here, ask your questions, he said as she nodded and sat up on her bed. First, what the hell was with all those weird skeletons and other stuff I've noticed since meeting you? I mean, I've always seen weird stuff, but I just figured it was my active imagination, she said, making him chuckle. Those are monsters or creatures that oppose the gods. Now, when I mean gods, I'm talking about the Greek gods like Hestia, the goddess of home and hearth, and all the others you hear in the myths, he said, making her rub her temples. So they aren't really myths. See, she said, only to get her mouth covered. Do not say their names, they have power and can notify them of people talking about them, he said as she nodded. I only said Hestia as she is my wife and does not mind, he said, making Rachel groan. Stop making more questions, she yelled as she pointed at him. Well, to get back to my original statement, the big guy really fires bolts at people, she asked, nervous of being hit. He nodded yes, but he only hits people who piss him off like me or ... Well, me, he said with a chuckle. So you mentioned the gods, does that mean like heroes, children of the gods exist? She asked. She knew enough about mythology from what she heard briefly in class and between naps to remember that gods occasionally got freaky with humans and made demigods or heroes. Yes, they are real. My adopted daughter is originally a child of the big guy, Annabeth's a child of a goddess, and Percy is the son of a god, he said as he didn't feel like mentioning Athena or Poseidon right now. What about you? She asked, confused. What god or goddess gave you those weird eyes? Well, I'm undercover as a child of chaos, basically the mother of this universe, but I am from a different pantheon altogether, he said as she frowned, not understanding it. Basically, I'm the child of a Shinto goddess, Japanese. My mom is Kaguya Otsutsuki and I am the grandchild of Amaterasu and Shinju, a goddess and primordial respectively, he said, making her nod. Wow, freaky, she said as she stared at him. Yeah, I came here to try and calm things down and it's going pretty well, he said as he looked out her window. Any other questions? He asked her with a smile. He really didn't mind as he didn't have anywhere to be immediately. He might need to check up on the animals as he guessed they were in Hestia's hearth on Olympus. You mentioned being married to a goddess. How did that happen? She asked, confused. Normally they married other immortals. Well, I was originally her champion and I developed feelings for her, confessed to her, and as time went on we got engaged and most recently married, he said with a smile as he rubbed his wedding ring. We are expecting a child soon, he said as Rachel smiled. Congrats, she said with a smile before looking at the time. Oh dang, I really have to go, she said as she pulled the marker to hand to him. Keep it, just in case you need to contact me again, he said as she nodded and slipped it into her backpack. Stay safe, Rachel, he said with a smile. She nodded as she left the room and he flashed away. He wanted to visit his wife, Hestia. She was enjoying being pregnant. Sure, she had weird cravings, but that's to her abilities, she could easily satisfy them. Only downside was the mood swings she felt at times, but all the lovely animals helped her a lot. All of the animals had grown while she was away. When she got them, they were just a few months old, but being animals of godly connections, they grew faster and now were nearing their teen or adult sizes essentially. She had to remember to thank her brother Poseidon for installing an aquarium for Shimizu, their little dolphin that could apparently jump from one source of water to another, but he seemed to stay around her and try and make her laugh whenever he got the moment. Shizen the boar was roughly the size of a Mini Cooper and his tusks were roughly 3 feet long. His dull red fur grew darker, more blood red, but he was still a softie around her as he always was wanting his belly rubbed. Jigoku and Ryokan, the hellhounds that could merge, grew to massive sizes. They were the size of a Hummer or an American truck when they were split apart. Apparently Artemis trained them to guard Hestia at all times as they followed her around everywhere she went, though it was helpful when she had dizzy spells so they could help her stay up. Then there was Mamoru, who was living up to his name. He growled at any minor god, minor goddess, or woodland spirit that got anywhere close to her. The only ones she didn't do it towards were the siblings of hers that attended the wedding. Artemis was very proud of her wolf as it was doing just as she wanted. She was relaxing in the hearth when a yellow flash filled the room and she smiled. She turned around to see her new husband standing there. Wow, these guys definitely grew, he said as he pet Jigoku and Ryokan as they nuzzled against him, nearly pushing him over as Shizen actually did knock him over. Shimizu made a clicking noise as he splashed him. Nice to see you all and thank you for the splash, Shimizu, he said as the dolphin seemed to laugh a bit as it swam around. He pet the others and smiled as he walked up to Hestia. How have you been feeling today? He asked as Mamoru rested his head on Naruto's lap as he crouched down to rub her belly as Mamoru did the same with his nose. I have been good, a little tired but nothing too bad. The animals have been looking out for me, she said with a smile as she pet the massive hellhound. The animals all sat around her. How is Thalia? She asked as Shizen nuzzled against her leg. She is good, he said with a frown. She is on a quest to go into the labyrinth. I sent Zetsu with her but I still worry, he said as she held his hand. That is normal of a father. It would be more worrisome if you didn't worry. Just have faith that she can accomplish her task, she said as she kissed his hand. He nodded and rubbed her hand. I know, he said with a smile. So has the king and queen found out yet? He asked as Mamoru growled a bit as if he knew they were trouble. Not yet, but as I said, I can handle myself unless they get too troublesome, she said as she smiled in a way that made him sweat a bit. I know you can handle yourself, dear. I just want to be there if he gets too violent, he said as the animals grumbled. You guys aren't fighting. They are gods. You are young creatures, he said, making them all grumble as he just sweat dropped. He went up and kissed Hestia softly. I have to leave to watch over the camp. Call me if you need anything, he said after she kissed him back and stroked his cheek. I love you, he said as she smiled. I love you too, she said as she pet Jigoku and Ryokan. Please at least take Shizen with you. I'm sure Shimizu will visit, but I'd like if one stayed with you, she said as he nodded and Shizen nuzzled her. I still love you, Shizen. I just want you all to spend time with Naruto as well, she said as the large boar nodded and trotted over to Naruto, who pet his head, making him snort happily. He kissed his wife one last time before he flashed away with the large Erymanthian boar. Hestia smiled as she pet Mamoru as Jigoku and Ryokan laid down at her feet. She loved these animals and couldn't wait to have them look after her child or children. She had already claimed them as her sacred animals so they would never fade or die. She modified it so they would age to their prime before they stopped aging altogether. She sighed and summoned some tea for herself and meat for the animals except for the Shimizu, who she gave some fish to. She just hoped her siblings weren't too difficult when they found out about her pregnancy. Naruto arrived at camp to see everyone was getting ready and equipped. They nearly freaked out when they say Shizen, but one look from Naruto stopped them from doing anything. He made his way up to Chiron and looked confused. What is happening? He asked as Shizen was being fawned over by the nymphs and satyrs due to him being an Erymanthian boar and was connected to nature and Pan. He looked a bit uncomfortable as he started trying to move away from them. Monsters have been finding their way through the labyrinth. It's just small fry for now, but we are readying ourselves for anything possibly larger, Chiron said as he raised an eyebrow at the Erymanthian boar that was now running away from nymphs and satyrs before hiding behind Naruto. Naruto chuckled and pet Shizen. Well, I'm here to help guard the camp, and so is Shizen here, he said as the boar nodded. Though don't be too pushy with him. He is still a baby, he said as the boar nuzzled against him and oinked a few times. Many demigods' sweat dropped at that, considering the boar's massive size. Where did you find an Erymanthian boar? Chiron asked as Naruto scratched under its chin. A gift from a friend, he said as he went off with Shizen behind him. Let's get to work, Shizen, and get this camp all set up, he said as Shizen nodded and squealed. Thalia, shortly after heading into the labyrinth. Thalia looked around the labyrinth corridor. It looked like old ruins as there were broken mosaic depictions on the walls. From what she could see, it showed the first Titan War as it showed the asshole king chopping up Kronos with his scythe. This place feels weird, Grover says with a shiver. Like it is alive and staring at us, he said as the others nodded. Don't worry, Annabeth said as she looked around. I have studied the labyrinth extensively since it is an architectural masterpiece. She ran her hand over the wall and furrowed her brow before looking around at the two paths she could take. We need to go left, it looks the oldest, and if the tomes on the labyrinth are correct, then Daedalus will be found in the deepest and oldest parts of the labyrinth, she says as they follow her. They kept going down the corridor until it started getting narrower and narrower. What the hell is up with this? Percy asked, confused as they side-shuffled through the corridor. The labyrinth is constantly changing, apparently, Percy, meaning its corridors will be varying of designs, Luke said as he ducked under a root that went through the higher area of the corridor. Since he was the tallest there, he was the only one that needed to duck. The only reason he knew this is because of the fact he would often be the one Annabeth went on her architecture talks to. Well, they can stop trying to squish us, Grover said as he was having difficulties navigating the corridor considering his hooves and all. Thalia was glad her father wasn't in here with them. She found out her father had claustrophobia from a time he was swallowed by a giant snake during his Chunin exams. She didn't blame him. Being eaten by a giant animal and being forced to create clones to make it explode was bound to leave behind something. Annie, do you think if Daedalus is alive, which I doubt considering how old he would be, do you think he'd actually help us? She asked, confused. Didn't he get cursed by your mother? She remembered how Annabeth had told her of Daedalus's story and the whole curse thing. Well, I'm not entirely sure. Naruto, though, told us of a story of how there was a man that stayed young by switching bodies every 3 years. Daedalus is resourceful, he might figure something out, and we don't even know if we are meant to find him. Maybe we are just supposed to find his workshop, she said as the prophecy wasn't too clear, but prophecies never are. So we don't even know what we are supposed to do. Percy asked as he let out a sigh of relief since the corridor was opening up. What did this prophecy even say? He asked as he nearly tripped over a root, only to be caught by Luke. Annabeth looked around nervously, but Thalia sent her an encouraging smile. Thalia had heard the prophecy, and true, she had been worried, but prophecies always could have multiple meanings. Annabeth took a deep breath and nodded. The oracle told me, you shall delve in the darkness of the endless maze. The one of spirits, evil in the lost one rays, helped or defeated by Queen of Spirits' hand. The child of Athena must make a choice beforehand, to be heroic in their final stand. As soon as she said it, everyone was worried. Don't worry, Annabeth, prophecies always have double meanings, Luke said as he rubbed her back. Annabeth nodded and looked ahead. Come on, we need to keep moving, she said as they nodded. Everyone looked at one another, and one thing was silently shared between them. They wouldn't let Annabeth die or make her stand alone. They continued through the labyrinth. It was a mess with twists and turns. They'd go down one corridor only to hit a dead end and backtrack to find themselves in an entirely new area. Ugh, this place is annoying me, Thalia yelled as she kicked an overturned marble column. I hate regular mazes, and this stupid one isn't any better. Annabeth's sweat dropped as she looked around. This seems like a good enough place to rest for a bit. I don't know how long we have been going, but we might as well, she said as everyone nodded and started unsealing their supplies. Luke held on to Grover and Percy's supplies since only 3 of the 5 could use chakra to seal things away. Thalia was resting against a pillar when she felt her sleeve shift, making her peer inside it. Zetsu, what are you doing here? She asked, confused as the black blob of an uncle came out of her sleeve. Well, Naruto, being the overprotective father he is, he sent me just as a last resort type thing, he said as he smiled, showing his shark-like teeth. Don't let that seem that he doesn't trust you. He knows you can do it, but he wouldn't be a father if he didn't worry nonetheless, he said as Thalia sighed but nodded. Fine, but only help if I ask for it, she said as Zetsu nodded and went back into her sleeve. She sat next to Annabeth as she started building a campfire but couldn't get it started. Here, let me help, she said as she grabbed a stray twig and focused. She had been working on elemental manipulation since even if she didn't have other elements, she could still access them. So far she could just access fire. Slowly her chakra started to heat up the twig before it burst into flames, and she tossed it into the campfire, making it burst to life. Man, you guys are lucky, Percy said with a pout. You get all these cool abilities from Naruto, he said in a tone that it was clear that he wasn't annoyed, just sort of jealous. Ever since Naruto started training him, and even after the wedding where he was training on his own, his control over his water abilities skyrocketed to a point where he could draw water from the air around him. Well, if you keep improving, who knows, my dad might gift you with it. Just prove to him you will be good with it, Thalia said as she put a marshmallow on a skewer and started to roast it over the flame. Percy nodded as Luke handed out marshmallows to everyone. Well, so far we know the first line. Endless maze means the labyrinth, Luke said as he bit into a s'more he made. Yeah, but this one of spirits and Queen of Spirits person is confusing me, Thalia said with a frown. Well, it could be demigod of Melano, the goddess of ghosts, Annabeth said as he stared into the fire. I think I know her, Percy said, getting everyone to look at him confused. Well, I've been having demigod dreams of a girl with black and white hair that was muttering something about getting out of her prison and get revenge on her mother, he said with a frown. Okay, hopefully she is willing to help, Grover said with a shiver. He did not like ghosts. The evil one is pretty obvious, Luke said with a frown. Ethan is the only evil one we can really think of. The lost one has to be Pan, Grover said, excited and hopeful. It only makes sense. Let's stop trying to analyze the prophecy. It'll only worry us and give us headaches, Annabeth said as everyone nodded. They rested for what they figured to be an hour or so until they started packing up their things. We can't rest for too long. We need to keep going, Annabeth said as they continued through the corridors. They all kept going until they reached a large room. It was of Roman design and falling apart. There was a large fountain in the middle that was broken and dried up, as well as a large long table that was covered in dust and old plates. Why does this stuff look Roman? I thought the labyrinth was Greek, Thalia asked as she kicked a Roman helmet away from her. Well, the labyrinth has always been growing. It could have picked up on some other nations and empires, she said as she frowned at the mural. Something in her blood made her want to destroy the mural, but from all her training with Naruto, she didn't let her instincts rule her. They made their way to the end of the room when the room suddenly fixed itself and the two pathways closed off with large blue and red doors, both bolted with a large silver padlock. There was then a large statue in between the doors. It had two faces that jutted out of either side of his head. It was dressed like a New York City doorman, a long black overcoat, shiny shoes, and a black top hat that somehow managed to stay on his wider than normal head. The statue crumbled to reveal it was a real person. I don't like this, Thalia said as everyone nodded along. That's not very nice of you, the left face said as the right one glared like you're one to talk. It said before looking at Annabeth. Annabeth Chase, please step forward. Thalia relied on her cloak to enter sage mode, resulting in her hair and eyes changing before she stepped in front of Annabeth. No. Name yourselves first before we do anything, she said as she glared at the two-faced person. She could feel negative emotions coming from the man, but it would filter back and forth between the two faces, so she didn't know which one for sure they were coming from. But all of her instincts were telling her not to trust this person. Fine, where were my manners, the left one said as the right one scoffed. I am Janus, god of doorways, beginnings, endings, and choices, and you, Miss Annabeth Chase, must make your decision, both of the heads said in unison, making Annabeth frown. I will get to you, Perseus Jackson and Kaguya Otsutsuki later, the right face said. But now it is Annabeth's turn, he laughed in a creepy manner, such fun. He was passing a silver key from one hand to another as if to tease them. Luke frowned as he looked behind them to see the way they came was closed with mosaics. He doubted any of them could make any dents in the labyrinth, and frankly he didn't want to try. Shut up, Thalia yelled, let us through. She did not trust this god and she wasn't about to let him get them into trouble. She activated her Sharingan and evolved it to its M's form as she stared him down. She has to make a choice, young demigod. You can't delay fate, the right one said as Thalia growled until Annabeth patted her back. I'm fine, I can do this, Annabeth said with a frown as Thalia frowned as well. Thalia kept her eye trained on the two-faced god, ready to burn him with her great-grandmother's flames if he did anything that warranted it. I choose, Annabeth started to say until golden light came from behind the doors and into the room. Janus raised his hands to shield his eyes. When the light died, there was a woman standing at the fountain. She was tall with bronze-colored hair that reminded Percy of chocolate. It was braided in plaits with golden ribbons. She wore a simple white dress that still somehow looked stunning on her. Janus, she said with a frown, causing trouble again. And no, milady. The right face of Janus stammered as the left one smiled and nodded yes. Percy chuckled, way to betray yourself. Shut up, the right face yelled, making the woman frown. Excuse me, she asked in a tone that made the god visibly shiver. Not to you, milady. I was talking to myself and the annoying son of Poseidon. He stammered out. So be it, she said. You know very well that your visit is exceedingly too early. Her time is yet to come. So I will give you a choice, she said, gaining an all too sweet smile. Either you leave the heroes to me or I turn you into a door and break you down, she said in a way too sweet of tone. What kind of door? I'm hoping a French one. They let in so much light, the left one said with a smile as the right one looked pale. Shut up. Not you, milady, my idiotic left side. Of course I'll leave. I was just doing my job. Having a little fun and offering choices, the right side said. Causing indecision and messing with the heroes of an all too important quest, the woman corrected. Now be gone, she yelled, making Janus disappear using his silver key in his hand. The woman then turned to them and smiled. Sorry about him. The minor gods are rebelling since they don't believe they get fair representation or a big enough role in the world, she said as Thalia got a clear look at her and frowned. Hera, what are you doing here? She asked as she eased her eye out of the M state and hid it before Hera saw it. She didn't have any idea why the Queen of Olympus was here in the first place, and something told her it wasn't for any good reason. I came to help you all and save you from that annoying god Janus, she said as she smiled at them. Thalia was still in sage mode but strangely couldn't feel any negative emotions, but she still didn't like Hera all too much. Please, come sit down, we can talk more, she said as she snapped her fingers, making the table become brand new and clean as well as make it so the fountain was working. She waved her hand over the table, making it cover itself in food and drinks. Thalia was on guard, but she still sat down. She wasn't her father, she didn't have protection against curses or the raw power to defeat gods. If anything, she could handle a minor god, which Hira definitely was not a minor one. Grover, honey, use the napkin, don't eat it, she said, making Grover nod sheepishly and stop eating the napkin. Luke wasn't eating anything as he was keeping an eye on Hira as she was closest to Annabeth. He didn't quite trust any gods outside of the few that were welcome to Naruto's wedding. Percy ate some of the food, but he felt weird around Hira. She felt like she was acting all kind and motherly. He couldn't remember if she was the one who threw Hephaestus off Olympus or if that was Zeus. So why are you really here, Hira? I doubt it's out of the kindness of your heart, Thalia said as she bit into one of the sandwiches. Hira frowned a bit. I am here to help you all, Thalia. I don't hate heroes as much as it seems, she said, making them frown a bit. I am here to help answer one wish of yours in this quest, Annabeth, she said with a smile as she flicked her hand at her, making Annabeth's hair clean and tidy up. What do you want in return? Thalia asked as she stared down Hira. You don't strike me as a goddess who helps just for the heck of it, she said as Hira frowned. Well, I was hoping you'd tell me where your father went for those 4 months. Even if he is able to hide himself. I noticed as he went missing for 4 months, so did Ares, Poseidon, Hermes, Hades, Artemis, Athena and Hestia all went missing as well, she said with a frown. While Dad went off to do his own thing, maybe the gods did as well. There are things such as coincidences, Thalia said, making Hira frown and very slightly narrow her eyes, but only Thalia noticed it. Hira turned back to Annabeth. So Annabeth, what do you wish for help with? She asked with a smile. Annabeth stammered as she looked incredibly nervous about talking to the Queen of Olympus. I would like a way to navigate the labyrinth, she said as Hira smiled. Well, that is easy, considering you already know, or at least young Thalia does, she said as she smiled and waved her hand over the table, making all the food vanish in mist. Table returned to its dust-covered mess and the fountain returned to its broken state. But you said you'd tell me, not say I know, Annabeth said with a bit of anger in her tone. Well, I'm sure your mother would like it if you figured it out for your own, she said as she smiled uncaringly. She waved to them as she flashed away. Instantly after, Annabeth let out a frustrated yell. Ugh. She said she would tell me, not some stupid cryptic message. She yelled as she banged her head on the table in annoyance. Why must the gods be so annoying? She yells as she stands up. Relax, Annie, I'm sure we will figure it out, Luke said as he rubbed her back, as did Thalia. Is it me or did she seem fake? Percy asked, curious as he looked to the seat Hira was sitting in not too long ago. Thalia, who was easing out of her sage mode, nodded along. Yes, she was masking her real emotions behind a veil of positive ones. If my dad was here he would have been able to see through it, but oh well. We need to keep going. We'll figure out what she meant later, she said as everyone nodded. They went off to the place where Janice used to be and looked at the paths. Which way should we go? Luke asked as he looked down each path. Grover took a sniff and looked terrified. Left. Definitely left, he said as he started to push them down the left path. What's wrong? Why left? Annabeth asked as she looked to Grover. Something big is coming down the right path, and no, as he paused to take another sniff before pushing them faster, coming after us. He yelled as everyone started running. What can we do to slow it down? Percy yelled as they ran down the corridor. Lucky for them it was a straight path so far, no side breaks or twists. Fuinjutsu, Annabeth yelled as she pulled out kunais with tags. While Luke and Thalia were being taught in Kenjutsu, she had taken up the very rarely studied art of seals or Fuinjutsu like a fish to water. Considering it was an advanced art that needed steady hands and a creative mind, it suited Annabeth perfectly. She threw the kunais down the corridor and listened as they exploded and gravel was heard crumbling down. That might help, but keep running, she yelled as they kept going. The only bad thing about the corridor was it was a dead end. Crap, what do we do? Grover said as he tried pushing the boulder out of the way. I don't think any of us could move it, Luke said with a frown as he drew his sword, only to get stopped by Thalia. I can do this, she said as she activated her M's eye. She knew this was her worst skill with her eye, but it was a last resort type thing. Her dad told her not to use it in battle unless she was more skilled in it. Once I am done, I need one of you to catch me as I will most likely pass out, she said as she took a deep breath and focused all her energy in her eye. Susanoo, she yelled out as she felt her body burn up. Her eye was special in the sense that she could summon a Susanoo without both eyes. Shisui's eyes were very powerful in the sense he was able to do it with one eye, and so was she, since it was an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Her body was shrouded in a green aura as a skeleton arm started to form over her shoulder. This was the most she could do at the moment. A single arm or half a ribcage. Once the arm was fully formed, she grabbed the boulder blocking their path and started to move it out of the way. Sweat was pouring off her body. Everybody, go now, she yelled as they hurried in. She took a few more deep breaths as she had to ready herself. Moving with a Susanoo was very difficult, as since she wasn't skilled at using or forming one, the second her main body moved it would start crumbling. She nodded and dashed through the hole and started using the fading arm to push the boulder back in place just in time to block off the monster, which they all could hear it wailing from behind the boulder. Woo, just in the nick of time, Thalia said as she passed out, landing in Annabeth's arms and her head on her chest. Too close, Luke said as he looked around. So where exactly are we? He asked as Grover frowned. I think we are in jail, he said as he ran a finger down the bar of their cell. No one dropped the soap, Percy said, trying to lighten the mood. Everyone just looked at him blankly and shook their head. We need to find a way out of here, Annabeth said as she picked up Thalia, only for Luke to take her and position her on his back. Lead the way, Annie, he said as she nodded just as they heard another monstrous scream in the prison. Well, that's just great, Percy said with a frown. Naruto sighed as he killed another cyclops that came through the labyrinth. It had been a week since his daughter left to go in there. He knew she was okay, and from the memories he got from the clone it was disorienting and time felt differently in there. He found that he couldn't warp in there as the labyrinth was constantly moving and shifting, though he could warp once he was in there, so if she needed him he'd have to go in there to actually warp anywhere. He was brought out of his thoughts by Shizen nudging him. All clear, buddy? He asked, making the large boar nod and snort a bit. Well, let's get back. We need to relax for a bit. Shizen nodded and trotted off to camp as he walked back himself. He wanted to take a breather. All week he had been busy killing monsters and defending camp. Quintus Acadidellus went missing the day after the quest group left for the labyrinth. Plus the fact that Hestia was busy trying to hide her pregnancy, he couldn't sneak in as it would alert the asshole king, since even if he was hidden any presence on Olympus the king and queen would feel, so he had to stay off it and would only send Shimizu via water travel to talk with her. He felt it would come out sooner or later, but until then he'd rather not make it known sooner than it would normally. Naruto, thank you again for defending Camp Chiron said with a nod. The centaur was still weird around him, but considering their first meeting the slight fear was understandable since he crushed a lightning bolt in his hand. As I said many times before, do no worry. I have to defend these young kids when they cannot, he said as he ran a hand through his hair and chuckled at the sight of a group of nymphs sitting and laying on Shizen's back. Training will start soon, and since Quintus is still gone you must be the trainer, he said with a frown. I know. I will be there shortly, or send a strengthened clone. He waved him off as the centaur nodded and trotted off. Naruto was about to go when Shizen bolted up, startling the nymphs until Naruto went over to calm him. What's wrong, buddy? He asked as Shizen snorted fire and charged off, disappearing entirely. Sorry girls, he must have been called by his mother, Naruto said as his eyes widened and he felt a marker appear and disappear 3 times. That was Hestia's signal for big trouble. He summoned a strengthened clone and turned to the nymphs. Tell Chiron I had to go. It was very important, he said as he flashed off. Hestia was in trouble. Hestia smiled as she pet her lovely animals. Things had been tense, but thankfully all her animals were there to ease her worries, and none of her siblings that hadn't been to the wedding had come by to visit her yet. She wasn't looking forward to that conversation as she wanted to hide it from them, considering Zeus smited anything that threatened him or he didn't like, and then Hera was jealous of her at times, which she never quite understood. She was brought out of her thoughts by Mamoru, who nuzzled her hand and growled a bit towards the door, alerting her of someone coming their way. She then grew worried as she felt who it was. Aphrodite had found her. Hestia always made sure that her love was hidden from the love goddess, but since she was pregnant her powers were a bit haywired. Especially the food part, considering her pregnancy cravings. She flinched as the door to her temple burst open to reveal an annoyed-looking Aphrodite. I finally found where the love was coming from, she yelled as she glared Hestia down. Do you know how annoying it was to not be able to find who it was? She started to walk over to her until she noticed something. Oh my chaos, you're pregnant and married, Aphrodite yelled as she pointed to her 4-month-old pregnant stomach and the ring on her finger. Yes, now please just let me explain this before you go telling everyone, she said as she put up a hand to keep Jigoku and Ryokan back from attacking the love goddess for yelling and flaring her power. Oh no, you are not keeping me from spreading the best gossip since Helen and Paris, she said with a smirk as she ran off. Hestia tried to run after her, but due to her pregnant belly she couldn't. She held onto her pups to take a breather just as she heard her sister. She is what? Hestia heard Hera yell, and she was pretty sure everyone on Olympus and possibly New York City also heard her. Hestia, get your ass here now. She heard Zeus yell as the animals growled, but she calmed them down. Be good babies, I will be fine. Stay here, she said as she kissed them all and started walking to the council room with the help of one of her handmaidens. Will you be okay, Lady Hestia? Should we call Lord Naruto? Her handmaiden asked with a worried look on her face. Oh dear, do not worry, Hestia said as she stroked her maiden's cheek. It is not the first time I have had to deal with Zeus or Hera when they were having a temper tantrum, though thank you for worrying, and I will call Naruto if it is needed, she said as she smiled at the worry her maidens had for her. If you say so, Lady Hestia, the handmaiden said as they got to the throne room and she left Hestia there. Hestia sighed as she opened the door to reveal all of the gods and goddesses of the council sitting in their thrones looking at her in shock, or in the case of those who knew, fake shock. Figured how long it would take you all to figure out, she said as she materialized a sofa for her to sit in. You have a lot to explain, Hestia. You broke your vow on Styx and got married without our approval, Zeus said as he glared down his elder sister. I didn't know I had to tell you everything that happens with my personal life, she said in a deadly sweet tone, making him sweat a bit. You had an oath on Styx to remain celibate, and yet here you are pregnant, Zeus said as he narrowed his eyes. He didn't like that his eldest sibling was pregnant and married to someone he did not know. Yes, but I talked with Styx before marrying my husband and getting pregnant, unlike you who just broke it and pushed the consequences on your used-to-be daughter, she said as she smirked her fuming brother. That is another thing that worries me, Hera said with a frown. How is it you got married without my approval, blessing, or a proper wedding, she asked as she had a feeling this had to do with the gods and goddesses that went missing for those 4 months. Well, I wouldn't say you didn't bless it. You did give us your blessing during the winter solstice, and we didn't need you as anybody ordained can do it for us, she said, making Hera frown and hold in a glare before the dots connected. Wait, I have only given one person's blessing recently and it was ... Oh my god, Hera said as she stood up. You married your champion. She yelled as she was in shock. Zeus turned beet white as his wife revealed that fact. No, I will not allow this, he yelled as the storm kicked up. Zeus, calm down already, you are acting like a child. Poseidon yelled as he tried to calm down his brother. He didn't want a stray bolt of lightning hitting Hestia, or only chaos knew what Naruto would do to Zeus. The gods and goddesses that went to the wedding sighed as Zeus started to overreact. You cannot be married to him, Hestia. He is a demigod and you are a goddess, Hera said as Zeus was glaring at Hestia. I will never allow you to make him immortal. He is a dangerous demigod and will only try and dethrone me, he yelled as he grabbed his master bolt and stared down Hestia. Renounce your marriage or I will make you reform, he said as numerous others glared at him and almost attacked him but were held back by a barrier. Zeus, if you do that her babies will die, Artemis yelled as she tried to blast through the barrier. I don't care. That man will not be her husband and I will do whatever I can to stop this man from getting stronger, he yelled as he waved a hand over the barrier making it soundproof. Hestia glared as she rubbed her belly. Her eyes changed from their normal calm flames to a venom-colored green as flames roared from the hearth and wrapped around her, changing into Greek fire. I will not allow you to hurt my precious babies, Zeus. You have to get off your high horse and stop thinking everyone is against you, she yelled as the flames took the form of a dragon around her and roared. She already felt dizzy from using her powers, but she had to defend her babies and she was not going to allow Zeus, her baby brother, to order her not to love Naruto or get rid of her children. Zeus, I think you went far enough. As much as you don't like the man, you do not threaten to kill unborn babies. You are acting like father, she said, making Zeus turn to her. I thought you were on my side, Hera, he said as he turned his bolt to her. I guess not, he said before blasting her with his master bolt and sending her crashing out of Olympus. Hestia quickly sent her flames to catch and bring Hera back, but just as she did it, Zeus turned his bolt to her and fired. Time seemed to slow down and she acted on instinct and slammed Naruto's marker into the ground 3 times, hoping he was listening. She saw Shizen run into the room worried just as a yellow flash filled the room and she passed out. Naruto. First thing Naruto saw when he flashed in was a lightning bolt coming his way. He wasn't surprised as it was Zeus after all. He quickly ran his hands through the hand seals and took a deep breath, wind style, dust airstream. He yelled as he quickly blew out a long stream of dust at the lightning bolt to disrupt it through the air, since non-pure air was a terrible conductor for electricity. He let out a sigh as it burst away, revealing an enraged-looking Zeus. He ignored him as he looked behind him to see Hestia, who was being looked after by Shizen. Is she okay, buddy? He asked, getting a nod from the boar. Good, you stay by her side. Take her over to Artemis, he said as Shizen carefully carried Hestia over, using his tusks to scoop her up and rest her on his snout. Now Zeus, what the hell went on here, he said as he glared at the god. He noticed how all the gods and goddesses were held back behind barriers and how Hera was smoldering and gave off the occasional discharge from next to the hearth, and the ground was scorched with Greek fire. You happened, he yelled as he tried to fire another bolt, but Naruto dodged it and knocked him back with a gust of air. You turned everyone against me and made me turn my hand towards my wife, he yelled, making Naruto glare at him. Please tell me you did not fucking blast your wife because she didn't side with you, he said, almost shocked from how stupid and paranoid Zeus was acting. She dared to say I wasn't in the right for threatening my subject to denounce her marriage or reform, he yelled before he was silenced by a heavy killing intent. You dare threaten my wife and my children? He asked as his eyes became red and his pupil became a thin vertical slit. His whisker birthmarks returned and his hair started to become dark red. You just made your last mistake, Zeus, he said as his voice changed into Kuramas. His body gradually became covered in dark red fur as his body grew. 2 large ears sprouted from his head as he grew to Kurama's full size. His 9 tails billowed behind him and he got a sense of sad nostalgia, but he didn't delve on it as he had more important things to do. Yes, I dare. They are my subjects and so are you, he yelled as he tried to blast the giant fox to find it had no effect on it. You are trying to dethrone me and I would never let your offspring live, he yelled before being sent flying by one of the tails. Once Zeus was sent flying, the barrier holding back the gods and goddesses fell. Poseidon, you look after Hestia. Artemis, make sure she is okay, and Apollo, get on healing Hera, Naruto said as he activated his eyes and stared down Zeus as he got up from the rubble. Do any of you care if I make him have to reform? He asked as they all shook their heads. He grew a large smile as he nodded. Good, he said as he dashed out of the room, making a large hole. You dare strike me? Zeus yelled as he summoned a storm and a tornado to try and slow it down. I dare because you are a terrible king, Naruto yelled as he grabbed Zeus and threw him down to the ground of Olympus and fired a fireball at him. You threaten everyone, constantly make enemies, and run your kingdom into the ground. A toddler could be a better king, he yelled as he batted away bolts of lightning. I am the king. I won't let you take that away from me, he yelled as he summoned the strongest bolt he could. He would never let a child dethrone him. Too bad, he yelled as he noticed a large cluster of lighting forming above him as he fell from the sky towards the asshole king. He smirked as he made Kurama's eyes change to Shinju's eyes. Susanoo, he yelled as samurai armor formed around him and he summoned a racing shuriken with Amaterasu flames. He pulled his hand back to throw at Zeus. Die, you asshole. Blaze, release, jet black halo, he yelled as he threw the massive black pinwheel at the god as a massive bolt of lightning hit his back, but the Susanoo armor protected him. Zeus stared in fear as the massive ball flew down towards him. The last time he was hit by a lava variation of this he felt massive pain, and this one looked deadlier. He summoned a massive bolt in his hand hoping to stop it and fired it only for it to be burned away once it got close enough. Naruto watched as it exploded on Zeus and the ground around it. Luckily the area he did it at was barren of trees and other plant life. He landed with a thud as he lowered the armor around him and shrunk down to his human form. He started walking through the flames as with his grandmother's blessing the black flames could not harm him. Zeus, several others and I are fed up with your rule. I have been reading up and I for the safety of others hereby remove you of your throne, he said as he placed a hand on Zeus's head and activated his eyes. Human path, he said as he started pulling out Zeus's godly aura. It was like pulling out someone's soul, but he made Zeus human by removing his godly powers. He watched as the aura transformed into an orb a bit larger than a Rasengan. It was electric blue with Zeus's symbols swirling around it. He groaned as he didn't want Zeus to die. If anything, he needed to teach him a lesson. He erased all the flames and called for help. Apollo, come and heal Zeus after you are done with Hera, he yelled, and a second later the sun god appeared next to him. Wow, you really did a number on Dad. Can't say I blame you since he did threaten your wife and your children, Apollo said as he got to work healing Zeus. Yay, at least I left him alive, he said with a scoff. So you gonna tell me why I wasn't invited to the wedding in the Shinto world? He asked, making Naruto choke on air in shock. Oh come on, I'm the god of prophecy, I see all. Though don't worry, Amaterasu made me swear not to tell, he said with a smirk. Well, I only wanted to bring those I had met before or were parents of my groomsmen or Hestia's bridesmaids. Sorry, he said with a frown as he eyed the orb in his hand more. It's okay, makes sense. Just make Aunt Hestia happy, okay? He said as Naruto chuckled and nodded. Sounds fair. Now I need to get back to Olympus. Can you take him to your temple once he is stable? He asked as the sun god waved it off as he was focused on healing. Naruto chuckled as he flashed off. As he arrived back on Olympus, everyone was surrounding a crying Hera. He frowned as he walked up to her and reached in the orb to grab the crown symbol before pulling it out. You okay, Hera? He asked, getting everyone to look at him. She stiffed as she wiped away another tear. She was bandaged up and still looked roughed up, but that's what happens when struck by lightning. Not everyone can shrug it off or bat it away. I am better. Thank you for stopping him, she said as she looked at the orb in Naruto's hand. Is he dead? She asked with a blank face. No, I did something worse, he said, getting everyone to look at him confused. I removed his godly powers, which are in this orb. Minus the king part, as I want to give it to you, he said as he placed the golden crown on top of her head, making it sink into her. You did what? Poseidon asked, confused. He didn't mind Hera being full ruler as he didn't want the throne, but he had never heard of that ever happening. Well, essentially I made him human so Zeus the god faded, but Zeus the mortal is being healed by Apollo. When I made the god fade, his domains came up for grabs, but I kept them from running off, he said as he frowned at the orb. I still need a god or goddess of justice, lightning, the sky, and honor, he said as Athena, Apollo, Artemis, and Poseidon stepped forward as if being drawn to it. Slowly the symbols for all of Zeus's domains rose from the orb, and Naruto just stood there letting it happen. He watched as honor flew to Athena, sky flew to Artemis, lightning flew to Poseidon, and justice flew to Apollo. All the gods were in shock at what had just happened. Are you saying there is one less god in the world yet he is still alive? Hephaestus asked, confused as Hera was staring at Naruto in shock. I think that's right, but what about Jupiter? Demeter asked as she saw some of the gods flicker in between the Roman and Greek forms. It counts for both Jupiter and Zeus. They are both gone, Apollo said as his eyes glowed green for a second as he accessed his ability to see the future. Jason still has his abilities though, he said as the others grew more shocked. Naruto looked around to find his wife resting on Artemis's throne and Shizen sitting at the base of it. She is okay, Naruto, just exhausted from using her powers, Artemis said as she eased Naruto's worries, and her children are fine as well. Thank you very much, may I carry her off it? He asked as Artemis smiled and nodded, allowing Naruto to touch her throne. Naruto smiled as he picked her up and kissed her forehead. He conjured a large sofa as the one she conjured disappeared after she passed out. He laid her down and turned to the gods. I think we need to talk more about all this if you don't mind, he said as they nodded and got to their thrones. For once it wasn't stress-filled nor was it dreadful feeling. It felt like things were peaceful for once. Thalia felt a shiver down her spine as she swore she could feel her father's kai but shrugged it off. So where are we exactly? Thalia asked as Luke carried her since she was still very exhausted from summoning a Susanoo arm. It's Alcatraz, Annabeth said with a frown. I went here once during a school field trip. But then that means we are all the way in San Francisco, Grover said with a frown. He was always warned to stay away from California at all stakes considering the underworld, and the Titan's base was here. The labyrinth is constantly shifting. I'm honestly not surprised, Luke said as they made their way through the massive prison. Is it me or do I hear voices? Percy asked, somewhat afraid. They sounded like they were talking in some weird language. You aren't the only one, boy, Zetsu said from Thalia's sleeve. They are speaking in some ancient language. All I can make out is something about Kronos' army and serving him, he said with a frown. I don't like the voice though, sounds dark. Maybe we should stay away from them and just work on finding a way through here, Percy said as he didn't find the voices pleasant. Stop and hide, Zetsu ordered out as he took control of Luke and carried Thalia into the closet cell as the others followed quickly. Why are we hiding? And please never do that again, Luke said as he glared at the black blob. Because of that, he said as a massive beast walked by. It had a half-human body, like a centaur, but with reptilian skin and a dragon wings, with gigantic claws. It had a feminine head and snakes for hair like Medusa used to. What the hell is that? Percy asked, afraid to talk too loud. Camp, guard of the Elder Cyclops in Tartarus. She was the first person Zeus destroyed with the Master Bolt, Annabeth said quietly as they watched the massive beast fly away. If she is here, then what is she guarding? Percy asked as Grover shook his head. I don't care, it could be Zeus for all that matters, but we need to leave. We cannot fight that thing, he said as everyone nodded. They weren't dense enough to test their luck with a beast like that. Luke looks outside to make sure it wasn't close by and sighs one of relief as he nods and motions for the others to follow. Where is an entrance to the labyrinth? He asked as they started looking at every cell. Well, it would have to be somewhere where no one can accidentally go into or something, Annabeth said as she looked around. She seriously wanted to get out of her. All these spider webs were not doing good for her right now. Like a broken door or sealed door? Grover asked as he carefully walked through the prison. He had his fake feet on so he wouldn't make noise, but he was still nervous since the monster was still somewhere in here. Yeah, just keep looking, she said as she looked around just as they heard a roar and they turned around to see the camp charging them. Shit, how'd she find us so quickly? Luke yelled as he ran with Thalia still on his back. Thankfully, due to his training, it was nothing for him. Doesn't matter, just run, Thalia said with a frown as she turned around, deciding to see if she could slow it down any. She had enough energy to use her eye again, but even if her body was still sore and exhausted, this time she would use the Amaterasu flame since they barely drained her, most likely from her great-grandmother's blessing. Eat this, you ugly lizard. Amaterasu, she yelled as she made the beast erupt in black flames. The camp roared in pain and started trying to roll to extinguish the flames, giving them more time. Hurry up, I think she is shedding her skin. She yelled as she could see the skin of the camp falling off as new skin appeared to get the flames off it. She cursed as she erased the flames as they fell. She really didn't want anyone getting hurt. We found it. Go in now, Annabeth yelled as she slammed her hand on the delta symbol that she found on a cell door, opening up the labyrinth. She quickly hurried them inside the labyrinth and closed it behind them. Everyone let out a breath of relief once they were inside. Can we please just rest? This has been exhausting and I'm still sore from the Susano, Thalia said as she deactivated her eye, and they all nodded. They were inside a large room, so it was a perfect chance to get some rest. Naruto. As Thalia was resting inside the labyrinth, Naruto sent a clone off to take Hestia back to her temple. He felt like she should rest. The meeting actually went well. Hiro was fine with everything once he explained why he kept it hidden, though he kept his Shinto relations a secret for now. For all she knew, he had gotten married here but used his abilities to keep it all hidden. She seemed to forget the missing 4 months amidst all the confusion of the day. He felt things were changing for the better. Hiro had taken to being the full ruler of Olympus quite well and even started to change things around Olympus, such as the part concerning the demigods. She decided as long as they are not on a quest and you do not try to lead them down a path, you should be able to see your children. She chose to initiate it after the coming war with Kronos. He was glad with how things were changing. He watched as most of the gods and goddesses left except for Aphrodite, Hera, and Poseidon. I am sorry for causing all this. I just wanted to tell people as I felt Hestia's love was very huge, Aphrodite said somewhat nervously from behind Poseidon. Naruto sighed as fine, Aphrodite, just please think twice before spouting out secrets, he said as she nodded and flashed away. He turned to Poseidon and smiled. So how does it feel to be the new god of lightning? It makes sense since you are a god of storms and all, he said as Poseidon nodded and chuckled. It is a new experience, but it fits me well, so it's nothing new for me. I feel the domains went to those who fit them best, he said as Naruto and Hera nodded. Honor fits Athena the best, and since Apollo sees all, he will be great for justice. Also, since Artemis is the moon as that is in the sky, it works as well, Hera said as Poseidon nodded. They will do fine, sister, and under your rule I feel we all will grow to be better, Poseidon said as she nodded. I must go as Amphitrite needs to be filled into my new domain since I will be having more duties, he said as he flashed away. Hera frowned as she turned to Naruto. Naruto, I would like to tell you that I am sorry for how I acted towards you. I was wary of you because of your lineage, but I shouldn't. You are a great ally that brought about great change, and even after everything Zeus has done to you, you still didn't kill him. You merely took away his power to save others, she said as she nervously went up to hug him. Naruto understood as he could still feel her fear and worry over the situation. Her husband, the man she loved, had just blasted her with his master bolt because she refused to go along with his paranoid and violent tendencies. He smiled softly as he rubbed her back. It is okay, Hera, I understand and forgive you. You refused to go along with him to protect my children and wife. Plus, you will be a great full-time queen since you don't have to follow along with Zeus's ideas, he said with a smile, not noticing Hera's minor blush. Hera smiled and cleared her throat. Well, I feel you will be very helpful when you become an immortal, she said as she started to walk out the chamber, and he followed. I still have to find someone to fill in the empty space in the council. Naruto nodded. I have a feeling you have a couple ideas of who, but you want to wait to see if they prove themselves to you, he asked with a smirk. Hera smiled and nodded. Yes, I have to make sure they are still loyal after all, though one of them I have no doubts that they are, but I still need to test them. Very wise of you, Queen, he said with a smile as he pulled out a marker. If you ever need me, stab this into the ground and I will be there to help. Hira took the marker and smiled at him. "Thank you, Naruto. I might just have to make you my advisor," she said with a smirk. "That is perfectly fine with me," he said as he looked over to his wife's temple. "Go to her. She needs you after this exhausting day, and I think you might be needed back at camp soon," she said as he smiled at her. "Thank you, Hira. Until next time," he said as he bowed slightly and walked off to Heshta's temple. He was instantly bombarded by all the animals and knocked over. "Okay guys, please let me up. I am not an enemy," he said as they licked his face and got off him. He wiped off the slobber and chuckled as he saw Heshta sitting next to her hearth. "How are you feeling, dear?" he asked as he sat next to her and held her hand. "Exhausted but glad, my babies, and you are safe," she said as she squeezed his hand and rubbed her pregnant belly. "I heard from Artemis about what happened." Naruto frowned and nodded. "I know you are upset at Zeus, but he is still family to you, hence the reason why I kept him alive," he said as she nodded. "Thank you for that. As much as I hate him for threatening our children and harming my sister, he doesn't deserve to die. What you did was much better," she said as she kissed his hand. "Hopefully he learns from it." "I doubt it," he said before he was silenced by Heshta's lips as she sat on his lap. He could feel lust rolling off her inside mentally. Pregnancy was messing with her more than it seemed. He chuckled as he went along with it, feeling that her emotions would change in a moment. Thalia woke up with a groan as she found herself roped up with Luke, Annabeth, and Grover. She was confused at how this happened until she remembered how this came around. "Damn ghost girl," she thought as she glared at the girl in mention. They had found her in the labyrinth and she led them to the Triple G Ranch. It was a nice place since Eurytion was a nice guy and a child of Ares with his two-headed hellhound named Orthus, but things went sour when they met Juron. The damn three-bodied man had knocked them out except for Percy. So the little ones have woken up," Juron said with a smirk that made Thalia shudder before she realized she had an eye patch on over her Sharingan. "Yeah, don't think about using the crazy eye of yours. I came prepared, so good luck there. Damn bastard, take off this patch so I can burn you to ash," she yelled as she tried to get her hand together but found that her hands were bound apart from each other. She didn't want to rely on Zetsu, but she would if she needed to. She continued to look around until she saw a girl with black hair with white streaks. She had pale skin and wore a black dress that reminded her of a maid's dress. She was bound up with a Stygian iron sword at her neck courtesy of Juron. Seems like they got you too, Allison. Told you that you should have just helped us," Thalia said as the daughter of Melano opened her golden and coal-colored eyes to glare at Thalia. Allison had been wandering the labyrinth as her mother had thrown her in at a young age. The girl had barely survived, but her mother, the goddess Melano, had recently promised if the small girl brought her powerful demigods to brainwash, she would let her out of the labyrinth. "Mother promised me," she yelled as she struggled. "You are on Mother's side, so let me go, you mutant man," she yelled as her golden eye glowed for a bit before the Stygian blade pressed against her neck more. "You really are a dense and idiotic child. You think she would let you join our side?" Juron said with a smirk. "She threw you here because you were weak and only found you useful when this group entered here. Kronos wants the daughter of that son of chaos, and now that we have her you have served your use," he said as Percy returned. Thalia groaned as she remembered that he left to go get their safety from him by cleaning some stables. Thankfully he made Juron swear on sticks, but he doubted the man would be bound to his word. "I did your stupid chore, now let my friends and Allison go," he yelled as he drew out Riptide and glared at the three-bodied man. Juron frowned as he looked to Eurytion. "Go make sure he actually did," he barked out, making the adult demigod sigh and walk out of the room. "You know, it would be simpler if you had just died, boy," he said as Percy glared more and Thalia smirked as she saw water carefully make its way into the room. After about a minute Eurytion came back and the boy did it, "And he didn't dirty our river like Hercules did," he said, making the Juron glare at Percy. "You swore you'd let my friends and Allison go, Juron. Keep to your side of the deal," he said as Juron glared and swung his sword at Allison, but Percy dived in to block it. "I figured you would lie, you bastard. I thought Styx oaths were binding," he said as he battered the sword out of his hand and went to cut off his head, but the second he did it another grew on his other torso. "Good luck there, kid," he said as he kicked Percy away. "Percy, you need to hit his 3 hearts at the same time. Killing one will only slightly hinder him as he heals," Zetsu ordered out as he slithered over to Percy and took control of his arm. Zetsu made him throw Riptide through Grayson's center heart, making it turn gray and make the man stop moving towards the spear. "You need to stab through them with an arrow to kill him all at once." Percy worked fast and grabbed the bow from Grayson's hunting display. He drew back an arrow as Grayson pulled out the sword and grabbed the spear. "Please, Artemis or Apollo, make this hit him," he thought as he took a deep breath and let the arrow fly. Grayson stopped mid-throw of the spear as the arrow drove straight through him, hitting all 3 hearts. "How, you a child of Poseidon," he said before turning to gold dust. Percy let out a relieved sigh. "I honestly didn't know if it would work," he said as he dropped the bow and went to go unbind his friends. "You didn't help me any, Zetsu, did you?" he asked as the black blob slid off him and back to Thalia. "I had no help in your arrow. I trusted you, and if it did go wrong I would have impaled him or ate the man," he said, slightly scaring everyone. "Glad the bastard is dead. I wanted to burn the damn man," she said as she kicked the dust around. "Why did you save me?" "I gave you all to him," Allison asked as she rubbed her wrists and sheathed her sword. "Well, you were being made by your mom and I felt we could help. We have a way out of the labyrinth, so if you come with us we can take you outside once we are done," Percy said with a smile, making the girl smile a very tiny amount. "Fine, but you better not be lying or I will attack you with ghosts," she said as Luke patted her on the back. Relax, we aren't ones to lie. Now come on, we need to figure out where to go next, Luke said as Annabeth turned to Eurytion. What are you going to do? We can take you with us if you want, she said as the older demigod shook his head. No, I'm going to care for this ranch better than he did and change some things. You guys get on your quest, I'll only slow you down, he said as they nodded and went off, back into the labyrinth. Do you know where to go next? Grover asked as he sniffed the air but found nothing useful. Well, only thing we can do is delve deeper into the labyrinth until we find Daedalus, Annabeth said as she skillfully squeezed Thalia's hand without anyone seeing. She wanted alone time with her girlfriend but knew it wasn't the time right now. Well, Thalia said with a smile to her quest mates, let's find this stupid workshop. Hera frowned as she walked through Olympus. It had been a week or so since the ordeal with Zeus, and Apollo had alerted her that Zeus was showing signs of waking up. She honestly didn't want him to wake up since things were going so smoothly for her. She was even planning to work on fixing their strained relationships with the other pantheons like the Shintos or the Norse. The only thing that really worried her was her current confusion towards Naruto, her sister's husband. She would shake off the feelings and honestly figured it was just because of the fact he had saved her from her longtime tormentor. She always had put on the facade of being happily married, and she didn't hate Zeus per se, just hate what he forced her into. Not many knew, and those who did were often silenced by Zeus when they brought it up, but she and Zeus didn't get into their relationship in the happiest way. Zeus had been pinning for her, and for the longest time she had nothing to do with him. Then she had found an injured cuckoo. She had held the small injured bird to her breast to keep it warm, and it turned into Zeus, who proceeded to rape her. She was forced to marry him to cover her shame. Thankfully, she was able to create her sacred bath to make herself pure again. Eventually, she just went along with it all and sired Ares and Hephaestus. Though Zeus threw Hephaestus off Olympus and blamed her for it. Frankly, she was glad she was free from Zeus. She had erased their marriage, and for the first time she felt free. She could find someone she truly loved and be happy for once instead of doting on her tyrant of a husband. She had gotten started on abolishing idiotic rules that Zeus created and trying to better her kingdom. First, though, she needed to smoothen her rocky relationship with her older sister. Carefully, she knocked on Hestia's temple before opening the door slowly. Hestia, can I come in? She asked before jumping back at a large two-headed hellhound running towards her. Jigoku, Ryokan, heal, she heard Hestia yell as the large beast skidded to a stop but still looked on guard. I am sorry, Hera, they are just overprotective, Hestia said as she walked over to the door with Mamoru helping her walk around. Where did you get all these animals? Hera asked as she looked around to see a dolphin in a tank, the large hellhound still watching her, a silver wolf, and she remembered seeing a large boar before, but it wasn't here at the time. Wedding gifts from the others, but please come sit down, Hera. I feel you are troubled, Hestia said as she held her sister's hand and led her to her large sofa near the hearth. Hera nodded and frowned as she sat down on the sofa. Tell me, sister, what is on your mind? She asked as Hera looked nervously at her sister. I came to apologize, she said as Hestia looked at her with a warm smile. I have been rude to you and jealous of you. I am the goddess of family, and yet I have treated you terribly, and I am so very sorry, she said as she held Hestia's hands in hers as tears built up in the corners of her eyes. Hestia smiled to her sister as she stroked her cheek and smiled at her. She had no ill feelings towards her sister, but to know she understood how she acted was wrong did help. Oh, Hera, it is okay. I forgive you as you are my family and I love you, she said as she kissed her sister's hands. Hera felt tears spill down her cheeks as she carefully hugged her sister and smiled. Thank you, Hestia, so much, she said as Hestia smiled. Hestia knew something else was the matter with Hera, but she felt she shouldn't mention it. You should talk with Hades as well, since Zeus is not in charge anymore. I feel it is time for the family to be all together again since he was shunned by Zeus for his domain, she said as Hera nodded. Of course, but I need to wait. With father stirring and everything, it would be best to focus on that, she said as Hestia nodded. Yes, but my husband can handle whatever comes our way. We just need to let him do his thing, she said with a giggle as Hera nodded and smiled. You couldn't have picked a better husband, Hera said with a smile as Hestia nodded. He is quite perfect. Naruto let out a sneeze as he decapitated another hellhound and let out a sigh. I am really getting tired of constantly killing monsters that came out through the labyrinth, he said as he stabbed Yamato into the ground before sealing it away. For the last week, monsters had been spilling through the labyrinth even faster than before. He was killing monsters nearly every day and he had zero time to relax. Thankfully, Shizen was very helpful at killing monsters. Go on home, Shizen. Hestia probably misses you and it will only get more dangerous, buddy, he said as he pet the large boar's head as it snorted and nuzzled against him before running off and disappearing in the forest. He didn't have any news from the quest members except for they were still alive, since he could still feel their energy very faintly since the labyrinth blocked him from fully sensing them. Recently in the news he heard about the eruption of Mount St. Helens and was slightly worried about Typhon being released, but he would deal with that later since he wasn't released just yet. He didn't know what could cause such an eruption since he knew it wasn't the gods, considering they locked the beast up in there and wouldn't risk releasing him. Letting out a sigh, he made his way back to his cabin until he felt the markers for Annabeth and Thalia get stronger before Thalia tackled into him and hugged him. Dad, I missed you, she yelled with a smile as she hugged him. She needed her father after everything that had happened back in the labyrinth. Thalia, I wasn't expecting you back for a while now, he said as he pet her hair with a smile until he noticed Annabeth's slight frown. He could feel some sadness and guilt flowing from her. Here, let's go to Hestia's cabin. I'll send a clone to tell Chiron you're back once you tell me what happened and where Percy, Luke, and Grover are, he said as they nodded, and he noticed Thalia's smile dropped. He let out a sigh as he helped Thalia up and led them to the cabin. They were sitting down on the couch as he summoned some tea for the two girls. Take a breather and tell me all of what happened, he said as they nodded. He listened as Thalia told him everything. From Janice and Hera to how they had met Hephaestus and how Luke, Grover, and some girl named Allison had split up to follow the trail of Pan. He was honestly surprised when Annabeth brought up the Sphinx and how she defeated it in a match of wits with a riddle that made the Sphinx's eyes glaze over like Annabeth's did when she was in deep thought. When they got to the part of how Percy exploded Hephaestus's forge to destroy the Telekines and slow down the rebuilding of Kronos' scythe. That is troublesome, he said, quoting Shikamaru as he sat down his cup of tea. He didn't like the fact that Percy was being the weakening of Typhon's seal, but he knew the boy didn't mean to and had no knowledge about the prison or that destroying the forge would result in that. Well, don't worry, Percy isn't dead. I can feel him very far away as the marker I have on him is still active, he said as Thalia and Annabeth released a huge sigh of relief. Thalia felt like a weight was off her chest. She had wanted to stay behind to help Percy, but the look in his eyes was so serious and determined she knew he could handle it, and apparently he did, and he didn't even die from it either, so her guilt over possible leaving him to die went away. Go and tell Chiron what happened. I'll take care of Percy in a bit, but you girls need to relax and take a breather before returning to the labyrinth once Percy returns, he said as the girls nodded and left as Naruto leaned back in his chair. Gramps, if Typhon escapes, would you be able to handle him? He asks as his grandfather stirs inside him. Of course I would be able to. I am a primordial and he is but a giant. It would take an incredibly old primordial to equal my strength. Chaos is the only one I can think of that could match me, Shinju said with a smirk. Then if he is released, I'm letting you out to take care of him, he said as Shinju nodded in agreement. He closed his eyes as he started focusing on Percy's marker. It was incredibly far away, but at least it wasn't constantly changing position like it was back in the labyrinth, as well as being masked by the labyrinth's aura. After a minute or two, he finally got a lock on it before he warped away. Ajija. Naruto stopped the warp before he actually got to Percy as he had felt another presence near the boy and didn't want to interrupt anything. It took a second to realize where he was, but once he saw the girl Percy was talking to, he knew where he was. The girl had cinnamon brown long hair and she wore a modest cream dress that accented her light tan skin. He noticed she had light freckles across her cheeks and nose as well as on her arms. When his eyes landed on her dark almond eyes, he knew who it was. It was Calypso, and this was Ajija. He was surprised that Percy landed here, but when he sensed leftover bits of Hephaestus's aura, he guessed the Smith god sent him here. He watched as Percy got on a raft and slowly faded from view. Naruto silently dropped from the palm tree he was sitting on top of and frowned as he saw Calypso wipe her tears. He could feel sorrow and regret coming off her. He remembered how Zeus imprisoned her just for who her father was. He was happy that he dethroned the bastard. It is okay, Calypso, you can be free, he said as he startled the girl and made her nearly scream as she stared at him in shock. How did you get here? She asked as she was in shock. She had never had anyone get on her island without her noticing. Plus the fact that she knew no god or goddess had brought him, since she could always feel their aura once they stepped foot on her island. I teleported here, though it was very difficult since it is so far away, he said as he walked towards her with a smile. His hands were in the air, showing he meant no harm towards her. I just came to offer you a way off the island and a life of your own, he said as she looked confused. Who are you? You know, if you try that, Zeus would be very angry, she said with a frown. He wasn't the first that offered her this. There had been others that had tried to get her to join them on her raft, but she was always unable to, as when she tried she would get a massive bolt of electricity coursing through her. Oh, sorry about that. My name is Naruto Otsutsuki, child of chaos and husband of Hestia, he said as he bowed a bit. And to be honest, this wouldn't be the first thing I did to piss off the royal asshole, though we don't have to worry about him, he said with a chuckle and a smile. Calypso felt her head swirling at all the info. From child of chaos to husband to a virgin goddess like Hestia honest confused her. What? She said as she stared at the man in front of her with pure confusion in her eyes. The man looked handsome to her, with his blonde hair to his pure blue eyes. Even his horns worked to add to his charm in her mind. Well, considering he isn't king anymore and Hera is in charge and divorced from him, I doubt he has any control or Olympus, and Hera wouldn't mind you being free, he said as her jaw dropped a bit. Her mind was swirling even more before her vision went black and she passed out. Naruto caught her carefully before he laid her down. Haven't had someone faint on me in a long time, he said with a chuckle. He tapped his foot on the ground to create a small 4-pillar house out of Mokuten so she wouldn't be in the sun. He went outside and looked around. It was a moderately large island, but he could feel it was very far away from the rest of the world. Almost in another dimension, but at the same time not. With a serious look on his face, he laid his left hand, the one with the crescent mark, down on a large palm tree and focused his chakra through it to create a very large and much more powerful Horatian seal, since he wasn't going to let this secluded island go to waste since it was so peaceful and full of nature. He sat beside Calypso for a few hours before she started to stir. So finally awake now? He asked with a smile as she bolted up and scooted away from him. You were real, not some hallucination, she said with a thankful tone and a small smile on her face. Yes, I am real and my offer still stands, he said as he stood up and extended his hand to her. I can take you from here with no worries of being attacked by the gods or anything. Calypso stared at him with a look of slight fear and joy. She was happy to be free but worried if it was really true. Are you sure he won't hurt me if I try? She asked as she rubbed her arms, cringing at the memories of being zapped every time she tried and how it got stronger each time she tried. Trust me, the asshole ex-king won't be able to do anything, I swear on the river Styx, he said as thunder boomed in the distance, sealing his vow. She looked at his hand again as she bit her lip before accepting his hand and smiling. Please don't be lying, she said as he smiled. I never break my promises, Calypso. I have something perfect in mind for you, he said as they both disappeared in a flash. Olympus, Calypso. Calypso smiled as she realized where they were. She was honestly surprised that he was actually able to take her away. Calypso, she heard a somewhat familiar voice call out as she turned to see Hestia, the only goddess that would occasionally visit her, smiling towards her. The first thing she noticed was her pregnant belly. Lady Hestia, is that really you, and are you pregnant? She yelled out in shock as she rushed over to her to rub her belly. Hestia chuckled. Well, this is honestly a surprise, but considering my husband, it really doesn't surprise me that he did something like this, she said as she looked to Naruto. Well, what can I say? Saving someone falsely imprisoned and messing with Zeus's rules are two things I can resist, he said with a chuckle as Jigoku and Ryokan bound over to him to show their affection and Mamoru went over to Hestia to stand guard. Shizen was sleeping next to Hestia's couch near the hearth. Please come sit down so I can know what led up to this, she said as she whistled, and Jigoku and Ryokan bound over to her with Naruto following behind the massive hellhound. Naruto spent the next few minutes explaining how he warped to Percy and found Calypso and offered her freedom as Hestia offered the Titaness some tea. It is so good to see you again, Calypso. I am glad Naruto decided to save you, Hestia said as she stroked the younger girl's cheek. I'm glad to be free, but are you sure Zeus isn't going to try anything, she said as Hestia frowned. He can't do anything since he isn't a god, she said, shocking Calypso. He tried to kill me for being married to Naruto, so Naruto came to save me and he removed Zeus's powers, making him mortal. Now Hera rules and she is doing great at it, she said as the Titaness stared at Naruto in shock. He chuckled. Yeah, I had to. It was either let him stay in power and endanger my children or remove him and not have to worry, he said as he stood up. I brought you here to possibly be a maiden of my wife so she can have someone powerful to look after her and to give you a family in a sense, he said with a smile as he kissed his wife lovingly. She returned the kiss and smiled. Do you have to return to camp so soon? She asked with a frown. Yes, I am sorry, but I am the only one keeping them from being overpowered by the monsters coming through the labyrinth. Once I am done I will return, I promise, he said as she smiled and stroked his cheek. I'll hold you to it, she said with a wink. I love you, she said as he smiled and kissed her again. I love you too, he said before he flashed away. So as my husband said, do you wish to have a place to stay? Hestia asked with a smile as Calypso grew a massive smile and nodded adamantly. Naruto sighed as he arrived at camp and saw that it was in chaos as monsters kept constantly coming from the labyrinth. Naruto, where have you been? He heard Chiron yell at him as he looked to the horseman. What do you mean? I left not too long ago to check on Percy after Thalia and Annabeth returned, he said as Chiron sighed. That was 2 weeks ago, he said with a frown. Naruto held in a curse as he pinched the bridge of his nose. Damn Ajaja and the stupid time difference. I knew it was in a pocket dimension, but 2 weeks, he thought with a groan. I need a report of what is going on and what happened while I was gone, he yelled as he summoned the truth-seeking orbs to fire off and kill monsters. Monsters have been coming out for the last few hours, Chiron said as he let another arrow fly to kill another Cyclops. We are being overrun and we fear something big is coming if the sounds from the labyrinth is anything to go by. Naruto frowned at the archers picking off monsters. Have the campers build a strong line of defense so that anything that gets by me will be handled by them, he ordered out as Chiron nodded and went off to inform the campers. Naruto cracked. He jumped into the air using his cloak's ability to fly to overlook the battlefield. Thankfully the campers were moving back so he didn't need to worry about them. He knew that destroying the entrance would just cause trouble as it would pop up somewhere else, possibly inside the camp, so he had to kill them where they were. He unsealed Yamato as he landed in the battlefield to see a massive army charging towards him. He let a smirk show as he strapped his blade to his side. He never had a real chance to use this ability, so he was a little glad to be able to. Slowly he raised a hand to sear a path of destruction, he said as his hands changed into 2 cannons that glowed blue before he swept them across the horde of monsters, and a beam of dark blue light devastated the massive army in front of him. I freaking love this path, he yelled with a laugh as his forearms burst off him with 2 jets coming out of them. His arms was attached by metal cables as large canisters grew on them before being released and having the charges detonating, creating explosions everywhere. Everyone was watching in a mixture of shock, awe and fear. Every time they saw Naruto fight they only saw him get stronger and stronger. He was literally becoming a weapon and killing a massive army of monsters like it was nothing. Don't fire, Naruto heard come from the labyrinth as he held back from firing another beam as he saw the quest members pile out. They looked around and nodded before Thalia and Percy went running off to camp. He didn't question it as he figured they had a plan. He turned his attention back to the entrance as a massive beast that he recognized as Camp burst through it as he frowned at it. He doubted the Asura path could handle that. He needed something with a lot of hands. He smirked as his pupils and irises turned white and a brown outline showed around his irises. Beast transformation. 8 tails, he said as his skin grew brown and 4 horns grew from his head. His head turned into a bull's head as his torso grew larger and his legs became 8 large octopus tails. "Wee!" he yelled in Juki's voice as he slammed his fists together. "In memorial of Octopops," he yelled as he tackled the camp. He held back the camp's scimitars with 2 tentacles as he coated his fist in lightning chakra lightning straight. He yelled, sending the camp flying into the lake as he jumped after it. The camp yelled as she flew towards the massive bull octopus. "You're gonna have to do more than that, you ugly beast," he yelled as he clasped his hands together and slammed them down on the camp, making it crash down on into the lake as he brought it down under the water with his tentacles. The camp roared underwater as he bound her arms, wings and tail as he charged a Bijudama in his mouth as he aimed it towards it. Camp was struggling until they heard a massive scream even underwater that made her go still long enough for him to fire it at her face. He quickly darted away as the camp burst into golden dust, leaving behind her 2 scimitars that he grabbed and swam back to the shore. He laid the weapons on the shore as he transformed and came out from the water completely dry. He placed his hands on the weapons as he sealed them away. He looked at the camp to see the labyrinth fall as Allison released Daedalus's soul from his robotic body. Things will only heat up, he thought with a frown as he saw campers rushing around to heal others that were injured in the battle. He saw that Thalia and everyone else was okay, so he at least smiled at that. These kids are strong, but they are going to have to fight against Titans and their army. I still have a lot to do and a lot to learn, he thought as he walked through camp. Let's see how strong they can get. Naruto let out a sigh as Percy fell back down again. He had decided to give the young son of Poseidon chakra last month at his birthday, so he was focusing on training him up to near the level as the others, which was why they were currently inside his Tsukuyomi world, so he could train Percy as much as he needed but only take up around a few hours due to the time slowing inside the illusionary world. They were currently focusing on chakra control before he went into the chakra affinity and training in elements. You need to keep your focus when climbing the tree. Only when you have got it down will you be able to do it without thinking, he said as he helped the 16-year-old boy up. This isn't going to be something you can just whiz through. Percy groaned as he sat up and nodded. He knew the moment he accepted training from Naruto it would be difficult if not painful, though so far he has only seen the difficult aspect. Come on, Percy, we are staying in here for as long as we need to so you can fight with chakra and not make me have to worry about you in the battlefield, he said as Percy took up running up the tree he had formed for him to use as practice. Tsukuyomi was very useful at training, even more so than his Kamui pocket dimension, since they could be training in here for years and only have a minute or 2 pass in the real world, since he had near infinite reserves to keep it going and his control was perfect. The only downside of the technique was he couldn't train Percy's body, only teach him techniques and skills, plus no need for rest or food while training. He was generally impressed at Percy's progress so far. Only a day or so had passed and the boy nearly had his chakra control exercise down, and that was with Percy's large chakra reserves. Naruto meditated as he connected the mental link to his grandfather Shinju. You ready for the coming battle? He asked with a slight frown. There was a slight rumble before, of course, Naruto. Any chance to be able to be free again and kill some monsters is something I've been waiting for, Shinju said with a massive smile, plus being able to see your grandmother again is always a good thing. I still wonder how the Greeks will react to me being Shinto and all, he said with a chuckle. He knew most of the gods were fine with him being in a different pantheon. He was just curious to how Hera might react to it, though the Queen of Olympus had changed a lot since he met her and he had a feeling she would fine with it. He was brought from his musings as Percy fell down again from the tree. He let out a chuckle as he stood up. Get up and keep going. You asked for this, he said with a smirk that sent chills down Percy's spine as he quickly got up and ran back up the tree. He had a good feeling that Percy would be a good and interesting student. Roughly 2 months later in Tsukuyomi realm, Naruto smiled as he dodged a jet of water as Percy fired it at him. Percy had some very unique affinities. Not only did Percy have the natural water affinity that was to be expected, but he also had lightning, yin and yang affinities. The lightning, he figured, was something that came from Poseidon recently becoming the god of lightning. Percy was even able to form storm, brine and wave secondary elements. His storm release was different than Thalia's as it seemed more like electrified water than Thalia's stronger lightning-based storm. He couldn't use his lightning element alone, only as an additive to create the storm release. The brine and wave were very unique, so he did his best to train him in it and help him create jutsus for him to use with them. Wave was quite strange, as it looked like normal mist, but it could act as a kind of sand similar to Gaara's. It was useful more as a defense, as Percy was able to thicken the mist to shield himself just like how Gaara could with his sand. Brine was, if anything, like acid water that seemed to be able to melt through things at a quicker pace. It reminded him of Seiken's acid, though much weaker, though still useful. Percy's water affinity was insane. He could draw water from the air like it was second nature to him. He even theorized he'd be able to draw water with no difficulties even in the hottest deserts. "You need to be faster with your hand seals," Naruto said as he used his predapath to absorb the water Percy shot at him. Over the 2 months, Percy was growing at insane speeds. His creativity was great and useful to him when it came to his unique elements and making jutsus for them. The only thing Percy had trouble with was the hand seals, since the boy was used to using his sword in battle. He had to create a sheath for the sword so he could quickly sheath it to free his hands. Gradually he was getting more and more used to it. He planned to create a real one once they were done of the same design of the one he made while in the illusionary world. Percy let out a groan as he went through the hand seals faster before taking a deep breath, water-style, water bullet. He yelled as he fired a barrage at Naruto even faster than before. The only part that was annoying about Naruto so far was the fact he wouldn't move on to the next jutsu until Percy had mastered the one before to its full potential. The only real trouble he had difficulties with was his storm element, as drawing forth lightning was something he wasn't quite used to yet. "You're getting better there, Percy, but you still need a lot of practice before I let you out of here," Naruto said as he effortlessly dodged the water bullets. It wasn't that Percy's techniques were weak, it was just it would take many years before he would getting close to hitting him. Thalia was around the level of a high Jonin or an ANBU. Luke and Annabeth were very high Chunin or low Jonin. He definitely wasn't letting Percy out until he was at least at a Chunin level or higher, preferably higher, since Percy was the child of prophecy to fight Kronos in the coming battle. He would be there to help, but for the most part he would be fighting Ethan as he was the vessel to the Titan. He hoped the boy couldn't use all of the Titan's abilities, since he doubted the boy's body could handle a full Titan in him. The only reason he was able to handle his primordial of a grandfather being in him was because he had had his largest fraction, Kurama, in him since birth. Naruto silently counted the rounds of water that Percy fired at him as they whizzed through the air around him. 11 shots, pretty higher than average. He's getting better at it. He just needs to work on hand seal speed, but we can work on that more outside Tsukuyomi, he thought with a proud nod. "Good job, Percy. I'd say it's time to advance onto the hard stuff," he said as he cracked his neck. "That is of course your brine and wave elements, and then finally your reflexes." A dark grin slowly appeared on Naruto's face that terrified Percy. "And good thing you can't die in here, so I can train you as hard as I want," he said as he chuckled. "Enough about that, let's get started on those elements," he said as Percy couldn't help but sweat in fear at the look in the blonde's eyes. 5 months later in Tsukuyomi realm, Percy's entire body felt like it went through hell numerous times. He hadn't died in this illusion world yet, but he damn well felt like he got close to dying a few times. Naruto had trained him to the ground and then down to the underworld itself. "Are we done?" Percy asked in between pants of exhaustion. He had been training with Naruto for who knows how long with little to no breaks. He knew that Naruto was just making sure he could handle everything, but damn was it tough. Naruto rubbed his chin in thought. He could easily say that Percy was very close to being around mid-Jonin level. All in all, the boy was roughly ready enough for the battle ahead of him. He knew the boy had a lot of luck like him when it came to fights, but Naruto would definitely keep Percy safe at any cost. He wasn't about to let the kid die. "I can safely say we are done," he said, getting a large sigh of relief from Percy that made a tick mark appear on his forehead. "You want me to keep you in here for another 2 months?" he asked with a slight edge to his voice. Percy immediately shook his head. No, I'm good, honestly," he said, panicking a bit until Naruto let out a chuckle. "Relax, kid, you're done. Outside of this realm I want you to keep training and getting stronger," he said as he smiled down at Percy. "You have to be strong for the days to come. You are a child of prophecy, and take this from one to another that as long as you are strong and fight to protect those most precious to you, and there won't be anything that can stand in your way," he said as Percy smiled and nodded as the world faded around them. Real world. Naruto caught Percy as he fell down from mental exhaustion. "It's okay, Percy. Just a little mental feedback from the 7 or so months of training in Tsukuyomi realm," he said as Percy nodded. He summoned a clone. "Go and rest, Percy. You desperately need, considering what is happening in the coming days," he said as Percy went off with the clone, and he made sure the clone would create the sheath for his sword later. It had been around 2 or 3 months since the Battle of the Labyrinth, and he figured Hestia was going to be delivering her baby any day now, and at the same time he figured Kronos was going to strike soon as well. Thankfully, Hera had a handmaiden of hers watching after Hestia, and even Calypso was watching after her as well. Plus, they all had markers of his, so they would call the second she went into labor. He had a lot to worry about as of late. From Kronos to Hestia and even Typhon, who had just broken out of his jail and was barely being held back by the gods. Hera was helping hold the giant back with the master bolt that she was able to wield after becoming the new ruler of Olympus. Though they couldn't stop him for long, they needed help, especially since Poseidon was caught up facing Oceanus and his minions. "Gramps, I think you're needed soon," he thought with a frown as he walked through the camp. "I know, Naruto, but we have to wait. If I go out now, it will just change the course of things. I have to wait until Kronos leads his charge and has no time to react," Shinju said as Naruto nodded. Naruto frowned until he felt his daughter come and hug him. "Dad, I'm about to go off with Luke to try and destroy Ethan's ship," she said with a smile. "Do be safe and don't be afraid to have Zetsu get you out of there quickly," he said as she nodded and kissed his cheek before running off. Things with her father had been great since she decided to come out to him. Flashback. Naruto was drinking some tea as he sat on the couch in Heshta's cabin as Thalia and Annabeth walked in with very nervous looks on their faces. "Something wrong, girls?" he asked as they shook their heads. Thalia had been meaning to tell her father about her relationship with Annabeth for a long while now, but she was honestly afraid to do so since it could have meant him shunning her, but after a long talk with Annabeth she decided she needed to get it out and tell him. "Nothing is wrong, Dad. I just need to tell you something," she said as she sat down on the couch across from him and Annabeth sat next to her holding her hand. "You can tell me anything, Thalia. You don't need to be so nervous," he said in a soft tone as Thalia smiled and nodded. "Ever since after we saved Artemis I realized something," Thalia said as she squeezed Annabeth's hand. "I realized that I love Annabeth and we have been together ever since then. I just hope you can accept this," she said as she closed her eyes expecting him to yell at her or get angry, but all she felt was her father's arms around her. "Thalia, I love you. You are my daughter and there is nothing you can do to ever make me love you any less," he said as he looked into her eyes and wiping away a few tears that leaked out of her. "I have known for a while, but to have you tell me means so much." Thalia smiled as she hugged her father tightly as she cried a bit. She was terrified of possibly losing him, that she was so relieved that he was okay with her being gay. "All I care about is you being happy, and if this makes you happy then I am happy for the both of you," he said as he hugged Thalia and Annabeth as they hugged him back. "Though I am sad I won't be getting grandchildren," he teased, making the girls blush, and hid him in embarrassment, making him laugh as he kissed the tops of their heads. "I am glad you both told me and I am always going to love you too and be proud of you," he said as they nodded and smiled. Thalia smiled to Annabeth as she squeezed her hand. "Well, welcome to the family," she said with a smile as Annabeth nodded and hugged Thalia happily. Flashback end. Ever since Thalia had came out to them he had spent a majority of the time teasing the two girls, much to their embarrassment, but he assured them it was a father's duty to do that. "Be safe," he yelled to Thalia as she and Luke waved to him and set off in a chariot. "Thalia, you know the mission, right?" she asked Luke as he nodded. "We need to sink Ethan's ship to slow him down and give us more time to think before he does anything," he said as Thalia nodded. "I will hit the engine. You damage the hull as much as you can," she said as her sharing came into effect and transformed into its M's form. Over the months after the labyrinth she had gotten a stronger control over her Sharingan and most of its abilities. "Got it," Luke said with a smirk as he steered the Pegasus towards the large cruise ship that had Princess Andromeda written on the side. "Let's drop down and run across the water so they don't possibly spot us," he said as she nodded. "Scorpio, wait for us at the beach," Luke said as the horse nodded before they dove down closer to the water before Luke and Thalia jumped out of the chariot. Luke drew his Kusanagi as Thalia drew her Kiba blades as they silently ran across the water and eventually got to the boat. Silently they scaled up side of the boat and killed two monsters that were peering over the side. "You go for the engine, spike you chakra when you are about to do it, and I'll time my attack in the hull at the same time," Luke said as Thalia nodded and they split up. Luke ran through the boat placing explosive tags everywhere and killing whatever monsters that unfortunately to run across him with his Kusanagi as it was able to slice through the monsters like butter. He continued to run through the hull, not hiding his presence since he needed to somewhat draw attention to himself to keep anybody from going to the engine. He was quickly brought out of his thoughts as he blocked an all too familiar sword. "Ethan, or should I say Kronos?" Luke asked as he narrowed his eyes and parried the demigod strikes. "Castellan, to think you could have been my vessel," Ethan said as his voice mixed with another that Luke figured to be Kronos's. "It is of no worry as you will die here," he said as he dashed at him as Luke felt himself slow down and Ethan's eyes glow gold as he disarmed Luke and placed his blade at Luke's neck. "Any last words?" Ethan asked as he pressed the blade that flickered to a side for a quick moment to Luke's neck, more, drawing slight blood on him. "Well, one thing comes to mind," Luke said as he smiled and looked to his blade Kusanagi. He yelled as the blade burst from the ground towards Ethan, making him turn and parry it before it disappeared. Ethan quickly turned around to slice through Luke only for him to turn into a mound of dirt. Luke chuckled as he felt Thalia's chakra spike and he did the same. "Hope you know how to swim, Ethan," he yelled as he ran through his hand seals land style. "Spires of terra firma," he said as his chakra connected to the ground at the bottom of the lake as massive spikes formed and shot up into the hull of the ship as the engine exploded and the spikes kept driving through until they broke into the room Ethan and Luke were fighting in, making it start to fill very rapidly with water. "That man's energy is very dangerous," Ethan said with a frown as Luke quickly dashed out of the room and jumped over the side of the boat. He raised a hand as a portal opened up, taking him off the boat. Luke grunted as he landed on the water surface and started running off. He let out a sigh of relief as he saw Thalia running towards the beach as well. He was slightly exhausted since the further he had to draw the earth towards him, the more energy it took. Once they got to the beach they both laid down exhausted on the water. "How did the engine attack go?" he asked as Thalia chuckled and Scorpio trotted up to them. "Exhausting. There were so many telekines in there and I had to kill them all and some cyclopes before I was able to use Amaterasu on the engine room. What about you?" she asked as they sat up. "A lot happened. Come on, I'll tell you as we fly off," he said as he put his hand on the tiger seal, igniting the explosive tags, making the cruise liner explode in a massive explosion. Naruto frowned as he listened to the report of Luke and Thalia as the rest of the War Council, which consisted of the head counselors of each cabin. "At least with this Ethan's army will be slowed down for the most part," Naruto said with a frown. Chiron frowned as well. There is still the matters of Olympus not being defended. All the Olympians are holding back Typhon, he said as a mist image showed the Olympians fighting the massive storming giant as he swatted away Hephaestus, and Dionysus as the god of the forge created a new lake, and Dionysus, well, he exploded. Most of the campers winced as they saw their camp director into a mountain. I think it is time for Percy to know the prophecy. He needs to know what is ahead of him, Naruto said as Chiron nodded. Annabeth, go with Percy and retrieve the prophecy, Chiron said as they nodded and went up to the attic. They waited for them to return with the slip of paper. Read it, Percy, Naruto said as the 16-year-old boy nodded as he unrolled the slip of paper. A half-blood of the eldest gods shall reach 16 against all odds, and see the world in endless sleep. A soul, the cursed blade shall reap. A single choice shall end his days. Olympus to preserve or raise, he said as Naruto frowned as his mind was racing to decipher the prophecy. Do not worry about the lines, Percy. Everything has a second meaning and it will only do you bad to worry over it. You aren't going to die on my watch, Naruto said as Percy smiled a bit and nodded. And we still need to devise a plan, Chiron said as Claris stood up. We need to go and defend Olympus, Claris yelled as she slammed her hand down on the ping-pong table. Various counselors started arguing and Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose in annoyance. Silence, he yelled, lacing his voice with Kai. Everyone immediately quieted down. The campers are to get armed and ready. We are going to Olympus. My wife is there and Hera did ask me to look after Olympus, but I needed to slow down Ethan at first before heading there. We are leaving in an hour, so get ready, he ordered as they rush off. Percy, stay behind. I need to ask you some things, he said as Percy nodded and looked to him. What is it? He asked, confused why he was held back. Have you heard anything from Grover after he left to travel and find more sanctuaries of Pan? He asked, since Grover having Pan's powers such as panic and control over nature would be very useful in whatever came up. Nothing since he left a month ago. I don't get anything, not even with the empathy link, Percy said with a frown. What about with your father? Last I heard he is still defending his palace over helping Olympus, he said with slight frown. I don't know. I tried talking to him earlier but all I got was Tyson. I could try and visit, Percy said as he rubbed his arm nervously. Naruto nodded and handed Percy a Horatian tag. When you are done, put that on your arm and I can summon you to me. Try and get him to help since the other gods need him a lot, he said as Percy nodded and walked off, deep in thought about something. Naruto frowned as he ran his hands through the hand signs before slamming his hands down, summoning Jutsu. Fox contract, he said as a small black fox appeared at his feet. What can I do for you, Naruto-sama? The fox asked with a smile. I need you to take this letter to the underworld and to Hades. Hopefully he listens, he said as he strapped the scroll to the fox's back. I even explained everything about Zeus, so that should help. The fox nodded before disappearing into the shadows. Naruto ran his hand through his hair. He honestly wasn't looking forward to this battle, but he would be damned if he was going to let any of the kids die. Hestia was worried. She could feel something getting nearer and she was nervous since she was due any day now. It'll be okay, Lady Hestia, Calypso said with a smile. Lord Naruto is only a call away and all the animals are here to protect you as well, she said as Jigoku and Ryokan barked in agreement, making the pregnant goddess smile and pet the large dogs. I know, but I can't help but feel a lot is about to change, she said as she could see the storms of Typhon in the distance and streaks of lightning coming from her sister Hera, as well as she could feel the energy of her father getting nearer and nearer. Please, Naruto, finish this quickly so I won't be so afraid about giving birth, she thought as Mamoru and Shizen nuzzled against her, making her smile. Thanks you guys, she said as she pet the glass tank as Shimizu was rubbing against the side of it to show he cared as well. Your father will make sure to protect us. I know he will, she said as she smiled at the horizon as she felt the baby kick. Camp. He watched as the campers rushed around. What about us? He heard a feminine voice ask as he turned around to see Bianca, Nico and Allison standing behind them. How good are your control over your powers? He asked as Bianca frowned a bit. I'm good at shadow traveling, but Nico can summon dead skeleton warriors and Allison can summon ghosts, she said as she rubbed her arm. Then I want Bianca to act as a messenger as you two focus on summoning reinforcements. You two kids are not to fight, he said in a serious tone as they nodded. Good, now help the others get ready, he said as they nodded and went off. How are we doing? Naruto asked Thalia as she walked up to him. We are just now ready to leave, she said as he nodded. Good, then off to Olympus, he said with a smirk. Strapped to each of his sides were 10 no Kurei Hono and Yamato. He had his eyes active as he was fully ready for the coming battle. He marched with the rest of the campers as they made their way to Olympus. He could feel the energy of Ethan and numerous monsters making their way to Olympus. He had felt Percy's marker and quickly summoned him to them. What is the situation with your father? He asked, making Percy wince a bit. He is too busy guarding his castle and can't come to help Olympus, Percy said with a frown as Naruto sighed. Percy, you are to take charge when we get there, Naruto said as the boy looked at him like he grew a second head. What? Why me? Percy asked, confused. Why not you? You're the strongest one here. True, but this is your prophecy. I am but a Soliter here, your general if you will. You are the head of camp since I, for the most part, stay at my house with Thalia and occasionally you, Luke or Annabeth. You are the son of Poseidon and people see you more as the camp leader as they see me as a director like Chiron. Plus you know the camper's skills better than I do, he said as he walked beside Percy. Fine, but I might need some help from you, Percy said as Naruto chuckled and nodded. I will be here, don't worry, he said as Percy nodded. Olympus, Manhattan. Naruto stared at Central Park with a smirk as he turned to Percy and nodded. Okay, we need to set up a base. Go inside and get the keycard from the doorman so we can head up to Olympus. Threaten him if needed, Percy said as the campers looked to Naruto confused. Naruto sighed. You heard the leader. I am a Soullighter here, he's in charge, he said with a hand wave. I'm going to check out Central Park and figure something out, he said as Percy nodded. Naruto looked around as he walked through the park, unintentionally getting the nymphs to follow him since it seemed the news of him being a sage and having Mokuton was big news to them all. Girls, have you seen anything weird lately? He asked as he could feel some leftover aura of a god or goddess all around the park. There was this strange guy walking around earlier, maybe a week or two ago, and then again yesterday. One nymph with dark orange leaves as hair, said as she pushed her way to the front of the group, making the other nymphs scowl at her. Could you show me where he was last seen? He asked as they nymphs fought to get to him until a nymph with pink flowery hair led him away as the others mumbled and glared at her. He was around the entrances and the main walkways, she said, pointing to the areas. Naruto frowned as he looked around and noticed a pair of goat legs sticking out of a bush. Thank you, ladies, he said, flashing them a smile, making most faint with a large blush as he walked away. Crouching down, he frowned as he saw it was Grover. Placing a hand, he sent a spike of chakra through the satyr, making him yelp and sit up, immediately awake. "Why?" he asked, looking around. Nice to see you again, Grover, Naruto said as Grover looked around. You've been gone for nearly a month or two. I hope you have a good reason, he said as Grover nodded and was about to tell him. Tell Percy, he's the leader, he said as he summoned a clone to warp Grover away. He needed to set up a little trap for anything that came their way. He ran his hands through the hand signs and slammed his hands downward style. Seed of protection, he said as a large seed formed in the ground before sinking away. He felt his clone disappear as the knowledge of Morpheus being in the forest those many weeks ago entered his mind. He also gained the knowledge of Athena telling them to use Plan 23 and Hestia talking to them. Naruto cracked his neck as he looked up to the moon. Almost time, Gramps, he thought with a smile as the symbol of Shinju's eyes faintly appeared on the moon. Indeed it is, son. This battle is important, just like the Fourth Shinobi War. Are you ready? Shinju asked as he slowly reconnected to the body of his in the moon. Of course I am. This is my second war and just like the first I'll win this one as well, Naruto said as he cracked his neck and felt the presence of Morpheus again as the mist around the city became thicker. Seems it starts now, he thought as he flashed away to the marker Percy set up. Main lobby. Naruto nodded to Percy as he spoke to the other campers. Kronos has begun the attack, Percy said as he pointed at a map of Manhattan. He has gotten Morpheus to put all the mortals to sleep. We need to get the roads clear and guard the 5 entrances to Manhattan. I want Claris, Annabeth, Luke, Thalia, and Naruto to lead 5 groups to each tunnel or bridge to provide defense. I will take care of the rivers, he said as they nodded. I will be going alone since we don't want to divide our forces too thin. I can handle myself and whatever Kronos throws at me, he said as everyone nodded. Okay, then divide into 4 groups. We need to keep everything balanced. Nico and Allison will summon skeletons and ghosts to reinforce each squad, Percy said as he drew Riptide as the 2 kids nodded and held hands with a slight blush on their faces. The battle for Manhattan is beginning, he said as everyone piled out. Naruto, can you do something for me? Percy asked as Naruto nodded. Of course, leader, he said with a smirk as Percy chuckled. I need you to send some clones out to the statues around Manhattan and repeat the phrase activate Plan 23, directive, protect Olympus, he said as Naruto smiled. Of course, do you have a map of them and which ones you want activated? He asked as Percy handed him the map that had various red circles on it. Got it, Naruto said as he summoned some clones and sent them out. I'm heading to Williamsburg Bridge. You guys get the rest, Naruto said as he jumped off Olympus and went into his Shinju cloak to fly off. Bridge. Naruto frowned as he landed on the bridge. He chose this bridge as he felt the strongest energy coming from this direction. He suspected that Kronos might be coming from here or possibly something strong would be here as well. Slowly he drew out Yamato and looked at the blade as he could hear the sounds of the monsters marching. He never quite used Yamato to its full potential, but that was because he never really had a chance until now since the blade was great at cutting down massive mobs of monsters. Yamato, the light-forged blade, a weapon of near-godly strength and the sword representing the son of Amaterasu, he said, mostly to himself as he smiled up at the massive army in front of him as he also saw Ethan, now Kronos, behind a chariot led by 2 dragons. Feel the wrath of the Shintos. He yelled as he sliced the blade at them, sending a massive wave of wind at them, stopping them in their tracks as he made numerous more slices at them before slowly sheathing the blade. As the click of the blade echoed through the air, almost all the monsters exploded into golden dust, leaving behind only about 1 divided by 10th of the original size of the army and Kronos himself as he was protected by the 2 dragons that were now golden dust. Surrender now, Kronos. He yelled as his eyes spun ominously at the titan in a demigod's body. If one sword is able to take you down, then Percy is going to kick your ass. He yelled with a massive smirk. Kronos narrowed his eyes as he commanded his soldiers to charge as he retreated. Naruto rolled his eyes as he summoned his truth-seeking orbs Sage Art, Tailed Beast Raisin Shuriken. He yelled as the orbs transformed into 9 Raisin Shuriken. One of magnet, blue flames, water with bits of coral, lava, boil, acid, scales, ink and golden fire. He smirked as he sent them flying at the army, making them explode to finish them off and destroy the bridge. He frowned as he saw Kronos running but chose not to follow. You are Percy's responsibility and he can handle you just fine, he thought with a smile as he made his way back to Percy, who seemed to set up camp in a hotel near the southeast corner of Central Park. Hotel. Naruto walked into the hotel to frown at the injured campers. How are the campers? He asked. Michael Yu, as the son of Apollo, frowned. Several are hurt and some in critical condition, he said as he was stretched thin trying to heal them all. I can help, Naruto said as he ran through the signs before slamming hands down, summoning jutsu. Slug contract, he yelled as a medium-sized slug with a blue markings looked at them. Lady Katsuya, thank you for coming, he said with a bow as Michael just watched in confusion. Of course I would come, Naruto, you are our sage after all, Katsuya said in her same kind tone as she nodded to him. How may I help? She asks as she looks around her. I need you to help heal some of the campers. I can summon more sections of you if you need it, he said as she nodded. 4 more please and I would be more than happy to help, she said as she divided into smaller sections as they all went off to help. Naruto quickly summoned more sections as they all got to work. Work with Lady Katsuya, she is an amazing healer and can help a lot, he said as Michael nodded as a small section rested on his shoulder. Naruto set off to find Percy and found him looking very ragged and exhausted in one of the hotel rooms. How did your battles go? He asked as Percy looked to him. They went fine, a little rough but some unexpected help arrived, Percy said as Naruto heard a throat clear behind him. Naruto raised an eyebrow and turned around to see an annoyed-looking Zoe staring at him. Ah, Zoe, let me guess, Artemis sent you to help? He asked as the hunter nodded. Yes, but we are not to be ordered around. We are to help guard Olympus, and that is it, you boy, she said with a slight glare. Whatever, we need to rest for the night. I'll have clones watching over us while we rest, he said as they nodded. He sighed as he went outside and summoned a mist to make a call. Oh, Lady Iris, goddess of rainbows, connect me to Lady Artemis, he said as the image changed to Artemis as she struck Typhon with a blast of moonlight. Artemis, I need to ask you a favor, he said, catching her attention. Artemis was about to yell at Naruto for bothering her at an inappropriate time, but the serious look in his eyes told her it was important. What is it, Naruto? She yelled as she shielded Apollo with a wave of moonlight as he was weakened at night. I need your blessing to access the moon. There's something in it I need to release soon and it will help you guys a lot, he said as she looked confused. She was confused until she saw his eyes change to their special form, making it click. You're letting the primordial out? She asked, shocked. Yes, it will be able to help you guys a lot. How is the situation? He asked as she frowned. It's rough, we definitely need the help, but will you be okay losing him? She asked as he nodded. I have his blessing, so I will still have all the powers I have right now, so no worries. I will send him to you tomorrow morning. Can you guys hold out until then? He asked as Artemis nodded. Yes, and thank you. My hunters should have made it there to help. Zoe will help as much as she can. Make sure she is okay, she said as he nodded. I will make sure nothing happens. I wish you and the others luck, he said as she nodded and ran her hand through the mist, cutting the connection. You ready to be out? He asked as Shinju chuckled in him. Of course, and yes, you will keep your blessings like you guessed, the eyes, the cloak, and the beast forms. Use them well and cause some trouble. Shinju said with a massive smirk. Sleep well, tomorrow is when it all ends. Naruto frowned as Zoe woke him and Percy up. He had decided to stand guard in Percy's room near the door just in case anybody tried anything. Wake up, Jackson, a Titan has come into camp to negotiate with us, she said as Percy frowned and got up, looking at Naruto. Do you want me to come as well? Naruto asked as Percy nodded. It would be best to have my general there, he said with a smirk as Naruto nodded. Come on then, Zoe said abruptly as they followed her. Did you wake anyone else up? Naruto asked as they walked out of the hotel. No, I figured everyone needed their rest, Zoe said as Naruto nodded, thankful that she didn't wake anyone else. As they made their way towards Central Park, Zoe frowned and looked over to Naruto. I'm sorry if I'm still a bit sour. I have been around Lady Artemis for many years and she has never affiliated with males, and for her to have a male friend is still something to get used to, she said as Naruto smiled at her. I understand, but I mean Artemis and the hunters no ill will, he said as she slightly smiled and nodded. Naruto frowned as he got to Central Park. Prometheus, the Titan of Forethought, stood with a Hyperborean giant and an Impulsi to his sides. I never would have expected the Son of Chaos to have horns, Prometheus said with a slight smirk. Yeah, Mom likes to give me unique traits, Naruto said as his eyes shifted to the Dojutsu and made the Titan flinch a bit at their aura. Never mind that, I have come under the flag piece to talk, he said as he motioned to a picnic table and sits down at it. Percy looks to Naruto, who nods as he sits down. Oh, son of Poseidon in charge. Here I thought that the Son of Chaos would take charge, Prometheus said with a smirk. Well, it is his prophecy, so it makes sense for him to lead, though I am his general in a sense, Naruto said as the Titan nodded. Getting to the point, I believe it would be in your best interest to surrender. You demigods are going against Titans. The gods are away facing Typhon, and with the absence of Zeus they will lose as well, he said as he stared at Percy. Where is the supposed king anyways? Is he hiding in Olympus? No, he is in the dungeon, Naruto said, shocking the Titan. Why is the king of gods in the dungeon? he asked amused. Well, after he threatened my wife and unborn child, I fought him, ripped his godly aura from him, reverting him to a human, and I divided up the domains among the other gods, Naruto said as his eyes spun slowly, silently terrifying the Titan. So to put it simply, we aren't surrendering. Naruto has a plan for Typhon and I have one for Kronos. We decline your offer, Percy said as Prometheus frowned and slid a vase across the table. If you ever change your mind, just open the Pythos, the Titan said with a smile. Inside there is Elpis, the spirit of hope. Wait, isn't the spirit of hope the last spirit in Pandora's box? Percy asked as he remembered Annabeth telling him that story many times. Yes, and if you ever find yourself wanting to give up, then release Elpis, the spirit of hope, and I shall know, he said as he stood up and left. Naruto frowned as Percy looked at the vase. Don't give up, Percy, as my wife says hope survives best in the hearth. Percy nodded as he looked to Naruto. We need to wake everyone. I know an attack will be coming soon, he said as Naruto nodded. You go, I have something to do, he said as he looked to the moon. Percy got the idea as he walked off to alert the campers. Zoe stayed behind and frowned. You are letting the primordial out? She asked as she had been told last night by Artemis of Naruto's plan and was ordered to defend him while he completed it. Yes, it is the god's only chance at defeating Typhon without Zeus's extra power or Poseidon, since he isn't battling either, Naruto said as he sat down on the ground. Ready, Gramps? He asked as he burst into his cloaked form. Of course, Naruto, I have established the connection to the moon and I plan to have myself drop onto Typhon himself. It shouldn't take too long to destroy that annoyance, just have to worry about collateral damage, Shinju said as Naruto nodded. Good, then let's get this done with, he said as he ran through the seals with the help of Shinju. Great sage art, moon's eye open. Descent of the beast. He yelled as the moon turned blood red and grew the markings of Shinju's eyes. In a great burst of speed, a large silver mass of chakra shot up into the sky and towards the moon. Zoe watched in awe as the moon opened up like a flower and a massive beast dropped from the moon. At first it looked like a human with a weird shell on its back, but then it started to change. It grew more animal-like and grew fur until it looked like a massive silver wolf with 10 tails. Is it the primordial's true form? Zoe asked as she had never seen anything that felt so powerful before. Yes, Gramps' body was stuck in his incomplete form until his true soul returned to it, so he was able to return his body to how it should be, he said as he saw the body of his grandfather drop out of sight. Though a loud boom could still be heard all the way from Manhattan. Battleground with Typhon. Hera frowned as she blasted another bolt at the massive giant. Even with her wielding the master bolt, they could barely keep the giant held back. She was about to order a retreat after Dionysus was sent crashing into a mountain, but her attention was distracted as the sky turned black and the moon glowed red. Artemis, what are you doing? Hera asked, confused and a bit worried. I'm not doing anything. It's Naruto. He asked for permission to use the moon for something. He says he was sending help. She yelled back as they saw the moon open up and a massive wolf bore down on them and crashed into Typhon and sent him flying backwards. Once the beast was out, the moon reverted back to its normal form and the sky became normal as well. Hera paled considerably as she instantly recognized who it was. Shinju, the Shinto primordial, what are you doing here? She asked, confused. She had no problem with the other pantheons, she was just surprised that they were allowed in the realm. Even thank my grandson later, he said as he turned to Typhon and charged up a toned-down Bijuu since he didn't want to destroy the landscape too badly until he got him up into the air or somewhere that would cause less damage. He fired it off and sent the Titan back a large distance. Keep attacking him while I am his focus. I will slow him down with Mokuten until I am to a place where I can kill him safely, he said as Hera nodded. You heard him, she yelled as she continued to launch bolts of lightning at the giant with her master bolt. Shinju smiled as he slammed his hands down as he sent chakra through the ground. Wood style, grand convergence of nature. He yelled as massive wooden textiles broke through the ground and wrapped around the giant's arms and hit him hard in the chest, getting him closer to an area where he could fire off a full Bijuu and not cause too much trouble. Keep pushing him back, Shinju yelled as he tackled the giant and threw him away with the use of his tails as the wooden roots struck the giant as well. I can't kill him here without destroying too much. Get him to the ocean or some deserted area, he ordered as the gods helped him willingly. Good luck, Naruto, I have this front covered, Shinju thought as he launched fireballs at the massive giant. Naruto, he panted as he felt drained from no longer having his grandfather stored inside him. He was thankful his grandfather chose to leave half of his immense reserves behind. Even a half the amount felt larger than all of the Bijuu did when he held them inside him separately. It really made him realize how screwed he would have been if Madara had full control of his grandfather during the Fourth Shinobi War. Are you okay, Naruto? Zoe asked as she helped him up. Losing half of a near-infinite reserves is very draining, but I am still more than able to fight and fire off my techniques with no worry, he said as he dusted himself off. Come on, we need to rejoin Percy. He's leading the campers back to Olympus, he said as Zoe nodded. As Naruto rejoined the group, he spun around as he heard an explosion behind them as he saw fire bursting from the ground and a set of golden armor that seemed to be worn by the man made of fire. He was muscular and tall with glowing skin, golden eyes like miniature suns. Along with the golden armor, he had a golden sword strapped to his waist. Hyperion, the Titan of light, fire and power, be careful, Percy, he said as he saw Percy charging at the Titan as he summoned water around him. His body was still sore from releasing his grandfather, otherwise he would be fighting with Percy. Hit the injured campers into the building. I can at least keep any monsters back, he said as Zoe nodded and with the help of the other hunters helped get them in. Dad, he heard Thalia yell as she, Annabeth and Luke ran up to him. Was that who I thought it was? She asked as he nodded. That is your great-grandfather. I let him out to help the gods fight Typhon, he said as he turned his attention back to Percy. Keep guard around the entrance to the Empire State Building and help hold back whatever Hyperion came with. Got it, Dad, she yelled after she hugged him and ran off. He smiled as they left and at how well Percy was fighting the Titan. Percy, he ducked under a slash as he ran his hands through the seals. Water style. Water dragon, he yelled as he used his abilities to summon the water needed for it. Hyperion hissed in pain as the water dragon hit him hard in the chest. You are going to have to do better than that puny demigod, he yelled as Percy smiled and mist started to form around them. Brine style. Vortex of erosion, he said as a large vortex of water started to form around them. Hyperion fell to a knee as the water started to douse his flames and melt away his armor as well as causing gashes on him. How can a puny demigod like you bring me down? The Titan yelled as he tried to ignite his flames again but couldn't get the tiniest of spark. I will defend Olympus from all enemies. My strength comes from protecting those precious to me, Percy yelled as he saw wooden tendrils coming from the ground. He looked over to Naruto, who nodded at him and made him smile as the roots wrapped around the Titan entirely until a large cherry blossom tree stood in the place where the Titan used to stand. He quickly ended his taxing jutsu and looked to Naruto, who gave him a thumbs up just as they heard the sound of a loud pig's squeal. Naruto groaned as he saw the Plasmonian a large pink pig with even brighter pink wings came flying through, crashing into buildings. He turned to Thalia as she nodded. You summon an eagle and help Percy, he said as he saw Percy immediately fly after it with blackjack. She nodded as she ran through the seals, as did he, and slammed her hand down summoning jutsu. She yelled as a massive eagle appeared as a massive hawk appeared under Naruto. Follow the giant flying pig, not hard to miss, he said, patting the side of his hawk, making the bird chuckle before the two massive birds took off. Naruto easily caught up to Percy as Thalia shot lightning at the pig, but all she could do was singe it a bit. Percy, you have a plan, right? He asked as the son of Poseidon nodded. Yeah, kill it, he yelled as he jumped from blackjack and onto the back of it. The pig bucked as Percy landed on it before he was able to steer it into the ground near a bronze lion statue. Command sequence, DLS-23, destroy the flying pig. Begin activation, he said as the lion's eyes lit up and it roared as it jumped onto the pig. He quickly went around and activated some other automatons. Well, delegating is a good skill to have, Naruto said with a smirk as he landed down next to Percy, still on the back of his summon as Thalia hovered above him. Guys, the campers are being pushed back, Thalia yelled as she held a walkie-talkie in her hand. Come on, Percy, and your job is never done, he said as Percy nodded and quickly got back on blackjack and flew back to their base. Naruto jumped from his hawk as they neared the battlefield and slammed down his hand summoning jutsu, wolf contract. He yelled as a pack of nearly 50 wolves of varying sizes appeared around him. Kill monsters and save the kids, he yelled as they howled and ran off just as a horde of centaurs joined the fray. After the centaurs, the dubbed party ponies started decimating the monsters with the wolves helping as well. The army retreated. Chiron, good to see you here to help, Naruto said as Chiron nodded at him. I can see you are doing a good job leading the group, he said as Naruto chuckled. That is all, Percy. I made him leader as we got here and he has done an amazing job, he said as Chiron looked shocked but nodded. Chiron turned to Percy and nodded. We need to pull back and heal the injured campers, he said as Percy nodded and went to get Michael Yu to lead the infirmary. I'll send a clone to summon Katsuya to help as well, Naruto said as he sent off a clone to help the med bay. Naruto stood out as he sighed, looking out into Manhattan. He knew the war was just beginning and he'd have to stay focused to make sure everyone survived the war for the most part. Percy sighed as he sat down on a couch in the lobby of the Empire State Building. Ever since this battle had started, they barely had any chance to relax. You hanging in there, Perk? Luke asked as he groaned. I have been running around all day defending everywhere, Percy said as he stretched, popping his bones, and I haven't had any time to relax until now. Well, you have been doing a great job with keeping everyone safe for the most part, he said as Percy nodded and sighed and laid back as he felt a familiar glass vase that he was 100% sure he had locked away. Luke, did you lock up the Pandora's Pithos? Percy asked as he stared at the vase in his hands. Luke, who was looking at the main entrance until now, nodded. Yeah, I locked it up in the safe behind the lobby desk once you returned with it, he said as he turned to Percy and stared in confusion at the vase in his hand. It must be enchanted to return like Riptide, Luke said as Percy frowned. Percy felt a strong urge to open the Pithos but focused all of his will not to open it. His mind recalled Naruto's words. As my wife always says, hope survives best in the hearth. I need to head to Olympus, guard the entrance until I get back, he said as Luke gave a salute with a smirk as Percy rushed to elevator and used the key card to access the button that led him to Olympus. Once he got to Olympus, he quickly went towards the hearth, to the only goddess present in Olympus at the current time. Hestia, Percy, nice to see you again. Is everything okay? She asked as he nodded, still holding on tightly to the Pithos. Do you know what this is? He asked as he held up the Pithos as he walked nearer to the heavily pregnant goddess so she didn't need to bother herself with getting up. Yes, that is Pandora's Pythos. Why do you have it? She asked, a bit confused. Percy nodded as he explained how Prometheus gifted him the Pythos so that he would be able to surrender at any time, and how it was becoming too tempting to open, even if they were edging back the Titan army. And you came here since you heard Naruto tell you that hope survives best in the hearth? She asked as Jigoku and Ryokan both helped her up, as they had decided to be separated as to defend her easier. Yes, the temptation is too much and I will not risk accidentally opening it, so I am here to offer it to you, Lady Hestia, he said as he bowed and presented her the Pythos. Hestia smiled as the Pythos disappeared in a burst of flames as she pet Percy's head. Very wise of you, Percy, she said as he stood up. Though I would suggest returning back to your group since I feel something big, she said as he frowned. Oh, and do tell my husband I am fine for now. My maidens are looking after me while he defends Olympus, and she said as Percy nodded. Once Percy left, Calypso poked her head out from behind the sofa. Is he gone? She asked, still a bit nervous to see Percy, considering the fact he promised to save her even though Naruto did it instead. Yes, he is gone, Calypso, she said as the Titaness helped her back to the sofa. I do wish my father would just let himself be defeated. The baby will be coming very soon and I'd rather not have it during war, she said with a frown as she rubbed her belly. Naruto surveyed the city with his taijutsu since he didn't want anything sneaking up on them. The city was dead quiet except for the sounds of the campers. Thought that was until he heard the familiar whirring of what he believed to be a helicopter. Focusing his eyes in as he got a clearer view, and frowned as he saw the wild mess of red hair trying to get control of the helicopter that was spiraling out of control as the pilot fell asleep. Thalia, watch after the campers. There is something I need to take care of, he said as she nodded. Need any help, Dad? She asked as he shook his head. I can handle this, and you all need to save your energy for whatever is ahead, he said as two insect-like wings grew from his back. Good, my partial transformations are still there, he thought as he lifted off the ground and darted towards the helicopter. He decided he wasn't going to go into cloaked mode just for flying when he could use Chomai's wings for it, especially when he didn't know how long his cloaked mode could last without his grandfather in him anymore. He quickly buzzed towards the helicopter and quickly swept into the helicopter, somewhat scaring Rachel. Relax, I have you, he said as he picked her up and quickly summoned a clone without seals to steady down the helicopter as he jumped out of the machine and glided down to the ground. Just how did you get here and why? He asked as he set down the shaken-up red head. Rachel took some shaky breaths as she sighed. I had to come tell Percy something that is very important, she said as she stared at him with determination in her eyes. Naruto chuckled at her until he noticed something on her that confused her. She had a green aura around her that reminded him of the Oracle back at camp, yet very toned down. It's about Chronos and Ethan. He has to know it before he fights them, she said as Naruto nodded. Okay, then come on, I can take you back, he said as he picked her up and summoned his wings again. The redhead blushed as she was carried by the elder father towards the Empire State Building. Naruto set her down. When they reached the Empire State Building, go inside, he should be in the main lobby talking to the cabin counselors, he said as she nodded and walked off just as a roar sounded out. Naruto groaned as he turned and saw a large draken flying towards them. Naruto instantly recognized it as the Lydian draken. He was getting tired of Chronos constantly sending his minions to them, though he knew it was a smart act. It tired out your enemies and kept them busy, though it could be risky considering everything Chronos sent at them they were able to defeat easily. Moments later, Luke and Thalia ran out. Where's Claris or someone of Ares' cabin? He asked as Luke frowned. Claris took Ares' cabin to patrol the borders, he said with a frown. Damn, I'll have to hold it back until she gets here. When she does, give her a Horatian tag so she can come to me to kill it, he said as Thalia took the tag. We'll hold off any monsters that come as well. Percy is resting from having to battle so much as Annabeth and Rachel talk with him, she said as he nodded. Good, I'll hold it back as long as it needs, he said as he focused on Seiken. Beast transformation. 6 tails, he said as his body grew white and slimy as his eyes disappeared. His arms became shortened as he grew bigger and 6 tails came from him. 2 stalks then appeared on top his large head as the transformation ended. Bring everyone back from the city so no one gets hurt while I hold back the draken, he said as his voice was mixed with Seiken's soft feminine voice as they nodded and rushed off. He quickly ran off towards the roaring draken. He slammed his tails into the draken as it hissed in pain and tumbled away. Wisdom Wolf Decay. He yelled as he expelled a large cloud of acid at the draken, making it writhe in pain as it started to slither away even faster. Even though the acid of Seiken's form would normally burn through anything and kill them near instantly, but because he wasn't a child of Ares, he couldn't kill the thing, only damage it severely and keep it from causing damage. He saw the draken trying to escape, so he quickly wrapped his tails around the draken and solidified his slime to trap the draken in his slime as he felt the marker and quickly summoned Claris to him. She looked around in confusion until she landed her eyes on him and brought up her spear. Claris, it is me, Naruto. Put down your weapon and kill the draken while it is still bound, he said as Claris looked still confused but looked to the draken and nodded. Though right as she brought up her spear to stab it in the eye, the slime encasing it broke and it flailed, hitting her away from it. Naruto quickly caught Claris and set her atop his head. Hold on, and when I get the chance I'm going to toss you at the draken to end it, he said as she nodded, and he ran after the quick retreating draken. Naruto quickly jumped over it, cutting it off and threw Claris to the draken. He saw the draken rearing its head back to spit acid. Acting fast, he gathered acid in his mouth. Soap bubble, bubble dome. he yelled as he spat out a bubble to encase Clarice as she dropped down to it with her electric spear crackled with power. The acid hit the dome and rolled off as he released the jutsu just in time for her to stab it in the eye with a roar, killing it instantly. Good job, Clarice, he said as he eased out of his beast transformation. We need to return to base though, so hold on. Clarice quickly picked up her hide and grabbed onto the blonde hero's arm as they disappeared in a flash. Back with Thalia and the rest of the campers. Thalia frowned as she killed the Hydra with her great-grandmother's black flames and returned her eye back to her original electric blue. She looked over as a flash burst in the park and saw her father and Clarice, who was brandishing the hide of the draken. The sight of the powerful draken's hide in the hands of Clarice seemed to strike fear in the other monsters as they quickly started to retreat. We need to regroup and build our defenses, Naruto said as Percy nodded. Percy, Naruto and Thalia should head to Olympus to form the final defenses, Luke said as they nodded. This was the final descent of the war and Naruto knew it was about to hit the fan. Olympus. As they entered Olympus, Naruto quickly went to check on his wife. You guys can handle the defenses, right? I really need to check on my wife, he said as they nodded. Of course, go check on Mom, Thalia said as he smiled and kissed the top of her head. He quickly made his way to the hearth and let out a sigh of relief as he saw his wife safe still sitting next to Calypso, who was knitting something. Dear, how is everything going? She asked as he sat next to her. Kronos is restless and has been sending monster after monster to us, and we are getting some defenses set up here, and I need to set up seals around here, he said as he summoned 3 clones to set up the barrier. That sounds tiring, she said as she held his hand with a slight frown. It is fine since I do it to keep you safe, he said as he kissed her softly. How is the baby, he asked as he rubbed her pregnant belly, making her smile warmly at them. They are safe, she said until she covered her mouth. Drat, I meant to keep that secret, she said with a frown. They, as in 2 or more? He asked excited as he placed his hand on her belly. Yes, I am having twins, though I wanted to keep it a secret from you until I gave birth, she said as she held his hand. Can I know the sexes? He asked as she poked his nose with a smile. Nope, we have to keep that secret, she said as he pouted a bit until he kissed her. I have to go. Summon me the second you go into labor, he said as she kissed him back and nodded. I have Calypso here to help and all my animals, she said. The Titaness smiled at him. No one will get in here. I have wards set up and with your seals it'll take a primordial to break in, she said as Naruto smiled at her. Thank you, Calypso. Having you here eases my worries even more, he said as he kissed his wife's pregnant belly and stood up. This war will be over soon, I promise, he said as Hestia smiled. Please do. I don't want our babies born during the war, she said with a frown as he nodded and left. As he returned to Percy, he saw the boy sitting on Poseidon's throne, most likely talking with him. So what did Rachel have to tell you? He asked as Percy got off the throne. She warned me to defeat Ethan before he started to glow, Percy said, a bit confused. Well, if she came all the way to do that, then keep that in mind, he said as Percy nodded. Did you convince Poseidon to help? I think that, or I pissed off my dad a bit. Hopefully not, since I really like being able to be in water, Percy said as he rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. He'll be fine. Did you guys set everything up? Naruto asked as Thalia nodded. We set up the tags everywhere and your markers as well, she said as he nodded, and Annabeth burst into the throne room. Guys, Kronos is leading his entire army to us, she said as Naruto smiled, confusing the others. Well, good thing reinforcements have arrived, he said as they went down back to Manhattan. Manhattan. Almost all the demigods were in shock as Hades, Demeter and Persephone all rode into Manhattan with a massive army of undead soldiers behind them. Took you long enough, Hades, Naruto said with a smirk as the death god smiled at him. Well, when Kronos' forces were piling out of Tartarus and trying to get control of the underworld, it slowed me down a bit, but with the help of Styx and Pallas I was able to leave without worrying, he said as Nico and Bianca ran up to their father, who hugged them. I am glad you two are safe, Hades said as they smiled. I have made sure they don't fight yet and just focus on summoning the undead. Plus Nico's little girlfriend is helpful as well, Naruto said as Nico and Allison blushed dark red. Enough teasing, my son, we have a war to win, Hades said, making Nico pout. You all focus on Olympus, we can take care of the army, he said as Naruto, Percy, Thalia, Luke and Annabeth nodded. As Naruto was rushing off with the others, he felt the barrier surrounding Manhattan shirk as it tried to cut them off from entering Olympus. Acting fast, he grabbed a hold of all of them and warped into Olympus. Olympus. Naruto groaned as they landed in Olympus. He still wasn't used to warping groups of people, but he was glad her could do it. We need to hurry, I can feel Kronos in the throne room, he said as they nodded and rushed off. Just as they were going in, a statue of Hera fell over and crashed onto Annabeth. Go ahead, I can save her and regroup, Naruto said as they nodded. Thalia looked like she didn't want to go, but once Annabeth nodded, giving her a smile, Thalia followed them. It'll be okay, Annabeth, nothing is broken, he said as she nodded. He chose to stay behind to let Percy do his thing and to get himself ready for whatever awaited him. Throne room. As they entered the throne room, they saw Ethan with his Stygian iron, celestial bronze and mortal steel sword and black armor standing in the center of it. Do you all really think you can defeat me? I am a titan and you all are mere demigods, Ethan said as Kronos' voice came from him instead. A god, or a titan in your case, can still fall to a dagger, Percy said as mist started to form around him. Well, we'll just have to see that, Ethan said as he waved his hand, sending them crashing backwards, but to his surprise Luke crumbled into dirt, Thalia evaporated in the wind and Percy faded into mist. Going to have to do better than that, Percy yelled as he finished the seal's mist style. Crashing wisps, he yelled as large wisps of mist crashed into Ethan and sent him crashing back into one of the many pillars of the throne room. Activate the barrier, Percy ordered as Thalia nodded and formed the tiger hand sign. Kai, she yelled as a golden barrier formed around Percy and Kronos, keeping them in there and keeping Kronos from destroying the thrones, essentially weakening the gods. Mist style, instinctive defense, he said as the mist around him started to shift. Naruto had created this jutsu for him from inspiration of his friend's Gaara automatic defense. It was draining, but at the time he needed something to defend him when he was too slow. Not a smart move, demigod. Trapping yourself in here with me, Ethan said as he drew his sword and it transformed into a large golden scythe. Percy knew what it was and knew how dangerous it was, especially since it was deadly even in its unfinished state, like how he saw in Mount St. Helens. Percy barely had time to react as Ethan appeared in front of him and brought down his scythe. He thanked his lucky stars that his mist defended him and gave him time to draw Riptide. Acting fast, he lunged at the Titan but watched in shock as his sword bounced off Ethan's exposed arm. Tough luck, Jackson. I readied myself for this, Ethan said as Percy struggled to parry the scythe, though the mist helped a lot. Percy's mind ran through what was happening. Thankfully, his time of having lessons with Annabeth paid off as he realized that Ethan had the curse of Achilles and he knew a way to defeat Ethan even with the invulnerability. He quickly sheathed Riptide and started running through the seals as his mist struggled to block the blows of the Titan of Time. Brine release, coating of acid, he said as he drew Riptide, and a coat of green water coated the sword. Percy ducked under a slice from the scythe as he stabbed at Ethan's gap in the armor and smiled as the acidic water spread over Ethan. I am invulnerable, Jackson. Nice try though, Ethan said before he fell to a knee. What did you do? He asked as he started to cough up some blood. I sent acid water to cover your entire body below your neck and made it burn you everywhere, including your Achilles spot, he said as he looked down at Ethan as he saw Ethan getting paler. No, I will not be killed by some puny demigod, Ethan yelled as his golden eyes started to glow, and soon Percy couldn't look at Ethan. Relax, Percy, I have it now, Percy heard Naruto say as he was warped away. Percy looked up to see himself on the other side of the barrier as Naruto stood in front of Ethan, who was on the ground, and a black-haired man that was wearing an orange toga and wielding Kronos' scythe. His eyes were closed as well. This is what Rachel meant, Annabeth said as she leaned against Thalia. What do you mean? Percy asked, confused, until the man opened his eyes to reveal them to be pure gold. He's Kronos, Percy, the real one, not the one that was trapped inside Ethan. His real body reformed, and he used the release of Ethan's life to form it, Thalia said as she stared worried at her father. Thalia, get everyone on Olympus to Hesta's hearth. It is set to guard against dangers, he said as she nodded and helped Annabeth up. Be careful, Dad, she said as he nodded, not looking back at her as he was focusing on Kronos. Of course, Thalia. Protect your mother, he said as they rushed off. So this is your real body, Kronos? He asked as he activated his eyes and burst into his cloaked form. Yes, the death of the weak, Ethan let my pieces fuse together. Seems he isn't as useless as I thought, he said as he inspected his new body. Well, enjoy it while you can. It won't be together for much longer, Naruto said as Kronos laughed at him. Olympus is doomed. Typhon is pushing the gods back and I am a Titan Lord, he yelled with a massive grin. Naruto chuckled as he looked to the Titan. Have you even checked on Typhon's progress? Because I can assure you he isn't winning, he said, confusing Kronos as he waved a hand, and the image of Shinju shooting a cone variant by Judama at Typhon as he was restrained in the water by Poseidon came into view. Kronos stared in shock and a bit fear as the Primordial felt Kronos looking and grew a massive smile that made Kronos wave his hand through it with a yell. I am still a Titan Lord. You are a demigod, he yelled as Naruto smiled. Well, we'll see about that, he said as his eyes spun. The final fight had begun. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he parried Kronos' strikes. The Titan of Time was skilled, and thankfully the blessing of his grandparents prevented the Titan from affecting him with his control of time. For a demigod, you put up an actual fight, Kronos said as Naruto pushed him back with the katana that radiated light. Shouldn't you be saying demi-primordial? He asked as he sent blades of energy at the Titan for him to dodge them easily since they could be affected with his powers over time. No, I know what you are, young child of Shinto. I felt it the moment I laid eyes on you. You give off the aura of them clear as day, he said as Naruto shrugged his shoulders. So you know, doesn't matter, I will still kick your ass. Naruto yelled as he attacked in a fury, pushing Kronos back. I will not let you rule and endanger my wife, my daughter, or my coming children, he said as Kronos started laughing. It took my son and all the gods to take me and my army down. I will admit you all are giving me a run for my money, but if I were to get serious you would be finished in a heartbeat, Kronos said as his aura grew more golden. So kiss your family goodbye, because once I defeat you I am going to chain you up and make you watch me kill them, he said as he started attacking with more power. Naruto's felt a fire burn in him as Kronos' words hit him. He parried the strikes from the Titan with no trouble as his eyes spun at such a speed the Tomos couldn't be seen and only the rings could as they glowed with a dark red aura. You will die, he yelled as a powerful shockwave knocked back Kronos. Susanoo, Avatar of Asura, he yelled as his Susanoo formed around him. It was a massive silver six-armed, three-faced being. It was covered in Shogun armor as Naruto stood in the center of it. Chronos paled a bit at the massive size of it until it started to shrink until it encased Naruto perfectly as if it was just a set of armor and not an ethereal battle avatar. Chronos chuckled at it. You ditched your hulking monster to make it smaller and weaker. You are a fool. Chronos yelled as he dashed at Naruto with his scythe only for one of the hands to grab it mid-strike, hit him in the chest and send him flying back through many columns. I condensed it, Naruto said as he walked towards the fallen titan as he drew Ten no Kyurei Hono in his left hand and Yamato in his right. His astral swords appeared in the hands of his other arms. I made every inch more powerful. Also looks are always deceiving, he said as he vanished from sight and appeared above Chronos with all 6 swords raised. Chronos had no time to react as the swords cut through him at rapid speeds before they pinned him to the ground as he let out screams of pain. Naruto left him pinned to the ground as he picked up the scythe and stabbed it into Chronos' chest, making him scream louder. First mistake, attacking Olympus. Second mistake, challenging me. Third and final mistake, threatening my family, he said as his eyes slowed down but the Susanoo stayed active. I'll reform, and next time I will kill you. Chronos yelled as he writhed on the ground, trying to get free. Not if I have anything to say about it, Naruto said as he placed his hand on the Titan's head. Like father, like son, or in this case other way around, he said as his eyes glowed purple. Human path, he said as he pulled out Chronos' dark golden titanly aura that turned into a golden orb with a crown, clock, skull, and a stalk of wheat flowing around inside it. Chronos gasped as if the wind was knocked out of him as his blood turned from gold to red and his eyes became amber instead of pure gold. You will die a human, Chronos, never to revive, never to reform, and without power. May you suffer in the afterlife, he said as he pulled out his blades and made 2 extra arms pull out the scythe as it glowed and turned into skull ring on his right middle finger. He looked at the orb in his hand and sealed it away as he lowered his Susanoo, releasing a sigh until he felt numerous pulses from his marker as he knew what this meant since it was in a pattern he had told Calypso, and it only meant one thing. Hestia had went into labor. He summoned a clone to stay with the body of Chronos as he flashed to Hestia. Hestia! Hestia yelled in pain as another contraction started just as a flash rang out and she felt her husband's hand in hers. It's okay, I'm here, he said as she smiled as she squeezed his hand harder as she felt another contraction. Is everything dealt with? She asked in between ragged breaths. He nodded as he kissed her hand. The war is over. I can feel the gods back on Olympus, he said as she smiled and let out a scream as he looked to Calypso, who nodded at him. It's time to push Lady Hestia, she said as Hestia bit her lip and nodded as Naruto squeezed her hand reassuringly. Hestia squeezed his hand hard, not caring even when she felt the other gods warp into her hearth. She was just focused on giving birth to her twins. Hestia looked over as she felt another hand hold her unused hand as she turned to see her sister Hera holding her hand with a reassuring smile as Artemis crouched down next to Calypso to help her. Push, Aunt, you're doing great, Artemis said as Hestia let out another scream as she felt the first one coming out. Artemis quickly cut the umbilical cord and handed the first baby to Calypso, who smiled and looked at Naruto. It's a girl, she said as Naruto grew a large smile, as did Thalia. One more, sister. Keep going, Hera said as Hestia screamed again as she started pushing again. Naruto kissed her hand softly as she smiled weakly at him and kept pushing. You are doing wonderfully, dear. Soon we will have 2 babies to raise and love, he said as she nodded and kept pushing. Nearly there, Aunt. Keep going, Artemis urged on as the baby started to come out. Artemis, like with the first, cut the umbilical cord and with Calypso they both handed Hestia her 2 baby girls. They're so beautiful, Hestia said in a weak voice as she nuzzled against the small babies in her arms. Naruto stared at them in awe as he felt his chest heat up as it dawned on him he was an actual father. He already knew what it felt to be a father with Thalia, but this was him truly being a father, and he loved the feeling as he looked at his 2 daughters from Hestia's side. The first one had fair skin and tufts of vibrant red hair on her head. It instantly reminded him of his mother's mortal form she took as Kushina. The second one had tannish skin and tufts of auburn hair. They both had a warm aura that reminded Naruto of Hestia. He smiled as he very gently pet their heads and let them clasp their tiny fingers around one of his. They're gorgeous, he said as Hestia smiled at him. They quite are, Hestia said in her exhausted voice, making him smile and kiss her softly. What about names? She asked as he smiled. Can we name the red-haired one Naomi? He asked as she smiled and nodded. Of course, the other can be named Chloe, she said as he kissed the twins on top of their heads. That sounds lovely, Naomi and Chloe Otsutsuki. We can talk more, but you need your rest, dear, he said as she frowned a bit. Yes, you need to relax, sister. Calypso can watch over them as can Naruto's clones, Hera said as Hestia shook her head. I want to sleep next to them, she said as Hera smiled and nodded, looking to Naruto, who created a clone to carry Hestia off, who had been cleaned by Artemis, as Calypso took the twins in her arms. He gave Hestia one last kiss as she started drifting off to sleep as the clone carried her off to her temple's bed. He turned to the other gods and smiled as Poseidon patted him on the back with a smile. We are sorry to take you away from your new family, but we need to talk about the outcome of the war, Hera said with a frown as Naruto nodded. Was Kronos' body secured? He asked as Hades nodded. You reverted him to a human and killed him. Hades asked as Naruto nodded with a serious look on his face. He threatened my wife and children. You would have done the same, he said as Hades nodded. Enough of the somber topic. I believe it is time to reward our young heroes, Poseidon said with a smile as the others nodded and they flashed Naruto, Percy and the others away. Throne room. Naruto smiled as he saw a man standing in the middle of the throne room. He had silver hair that went down to the middle of his back. He was wearing a dull gray kimono with a black obi. His eyes were a clear giveaway as to who it was, since the red eyes with 6 rings and 9 tama was something only one other person had in both eyes. "Oh, Naruto, good to see you handled the Titan, and did I just feel my great-grandchildren being born?" he asked with a large smile showing off his fangs. They were 2 girls named Naomi and Chloe. "They are beautiful," he said as the man smiled and pat him on the back. "So this is your grandchild you were talking about, Shinju?" Hira asked as Shinju, who was in his human form, nodded. "Because of circumstances that are to be explained later, but for now let's just say I adopted him," he said as Hira looked confused, but she trusted Naruto, who gave her a smile and nod. The gods went to sit on their thrones, and Hira smiled at the group of demigods that had all taken part in the Battle of Manhattan. One by one rewards were given out to those who played the biggest roles in the battle, such as Annabeth, Luke, Thalia, Percy, and Naruto. Annabeth was given the opportunity to help Athena be the architect to build a monument to honor the campers lost in the battle, plus the chance to help Athena design plans to rebuild the broken parts of Olympus. Luke was given the curing of his mother's mind by Hades, who removed the oracle's curse, and Dionysus, who said he would check up on her and make sure her madness was fully gone. Thalia, who didn't want much, was given access to her old powers that she had while she was the child of Zeus, and some others that she would learn to control according to Hera. Percy was the next to step up. Naruto was next as he walked up next as he stood in front of the council. Naruto, for defeating a Titan Lord, stopping his reign, and ensuring that he never rises again, definitely deserves a reward, Hera said with a smile. "And like young Percy Jackson, it can even be godded," she said as he nodded. "I am thankful for that, but first I need to ask one thing of you," he said as he unsealed the Shinju peach behind his back silently. "Of course, as long as it isn't something large, since you are becoming a god," Hera said as he shook his head. "It isn't anything big, I just need you all to let me explain myself before you jump to conclusions," he said as Hades chuckled. "Naruto, Zeus isn't on the council. We won't do that," the god of the underworld said as some of the other gods and goddesses chuckled at it. "Then first I should explain that I am not the child of chaos," he said as everyone stared at him confused. "I came from another world, the elemental nations, which is ruled by the Shinto religion," he said as Hera connected the dots but chose to stay silent. "My name is Naruto Otsutsuki, child of Kaguya Otsutsuki, grandchild of Amaterasu and Shinju. I was sent here with Chaos's blessing to help bring peace to this pantheon, like I did with my home world after a madman controlled my mother and grandfather against their will," he said as he brought forth the peach. "And I hope you still trust me after this," he said as he bit the peach and was enveloped in a golden light. When the light died down, his appearance had changed. His blonde hair had grown more golden and reached the middle of his back in a ponytail with the same spiky bangs that framed his face. His horns had changed from coming from his forehead to coming out of the top of his head. He wore a white kimono with black magatama markings around the collar and 9 on his back in 3 rows of 3. On his feet were 2 wooden sandals as Yamato and 10 no Kuroi Hono were strapped to his waist. His eyes had become a darker sapphire blue with black concentric circles in his right eye and 3 tomos in his left, though with the dark blue color of his eyes they could barely be seen. "My name is Naruto Otsutsuki, Shinto primordial of peace, balance, energy, and beasts," he said as the gods and goddesses that did not know stared at him in shock. Hira only smiled at him. "I do not mind of you being Shinto relations, Naruto. You have done so much for our world, saving us from the rule of a tyrannical king and an ancient titan. I still have no doubt in my mind that you should be a god of our pantheon as well," she said as she stood from her throne. "You would make me a Greek god even when I essentially lied from you?" he asked as he stared at her with a raised eyebrow. She stepped down and walked towards him as she placed her hand on his shoulder. "You have saved us from destruction. You could be a titan and I would still trust you," she said as he smiled. "Do you still accept my offer?" Naruto looked to his grandfather, who nodded to him as Naruto smiled and looked to Hira. "I accept." Hira smiled as she used her powers as ruler of Olympus to instate Naruto as a god as the fates appeared behind them. A deity of 2 different pantheons has never happened before," Clotho said as she rose her hand. "But we can see many great things coming from this," Lachesis said as she too rose her hand. "We will come for your daughters when they both reach 1 year old for their domains. We wish you luck and look forward to your changes unfolding," Atropos said as Naruto glowed gold again. "All hail Naruto Otsutsuki, Greek god of nature, time, heroes, and family," they said as they disappeared and the low faded. Only change to Naruto's looks were that his horns disappeared, though there was still slight bumps where they used to be, meaning they could appear again. His hair also had thin streaks of bronze, and his kimono now was dark blue with the magatama markings still on it. In his hand was the golden orb of Kronos' domains, and he noticed the crown and clock were gone from it. "We have taken the domain of the Titan ruler and given it to the one who deserves it," Naruto heard the fates speak in his head as he nodded his head. He watched as the skull flew off to Hades and the wheat went to Demeter. Hades gets evil because that is what he judges in the underworld, and Demeter gets the harvest because of her already present domains, he said as the orb dissipated in his hands. "Now that the rewards are done, let the celebration begin." Poseidon yelled as everyone cheered and was flashed away, leaving only Naruto and Hira in the room. "Today was been an exhausting day, hasn't it?" he said as Hira chuckled. "Yes, but good things have come out of it, such as your children and becoming a Shinto primordial and Olympian god," she said as he nodded. True, my two beautiful daughters, he said with a large smile. I was wanting to talk to you about something, she said as he nodded. Can we talk while we head to Hestia? I want to check up on her and the twins, he asked as Hira smiled and nodded as they started walking towards Hestia's temple. Being that you are such a strong being and the fact that you are the god of heroes, I wanted to know if you would mind watching over Camp Half-Blood and possible be my advisor, she asked nervously as she fidgeted the hem of her dress, a slight blush getting on her cheeks. Watching over Camp Half-Blood would be perfect, and being your advisor sounds very fun, he said as she smiled, and they reached Hestia's temple. I must go back to the party. I hope you can drop by after checking on Hestia, she said as he nodded and smiled. I most likely will, since I know my daughter Thalia will want to dance with me, he said as she chuckled and walked off as he entered the temple. He smiled as he saw Hestia sleeping, curled up to the small babies that laid next to her as Calypso sat next to the bed watching over them all. How is she and the twins? He asked softly as Calypso smiled. Lady Hestia is immensely tired. The second she laid on the bed she passed out, she said as Naruto chuckled. So tell me, how did the reward ceremony go? She asked as Naruto started recalling all the rewards as well as his. Wow, Calypso said in shock of how powerful the man in front of her was. You should go enjoy the party. The animals and I will watch over Hestia and the babies since they are in heavy guard, she said, point to the animals that were standing guard all around them. Fine, but if anything happens I am but a stab away, he said, pointing to the marker that was next to her as she nodded with a smile. He exited the temple, after going his wife a kiss on her forehead, and made his way to the bustling celebration that was going on. He smiled brightly as he saw his daughter and Annabeth dancing in the center as Rachel and Percy danced as well. Luke was even dancing with Silena Beauregard, the child of Aphrodite. He knew the two of them had been flirting before the war, but he was glad to see the two of them so close since they seemed to be dancing to a slow song. Even Nico and Allison were dancing with smiles on their faces as they enjoyed themselves, though they were being heavily watched by Bianca and strangely Hades as they danced. Naruto nodded to the gods and goddesses as he walked through the ballroom. He had to resist the urge to roll his eyes as numerous nymphs and satyrs that were following him because of his domains until he saw Hira standing alone near the drinks. Well, my new queen, will you this humble servant of yours the honor and join me in a dance? He asked as Hira smiled softly at him with a light chuckle. Are you sure Hestia will be okay with this? She asked as he nodded. She is sleeping from giving birth and I can't let my sister-in-law be alone during the party, he said as she smiled and nodded, enjoying the company of someone she could consider a close friend. As the party went on, he also danced with Thalia, Annabeth, and Rachel before she had to leave for something he vaguely knew of. He was happy with how things turned out, and he only hoped it continued to be as such as he got to raise his children. 4 months later. Quite a lot had changed over the 4 months since the war with the Titans. There was an air of peace in the air around camp as he had become the new director of camp, as did Hestia in a sense, since she basically lived in camp with him, in the new big house that he had created with his Mokuten. Both Naomi and Chloe were absolute perfect babies, not crying too much and being absolute sweeties as the whole camp loved them. Though Thalia had become heavily protective of her two sisters, watching over everyone who held them with her M's fully active. With the two new baby goddesses, more gods visited the camp like Artemis, Demeter, or even Poseidon, which was allowed since Hera had abolished the no visiting your children rule as long as the god or goddess did not train them or try and make them go down a certain path. His own side of the family had even visited from time to time since chaos allowed them. He had to keep his grandmother from hugging the two girls, much to her disappointment. His mother was very proud of him for doing so much and becoming not only a Greek god but a Shinto primordial. Hera had changed and improved the Greeks so much in the short time she took rule, and with Naruto by her side it was even more so. Though with all the meetings, Naruto had to bring in another person to watch his children, someone he trusted and had blessed as his first follower of sorts. He turned and smiled at the woman. She had olive-toned skin with long black hair with blue eyes as she wore a green toga-like dress as she held Chloe in her arms as Calypso held Naomi in her arms. I am so sorry that it took so long. How were the girls, Medusa? He asked as the used-to-be monster, now immortal woman smiled as she nuzzled against the happy baby that was making gurgling noises to prove it. Around 2 months or so after the battle, he had tracked her down and offered her the position, telling her of his situation and how his blessing would give her full protection and some other powers that she would use to protect his daughters. Thankfully for him, she accepted, and the twins instantly loved her. They were absolute darlings, as they always are, Medusa said as Chloe patted her cheeks with a large smile. I'm so glad my darling girls were so well behaved, he said with a massive smile as he scooped up his two daughters and swayed with them, making them both giggle uncontrollably as Hestia walked into the big house. He is such a great father, wouldn't you say, Lady Hestia? Calypso said as Medusa nodded along. I never doubted that fact, the way he cared for Thalia like she was his own, she said as she walked up to her husband as he continued to make the two girls giggle. They need their dinner, you can continue to love on them after, she said as he smiled and handed them to her. It's okay, they probably need to sleep after, and I need to check on Thalia to see how her training has been, he said as he kissed his two daughters softly on their heads and his wife deeply on the lips. Hestia smiled as her husband left to check on their first real child. Hestia cabin. Thalia smiled as she snuggled up with Annabeth as they kissed each other softly. Ever since her father had become the director of camp, her life had been great. She was officially a child of her father since he claimed her in both pantheons, which gave her absolute control over her Sharingan, meaning no more massive drain and the unlocking of all its powers. She still had to train with them, but it was less painful to do and easier to do so as well. She was supposed to be training, but she wanted to be with her girlfriend more right now. Thalia traced kisses down Annabeth's neck, making the girl smile happy and moan lightly as she held Thalia close to her. "I love you, Thalia," she said as her black-haired girlfriend smiled at her and kissed her deeply. "I love you too, Annie," she said as they snuggled closer to each other. Naruto smiled as he overheard their conversation and decided to leave them be, for since the life of a demigod was dangerous and he felt he needed to let them have their time alone. He was brought out of his thoughts as a voice belonging to a familiar redhead rang out, "Naru." "What's up?" Rachel yelled as she jumped onto his back. He rolled his eyes at the camp's new oracle. It turned out that Rachel was the ideal and perfect host for the oracle and had accepted the role shortly after the celebration. She now lived in the new incredibly large attic, which he had decorated to her liking, so whenever she was at camp she had a place to stay. She even helped watch over the twins occasionally. "Just thinking about the way things are going in camp," he said as he walked through camp with Rachel still on his back. "Hoping it stays this peaceful?" she asked as he nodded. "Yes, but even when this peace ends I will be here to stop whatever is coming with the help of my precious people, since there is no chance in the underworld that I am letting my family get hurt," he said as he stared at the falling sun. He could only hope it would last a while longer. Naruto smiled as he fed his 6-month-old daughter some pureed food as he sat in the big house, which he made bigger to accommodate the new family and the horde of animals that stood guard nearly all day and absolutely loved the twins. They even installed a large pool in the back for Shimizu to be able to play with the twins by splashing and doing tricks, which they loved. But right now the two small girls were being a bit messy. "Naomi, Chloe, please stop being so messy for Papa," he said as the twins smiled and splashed their hands in their food. "They are always like this ever since they have gotten old enough to eat mashed food," Calypso said as she tried to wipe the twins' hands as they squealed and giggled. "Most likely they miss Hestia. Also the fact they act hyper and excited whenever the both of you aren't here together adds to it," Medusa said as she wiped their mouths and cheeks. "She is busy with an Olympian meeting, so they need to be nice for Papa," he said as he pet their heads, making them smile and hold onto his hands. "You weren't needed today?" Medusa asked as she knew how Naruto was here as advisor and often was called into meetings to offer his level-headed side of things. "Not today. Nothing important was being discussed, so here, let me be with my girls," he said as he kissed their cheeks, making them giggle more. "Well, once they are done I'll heat up some bottles for them before bed," he said as the two handmaidens nodded and started helping clean things up, with some clones of Naruto, as the original picked up the twins and spun around, making them squeal. "Let's get you messy girls changed and ready for bed," he said. He kissed the tops of their heads. Olympus. Hera POV. Hera sighed as the council meeting. Not out of annoyance or exhaustion from the meeting, more from some waves of emotions that had been swirling inside her since about halfway through the war, when Naruto saved her and defeated Zeus. She knew he was married to Hestia and they had two twin girls, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get her feelings for the blonde to go away. Every time he smiled or laughed in a meeting she had to focus heavily on hiding her blush. And the fact she was single and he was married made things many times worse. She was brought out of her thoughts as Poseidon got her attention. "Hera, do you have anything else to bring up?" he asked. She shook her head and smiled. "Yes, I thank you all for another peaceful meeting. We can adjourn," she said as the council nodded and flashed away except for Hestia. Hestia was frowning as she walked up to her sister. "Is something wrong?" she asked as Hera sighed. She was nervous, afraid even that if she told Hestia the feelings she was harboring for her husband, then her relationship with her would be ruined. "No, sister, just tired from the recent happenings. I'll be fine. You go back to your daughters and relax," she said as Hestia looked confused but nodded and warped away. She sighed and clenched her hands. She needed to get some control over her feelings or possibly get rid of them. Things were hectic with Hera's emotions, to say the least. Next day, Naruto POV. Naruto smiled as Thalia carried the twins through camp so she could spend more time with them. "Come on, you two, let's go find Annie," she said as Naruto chuckled as Shizen and Mamoru followed her. "It's great that she has taken being an older sister so well," Hestia said as she sat next to him with a smile. She currently wore soft blue jeans with sandals and a long-sleeved cinnamon-colored shirt with a soft bronze necklace that had her and her husband's symbol on a small circle of jade, hers on one side and his on the other. It was a matching necklace they both had. His always had her symbol showing and hers had his symbol showing. "She used to have a younger brother, but he disappeared," he said as other campers started following Thalia to play with the twins, and chuckled once he saw her get overprotective of them. "Well, she still has the natural instinct to protect them and love them," she said as he kissed her cheek. Thalia POV. "No, Drew, you will not play dress up with my sisters," Thalia yelled as she narrowed her eyes at the daughter of Aphrodite. "Come on, it's just a cute little outfit and it'll look perfect on them," she said as Thalia merely glared more and summoned her Sharingan. "No, I will not let you make them all girly when they are just 6 months old," she growled as the daughter of Aphrodite rose her hands in surrender. "Stop being so protective, Thalia. The girls love the attention and we both know no one in Aphrodite cabin would dare put makeup on them since Naruto would get furious," a familiar voice said as she turned to see Luke sitting on a tree branch. "Why are you taking her side?" Is it because you are dating Silena? She asked as she glared up at him, and the twins squealed, trying to reach their hands up to him. Luke chuckled at the twins as he got off the branch and let them grab his fingers. I am just saying that Naruto loves seeing them in cute outfits. Remember the fox and rabbit onesies he put them in a few weeks ago? Yeah, but Aphrodite cabin always goes overboard, plus the girls don't like how their cabin smells. Thalia grumbled out as she frowned. We aired out the perfume and made it so if campers want to do it they have to do it outside, Silena said as she walked through the crowd and gave Luke a kiss on the cheek. Talk to Naruto about it. I need to find Annie, Thalia said as she walked away with the help of Mamoru and Shizen. Such a shame, I wanted to play with the twins today, Silena said with a pout. Don't worry, Naruto lets me spend time with them tomorrow, Luke said as Silena and the Aphrodite cabin cheered. Spending time with the twins was something everyone at camp absolutely loved, and the fact the twins loved everybody only made it better. From Aries' cabin to Hades' cabin, who were a bit worried the twins would be afraid, but they loved it when Allison made ghost rabbits and birds fly around them, or when Nico and Bianca played with them. All in all, the twins were the camp mascot, and everyone got to spend time with them as long as the animals, as well as Thalia, Calypso, or Medusa, were there at keep watch. Thalia grumbled as she walked over to Hestia cabin, since Athena apparently wasn't too fond of having small children in her cabin. Probably something about possibly damaging books. There you are, Thalia. I was wondering if you forgot and went to Athena cabin instead, Annabeth said as she leaned against the door. I didn't forget, I just got held up by Aphrodite cabin and Luke, she said as she kissed her girlfriend's cheek. The twins merely smiled as they reached for Annabeth, who smiled and held them both in her arms. How are my two little sisters-in-law? She teased as Thalia blushed dark red, and the twins squealed as she bounced with them in her arms. They'd be better if people didn't tease their sister, Thalia stuttered as she blushed and grabbed Annabeth's hips, making her squeak and jump a bit. Thalia, not when I am holding the twins, she blushed as the twins looked at them confused. Well then I can wait, Thalia said as she kissed Annabeth's neck before kissing the twins on their cheeks. Fine, let's start their little lesson, Annabeth said as her blush died away. Over the last few weeks the both of them were trying to help the twins with making more noises to help them develop. They also played with them a lot with toys and everything. Thankfully Hestia cabin had diapers and wipes, since they had them until lunch or so, until Naruto wanted them back so he could feed them and lay them down for a nap. Thalia smiled as she watched her girlfriend played with her sisters. Annabeth was amazing with the twins, and the sisters-in-law made her start thinking of their future. She wanted to be with Annabeth forever and had often contemplated marriage, but it always made her nervous. The fact that Athena didn't know of their situation is another reason for her nervousness, as Athena wasn't the most understanding goddess at times. And the fact that Annabeth often teased about having kids of their own made her sad for the fact she couldn't provide that for her. Sure, Hero or Artemis could set up some special conception, but she wasn't too sure about it. Thalia, are you okay? Annabeth asked as the twins crawled over to their sister. I'm fine, just in thought. Come on girls, I think you're a bit hungry, she said as the twins smiled as she picked them up. Annabeth knew something was on Thalia's mind, but she knew this wasn't the best time to talk about it since the twins were with them. Come on, Annie, Thalia said as Annabeth nodded, deciding to bring it up later when they were alone. Naruto POV. Naruto smiled as he saw campers running around, enjoying themselves as things had been calm since the war ended. He often saw minor gods visiting camp, and even a majority of the major ones as well. All they had to do was sign a sign-in sheet when they got there and when they left, so he would know who all was there. The only god he had troubles with was Ares, since he constantly wanted to train his kids, but that would be against the new rules, so the god of war settled for watching over their training and making comments, since it was criticism and not training. He smiled as he saw Hermes flash next to him. Sup Naruto, I got some time off, so I wanted to check on my kids and Luke. Is that okay? He asked as Naruto nodded. Just sign the sheet as usual. I think Luke is with Aphrodite cabin hanging out with Silena, but I'm sure he'll spend time with you, he said as Hermes smiled, signed the sheet and darted off to his children. Hermes and Apollo were the most common gods to see at camp. Aphrodite was next, as she liked to teach her kids makeup tutorials and how to accessorize, much to the girls' delight and males' dismay. She also caused a bit of trouble with her aura, but he was able to suppress it so no demigods got lust crazy. Naruto always liked seeing gods and goddesses drop by to see their children, even the most strict gods and goddesses like Ares or even Athena at times. Sup Blondie, who dropped by, Rachel asked as she walked out of the house wearing a large t-shirt and shorts, as her unruly red hair looked like a large mane or afro. Hermes doing his usual visit. Why were you hoping for someone else? He asked as she sighed. I want to talk to Apollo about this virgin business, and if there were any ways around it, she said as she ran a blue brush roughly through her hair. Well, I'm sure you can figure something out, he said as he patted her hair, making her pout. Naruto looked at his clock as it was nearing time for lunch, just as he saw Annabeth and Thalia carrying Naomi and Chloe towards him. There are my 4 girls, he said, making Annabeth blush since she wasn't used to being considered a daughter to him. Were you good for your big sisters? He asked the twins as he picked them up from Thalia. They were the perfect angels they always are. Silena and Drew wanted to play dress up, but I stopped them, Thalia said as he chuckled. You know they can play with the twins, as the animals would stop them from doing anything dangerous or harmful to them. Plus the twins love playing dress up, he said as he bounced a bit, making them giggle. Come on, it's time for lunch and they need a nap soon, he said as he kissed their cheeks and the conch horn blew. Fine, but if they do it, I'm watching over them, Thalia said as she followed her dad, dragging Annabeth along as the blonde girl chuckled at her girlfriend's antics. Dining area. Naruto sighed as he sat at the dining area with his wife and the twins. The twins were being great since both of them were there, so that wasn't what he was sighing about. It was more because of the mixture of Athena cabin, minus Annabeth, glaring heavily at Medusa as they had been since she was hired, and Aphrodite trying to fuss over the twins, but they didn't seem to like the goddess's aura. The twins were a bit hypersensitive to very odd things. They could handle Hades and Dionysus but were odd around Ares and Aphrodite. He figured it had something to do with their possible empathy that they might have inherited from him, but until they were older he would have no clue. Aphrodite, please go sit with your kids. The twins need to eat before they take a nap and you're making them fussy, he said as the goddess of love pouted. They always do this with me, she whined as she crossed her arms. They never do this with Hades for chaos's sake, she complained as he pinched the bridge of his nose. Please just sit down, we can figure this out later, but they need to eat, he said as she walked away, grumbling about Hades and unfair. It does seem weird that they act like this around her, Hestia said as she fed them some baby food as they clapped and smiled for her. I would act like that too if Aphrodite kept trying to pinch my cheeks and make me all gusset up, Medusa said as she crossed her arms. Maybe if she drew in her aura they'd be better, Calypso said as Naruto sighed. Honestly, I don't know, but all I want is for them to be comfortable, and if they aren't comfortable around her then she needs to do something, he said as he played with the twins. Lunch went great, even though Hermes tried to start a food fight with Apollo, but a stern scolding from Hestia stopped the two near instantly, which caused many demigods to laugh at them being scolded. He smiled as he saw the twins starting to fall asleep as Calypso and Medusa carefully picked them up from their high chairs. We can lay them down, Medusa said as Hestia smiled and kissed the twins on their foreheads. Thank you, Medusa and Calypso. You two are always huge helps, she said as the two smiled and nodded before carefully taking the twins to the big house. Hey Dad, I was wondering if you could help me train with my Sharingan, Thalia asked as she sat down next to him on his table. Sure thing, Thalia. I've been meaning to help you more, but the twins have been taking up most of my time, sadly, he said as he ruffled her hair. The last thing he wanted was for her to feel unimportant or not worth his time. I totally understand, Dad. The two of them are handfuls at time, and thanks, she said as she hugged him with a warm smile. We can start in a bit if you want, I just have to grab a few scrolls from the big house, he said as she smiled and nodded. At the usual clearing? She asked as he nodded. I'll be there shortly, he said with a kiss on her forehead as she bounded off to the clearing as Annabeth followed behind her. You really are a great father with making sure to still be here for Thalia as well, Hestia said as she held his hand. Well, I have to care for all my children, which means the twins and Thalia. Even Annabeth, since she is so close with Thalia, he said, kissing her hand. You go and spend time with Thalia, tell her I love her as well, she said as he nodded and went off to the big house as she tended to the hearth with a warm smile. Hestia smiled down at her twins as she pet their heads as they slept softly. Naomi's red vibrant hair was coming through thickly and Chloe's auburn hair was following just behind her sister. Naomi's eyes were slowly becoming a vibrant purple as Chloe's were becoming an amber shade. To Hestia, her daughters were becoming beautiful and were going to be gorgeous when they grew up. She might have to worry about gods going after them, but if it got too much she could have them swear on sticks the same way she did until she met Naruto. She loved being a mother and everything, but the last week or so had been exhausting. All the meetings and the old enemy stirring as well as the discussion of the new prophecy of 7, it was all quite tiring. Hera didn't want to announce anything about the possible threat as she didn't want to cause panic until she was entirely sure, and she understood the reason for that. She was a bit worried for the safety of the demigods, but she knew whatever happened they would be strong and Naruto would stand behind them to help. She smiled as the two small twins grabbed a hold of her fingers as they slept. She wanted her children safe and she put all her faith in Naruto and knew that he would do everything he could to save them. Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.